When you search selfish on Google, you'll find about 60 million results in less than a minute, reflecting our vast concern with this behavior. A quick look at the top results brings up views like selfishness, a habit that destroys humans, or advice on living less selfishly, based on everyday observations and lessons taught from an early age. It's easy to see that selfishness is often viewed as prioritizing your own interests above all else, disregarding the rights of others. Essentially, it is seen as a harmful way of life that should be avoided. However, adopting a more optimistic view, taking care of oneself, is not necessarily negative. It is natural for humans to care about their own needs. Being well with oneself, meeting one's legitimate demands, puts you in an ideal position to radiate positive energy, both for your life and for those around you. If you or people close to you have reservations about this approach, I suggest you do not miss today's video. In it, I bring a new perspective on selfishness, highlighting how allowing yourself periods of rest after hours of hard work and claiming the well-being corresponding to your contributions is justifiable. As usual, I propose a challenge. Watch the video to the end without missing any of the 10 lessons, as one of them may change your view on balanced selfishness, which can be extremely beneficial for your personal growth. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Now, let's start this transformative journey together. Are you ready? First lesson: stay resolute and focused on your goals. We often face the dilemma of choosing between selfishness and altruism, but from a Stoic perspective, we see that selfishness is not always synonymous with malevolence. It can represent strength, especially when we remain determined and focused on what we aim for. A certain degree of selfishness can actually be essential for achieving great feats. Our goals transcend mere achievement. They serve as beacons that illuminate our spiritual path, symbolizing not only material success, but also our personal improvement and the continuous development of our character. Perseverance is not just about persisting, but reflects discipline, a pillar of Stoicism. In a context where distractions are constant, maintaining focus is a virtue, a type of valuable selfishness. By freeing ourselves from disturbances and directing our attention to what really matters, we honor our time and energy. Besides reinforcing the importance of individual will in defining our destiny, by choosing to face challenges head-on, we are not only cultivating perseverance, but also enriching our souls and preparing for future battles. In the process of self-development, it may sound contradictory, but by seeking personal fulfillment, our own selfishness can serve as inspiration to others. As we evolve, we become more capable of contributing to the community. This is one of the most powerful messages of Stoicism. Through personal development, we have the capacity to elevate the world around us. Perseverance and focus are not mere tools, but the manifestation of a life philosophy, reiterating that in appropriate selfishness, we discover the strength to win, grow, and crucially, contribute. By prioritizing our needs and goals, we foster a scenario where each person can reach their full potential. Second lesson: put yourself first. The core of today's lesson brings a profound truth I wish to convey. Loving yourself fundamentally means prioritizing your own happiness and inner peace, cultivating esteem for your life in a way that transcends the idea of selfishness. It is similar to the advice given by flight attendants about the importance of putting on your own oxygen mask before assisting other passengers. Without oxygen, you become incapable of helping anyone else. Similarly, if you are exhausted or unhappy, it becomes difficult to be a source of positivity for those around you. This highlights a crucial teaching of Stoicism, considering self-prioritization not just as personal care, but also as a duty to society and the people around you. It is common to get lost amidst the demands of work and personal relationships to the point of forgetting to take care of ourselves. We strive to meet everyone's needs, forgetting that to serve effectively, we need to abandon selfishness, but not ourselves. Prioritizing oneself is not synonymous with placing oneself above others in all circumstances. It means recognizing and attending to one's own needs to then be able to offer support to others with strength and capacity. This requires a balance, a self-awareness, and above all, a heart willing to perceive itself honestly and equitably. By seeing self-prioritization not only as a right, but as a duty, you uncover the true value of self-care and will discover that by investing in yourself, you are also expanding your ability to positively impact others' lives. Stoicism does not teach us just to face adversities, but also to live meaningfully and with purpose, with self-prioritization as the foundation for such excellence. By starting with oneself, you are not only strengthening your spirit, but also propagating a wider effect in the world. I invite you to share your insights and experiences on how you prioritize yourself in everyday life, how this practice was incorporated into your life and its effects. All perspectives and stories are precious and serve as inspiration for our community. Leave your comment below. Third lesson: face failures and setbacks as opportunities for personal development. It is not always possible to close a deal, win a game, or get what you want. Failing is part of life. The real question is what you do after failing. As the legendary Frank Sinatra said, the important thing is to get up and move forward. Life is not to be lamented or wasted in regrets. It is about getting up and trying again, persevering until success is achieved. Failure is as fundamental to life as success. Defeats should be expected as often as victories. The crucial thing is to learn not to make the same mistake twice. Remember that life is made of attempts, and between success and failure there is an inseparable bond, for it is through mistakes that we grow. Failures teach us, exposing our vulnerabilities, imperfections, and areas that need to be improved to achieve goals, satisfy desires, and realize dreams. For this, it is necessary to work and face failures time and again. Failing in the last attempt is the only unacceptable failure. If you have never failed, you may not have dedicated or tried hard enough in your projects. As Marcus Aurelius, one of the most influential Stoic philosophers, said, "Avoid complaining even to yourself." This means accepting failure as a fundamental aspect of life, using it as a springboard for growth. Failure is part of the educational process. It not only clarifies our goals and passions, but also reveals new skills and strategies necessary to overcome obstacles. Through failures, we learn to be resilient, to adapt, and to move forward, even in the face of uncertain paths. Each failure brings with it the chance for reinvention and course adjustment. By accepting and learning from failure, you not only strengthen yourself, but also become wiser and more adaptable in the face of adversity. Fourth lesson: develop confidence to face and embrace challenges. Confidence is a pillar of love and enlightenment that guides us on the path ahead, not limited to the belief in our capabilities, but extending to the recognition that we can face and transcend any adversity. It is the cornerstone of a solid identity, essential for every step of our journey. Each obstacle and exit from our comfort zone teaches us about the world and, more deeply, about ourselves. Marcus Aurelius, an example of resilience and flexibility, taught that each difficulty is a chance for self-improvement and to strengthen self-confidence. Confidence, therefore, is a valuable resource that, when cultivated, allows us to face challenges and, at the same time, makes us a vector of positive influence, capable of helping others without belittling ourselves. It positions us as valuable members of the community, able to contribute, share, and support. Visualize yourself in front of a large audience with all eyes directed at you. The heart accelerates, anxiety and excitement intertwine, but as you begin to speak, each word pronounced reverberates not only in the environment, but in your being, dispelling fears and concerns. Upon concluding, the enthusiastic applause is not only a recognition of a successful presentation, but also a celebration of the mental strength and confidence you cultivated. We realize thus that although developing confidence requires effort, it is absolutely achievable and fundamental. This lesson teaches us to convert selfishness into a driving force for personal and professional development. Each obstacle overcome not only represents a minor triumph, but a significant milestone in strengthening our confidence. What is your narrative of building confidence? We all have challenges and decisive moments that shape our self-esteem. Share your experiences and how you overcame obstacles to strengthen yourself. Let's form an inspiring community together, where each story is a lesson of value. Fifth lesson: promote your personal growth through self-reflection and discipline. Before exploring the fifth lesson, let us know the story of Alex, who made self-reflection an essential element of his evenings. He dedicates a few minutes every night to reflect on his interactions and actions throughout the day. The fundamental question for him is not, how successful was I today, but how did I evolve as a person? Over time, Alex noticed his tendency to be dominated by emotions and sought strategies to better manage them. This awareness marked a significant advancement in his personal development, an achievement possible only through self-reflection. Discipline, in turn, is the key to true freedom. Maria, an artist, exemplifies this by committing to dedicate 2 hours daily to her art, regardless of her emotional state. This consistency not only honed her skills, but also helped her develop her own artistic identity, laying the foundation for her career. This shows that discipline elevates effectiveness and is vital for achieving authenticity and personal fulfillment. The journey towards self-improvement, guided by self-reflection and discipline, although challenging, is profoundly enriching. By investing time in self-reflection and exercising discipline in all facets of life, not only do we achieve our individual goals, but we also contribute to a better world. This is the essence of productive selfishness that Stoicism encourages us to understand and implement, a selfishness that in the end benefits everyone. It is important to remember that no progress is insignificant. Daily, each choice we make brings us a little closer to our personal growth. By maintaining discipline and self-reflection as daily habits, you will notice transformations not only in yourself, but in your perception of the world around you. We appreciate your company up to this point in our exploration today. Your participation here indicates that you are truly committed to this journey. Now, we invite your attention to the next 5 lessons on adopting a balanced selfishness and the path to personal development. Sixth lesson: surround yourself with individuals who support and inspire you. The choice of our companions goes beyond a mere strategic decision. It is also a form of art. Each person we choose to associate with acts as a beam of light, dispelling the darkness of uncertainty and fear and illuminating our scenic path. The sage reminds us that we are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden. The environment we choose to inhabit and the people we choose to be by our side play a crucial role in shaping our identity, refining and enhancing our best virtues. Stoicism teaches us not only to endure adversities, but also to value and cultivate positive relationships. We are encouraged to approach those who recognize the power of encouragement and are willing to share both the challenges and the victories. Overcoming barriers and celebrating joint progress in each interaction teaches us to adapt our thinking, reinforce our determination, and cultivate gratitude for everything. Walking alongside people who support and motivate us goes beyond the mere exchange of interests or goals. It involves establishing an environment marked by respect, compassion, and unconditional acceptance, fundamental principles for harmonious coexistence. These connections transform into valuable treasures, keeping us optimistic and strengthening our impetus to overcome any obstacle. In Stoicism, the space that surrounds us is perceived not just as a setting for our existence, but as fertile ground for growth and learning. Each person we cross not only represents a lesson, but also a chance for reflection and personal improvement. By establishing and maintaining ties with positive individuals, we not only provide an environment conducive to success, but also lay the groundwork for a fulfilling and gratifying existence. Let's evolve together. Seventh lesson, value solitude as a path to finding your passions and strengths. Have you ever felt completely isolated, even while surrounded by a crowd, or experienced the sensation of being an island amidst the vastness of solitude? Solitude is a fundamental stage in the maturation process of each individual. Inevitably, there will be moments in life that we will have to face alone, moments when time seems to stagnate and we find ourselves walking solitarily. Looking back, we will realize that beyond solitude, these moments revealed an unsuspected inner strength. In solitude, one can feel a full possession of the world around them, witnessing the sunrise and sunset, listening to the birdsong, and sensing the aroma of nature, all with heightened sensitivity, free from daily concerns. Do not view solitude with fear, as it is a state common to all. Accepting it peacefully is the first step to true maturation. Solitude is like a flower that blooms in the dark. The more silence, the more intensely it makes its presence felt. When you find yourself alone, do not try to escape. The more resistance, the more it will envelop you. Instead, accept it and dance to its music. Value moments of peace, savor a cup of tea, and dive into the reading of a good book, allowing these activities to warm your heart and heal internal wounds, strengthening you. Celebrate the state of solitude and moments alone. Despite facing intense heat and storms, hot sand and mud under your feet, these experiences will make your steps increasingly firm. If you have learned to embrace solitude, leave it in the comments. Do not be afraid of solitude. In our quest for happiness and success, we often consider them distant and unattainable goals. However, if we allow ourselves a pause to reflect on their essence, we may discover that we already possess the keys to achieving them. Stoicism teaches us that everything necessary for happiness and success is already within our reach. It is not some obscure secret or complex formula, but a simple truth about self-acceptance and self-mastery. Explore the possibility of owning your happiness and success, incorporating this philosophy into your daily life. A crucial step in the journey of self-discovery and transformation. Eighth lesson, take control of your happiness and success, shaping your own destiny in an era dominated by the search for external approval. Stoicism encourages us to take full responsibility for our own happiness and success, abandoning the incessant search for validation from others. Adopting positive selfishness in this case is not just an option, but rather a refined practice. The art of using oneself as an instrument for one's own transformation and success. Far from being harmful selfishness, it is about personal appreciation and commitment to the path towards authenticity and fulfillment. A case in point of this philosophy in action is the trajectory of Mark, an entrepreneur who, for years, sought to base the success of his business on the expectations and opinions of others, hoping through these to validate his value and ideas. Although he achieved certain victories, true satisfaction eluded him. The turnaround occurred when he decided to invest in self-knowledge, beginning to trust more in his own perceptions and less in those of others. By understanding that true success requires a certain selfishness, in the sense of prioritizing personal development and following his passions regardless of external judgments, his life and business flourished like never before. With this new mindset, Mark not only experienced genuine happiness and deep satisfaction, but also witnessed the robust growth of his company. His success and self-confidence emerged not from external approval, but from the recognition and trust in his essence. Mark's story illustrates that we do not need the validation of others to feel accomplished. On the contrary, by adopting wise and moderate selfishness, we free ourselves to achieve true independence, joy, and success. This is the essence of using oneself as a catalyst for change, a valuable lesson of Stoicism applicable to all of us in our quest for meaning and purpose in life. Ninth lesson: cultivate a healthy selfishness to achieve personal transformation and success. Think of a zealous gardener, dedicating themselves daily to the cultivation of their garden, attending meticulously to each plant and flower, without neglecting any detail. This garden represents each of our lives, and the gardener symbolizes those in pursuit of personal growth and success. Here, selfishness does not imply neglecting the world around us, but in strengthening ourselves first, to then be able to contribute more significantly to society. Stoicism points out that true freedom and joy originate from the knowledge and management of our interior. By dedicating time to getting to know and accept ourselves, we begin to cultivate self-love and respect for ourselves. This personal transformation not only benefits us, but can also encourage positive changes around us. This is the highest degree of selfishness, where personal care promotes our development and becomes a vector of inspiration and support for others. Adopting a selfishness aimed at personal transformation and success does not mean becoming egocentric, but recognizing the importance of self-management and continuous evolution, prioritizing oneself not in a harmful way, but to foster a strengthened, compassionate, and understanding being, capable of inducing changes both internally and in the surrounding environment. Be a source of inspiration. If you have experienced a significant change by applying this perspective, share your experience with us. We are eager to learn about your journey. 10th lesson: practice a conscious selfishness that does not harm others. From the Stoic perspective, the concept of selfishness is reformulated. It does not mean a refusal to collaborate or a lack of consideration for others. It is rather a path of self-knowledge and effective self-management, understanding that personal growth not only benefits the individual, but also has the potential to motivate and strengthen those around us. Living according to this ideal requires a deep sense of self-awareness about our actions and their effects on others, demanding constant reflection on whether we are causing harm to others and whether we are achieving our goals ethically. To implement this lesson in a practical and effective manner, start by questioning your objectives and motivations, evaluating whether they are aligned with your values and principles, and whether your pursuit of them is not harming others. Develop then an altruistic perspective, aware of the impact of your actions on the surroundings. Finally, seek to maintain a balance between self-development and the preservation of healthy and respectful relationships with others. This approach not only assists us in evolving as individuals, but also lays the foundation for creating meaningful and lasting interpersonal connections. By living with this understanding, we recognize the importance of self-care, and acquire a deeper comprehension of the interactions and connections between us and the world. This lesson transcends mere selfishness, encompassing dedication, freedom, and above all, love. Self-love, love for others, and love for the experience of life from the Stoic perspective. Now that we have explored together the power of conscious selfishness, we would like to know how this concept resonated with you. This is an open invitation to share how this idea influenced your life, thoughts, or actions. We look forward to your story, a source of inspiration and learning for our community. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "mind over body" so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Just imagine for a moment that the most powerful tool for a meaningful and fulfilling life is not something you can buy, earn, or be given by others. Whether you find yourself in a palace or a prison, Stoicism teaches us that what truly defines us is not our situation, but how we respond to it. It's about recognizing that although we cannot control all aspects of our lives, we hold supreme power over our own perceptions, judgments, and actions. Consider this. When we accept less than we deserve, are we not initially admitting that our external circumstances have more power over us than we do over ourselves? Stoicism invites us to challenge this notion, encouraging us to ask ourselves, is this situation aligned with my values? Am I responding in a way that reflects my true worth? And if the answer is no, Stoicism does not leave us in a state of despair. It empowers us by saying, look, you have the power to change your perception, to choose your response, and by doing so, transform your reality. Therefore, when you find yourself accepting less than you deserve, remember this Stoic wisdom. Remember that your worth is not determined by your job title, marital status, or the size of your bank account. Your value is determined by your ability to remain true to your values, to act with courage, wisdom, and integrity, no matter the circumstances. This isn't about blaming ourselves for our situations, but about empowering ourselves to see and seize the control we truly have. Let us not settle for less, not because we feel superior or because we think we deserve more, but because we recognize our inherent worth. Let's face life's challenges with strength and resilience, coming from knowing who we are and what we stand for. And by doing so, we are not just living, we are thriving in the Stoic way. With its deep understanding of human nature, Stoicism does not incite us to boast or inflate our egos. What it does is encourage a fair and honest acknowledgement of our own efforts and virtues. Why? Because recognizing our achievements is not about feeding our pride. It's about acknowledging the work, the discipline, the perseverance that were necessary to get there. It's about honoring our commitment to our goals and our adherence to our values. In Stoicism, virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are fundamental. When you achieve something, no matter how big or small, it is often because you have exercised these virtues. Perhaps it took courage to apply for that job, wisdom to navigate the challenges along the way, or discipline, a form of temperance, to organize that closet. When you attribute your success to luck or belittle it as something anyone could do, you are not just undervaluing the outcome, you are undervaluing the virtues you practice to get there. So, how do we change this mindset? How do we start recognizing our achievements without falling into arrogance? The Stoic approach is all about balance and honesty. It's about saying, yes, I worked hard for this. Yes, I faced challenges and overcame them, And yes, this achievement is a reflection of my effort and my virtues. It's about giving yourself credit where it's due, not because of your ego, but because of the truth. Now I want you to think about something you've recently achieved, no matter how big or small. Think about the virtues you practiced to achieve it. Perhaps you showed incredible discipline. Maybe you took a courageous step outside your comfort zone, or perhaps you used your wisdom to solve a problem. Whatever it is, take a moment to acknowledge it. Recognize the virtues behind the achievement. This exercise is not about praising yourself, it's about seeing the truth of your own character and effort. Adopting this Stoic practice can transform how we see our successes and ourselves, moving us away from false modesty and towards a genuine appreciation of our own strengths and capabilities. It teaches us that recognizing our achievements is not about the ego. It's about recognizing the virtues we embody and the hard work we invest. It's a common scenario, isn't it? Whether staying late at work to help a colleague, skipping your morning run to make breakfast for your family, or putting your own dreams on hold to support someone else's dream. It seems noble, selfless, even heroic at times. But here's the point. Constantly putting others first at the expense of your own well-being can lead to burnout, resentment, and loss of oneself. It's like trying to fill cups with an empty jug. Eventually, you run out of anything to give. Stoicism isn't about being detached or selfish. In fact, it places great emphasis on virtue and the improvement of society. However, it also teaches us the critical importance of self-care. Because taking care of oneself is not selfishness, it is the foundation for being able to effectively care for others. Stoicism reminds us that, to be of service to others, we must first ensure that we are in a good place ourselves, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Let's unpack this a bit. Stoicism teaches us about the dichotomy of control, understanding what is within our control and what is not. Our own thoughts, beliefs, actions, and yes, self-care are within our control. The well-being of others, as much as we might wish, is not directly under our control. What we can control, however, is how well-equipped we are to offer help, support, and love to those around us. And that starts with taking care of ourselves. Think of it this way. When you are well-rested, healthy, and at peace, how much more patient, understanding, and present are you for the people in your life? How much more effectively can you contribute to their well-being? This is not just about physical health, it's about mental and emotional resilience, about having the internal resources to be compassionate, offer wise counsel, and be a source of stability and strength for others. So, how do we balance this? How do we ensure that we are not neglecting our own needs in the process of helping others? It starts with recognizing that self-care is not a luxury or an afterthought. It's a necessity. It means setting aside time for things that replenish us, whether it's exercise, meditation, reading, or simply spending a few quiet moments alone. It means setting boundaries and being okay with saying no when we need to. And it means doing these things not out of self-indulgence, but out of a commitment to be our best selves for the people we care about. I challenge you to think of a way to prioritize your own well-being this week. Maybe it's committing to a daily walk, setting aside time for a hobby you love, or establishing boundaries around your work hours. Whatever it is, remember that this act of self-care is not just for you. It's a way to ensure that when you show up for others, you are presenting the best version of yourself. Stoicism teaches us the importance of seeing ourselves objectively. What does that mean? It means recognizing and accepting our strengths as openly as we acknowledge our areas for improvement. It's about understanding our value in a balanced and fair way. Why do we struggle with accepting compliments? Often it's because we are viewing ourselves through a distorted lens. We might be focusing too much on our imperfections, or perhaps we are conditioned to believe that acknowledging our strengths in some way makes us arrogant. But here's a Stoic perspective to consider. Humility is not about denying our strengths. It's about acknowledging them in a grounded and realistic way. It's about seeing ourselves as we truly are, without the embellishments of the ego or the shadows of insecurity. Stoicism teaches us that our value is not diminished by recognizing our achievements and strengths. In fact, graciously accepting compliments is a way to practice self-awareness and objectivity, allowing us to see the virtues we possess and the efforts we have made, giving us a clearer understanding of our true selves. When someone compliments us, they are often recognizing something genuine in us, something worthy of praise. Dismissing these moments deprives us of the opportunity to see ourselves through the eyes of another person, to understand our impact on the world around us. So, how do we get better at accepting compliments? It starts with adjusting our mindset. When someone offers you a compliment, try to see it as a mirror being held up to your virtues and efforts. Instead of deflecting, take a moment to consider the truth in their words. You can practice simply saying, "Thank you," without minimization, without deflection, just gratitude for the recognition of your efforts and qualities. Furthermore, Stoicism encourages us to use these moments as opportunities for reflection. Ask yourself, what did I do to deserve this compliment? How does it reflect my virtues and efforts? This isn't about feeding the ego, but about understanding and recognizing the part of you that is capable of excellence and impact. Have you ever found yourself faced with a choice, perhaps seemingly simple, but found yourself paralyzed, unable to decide? This hesitation, this fear of making the wrong choice, is more than just indecision. It reflects a deeper issue, a lack of confidence in oneself. It's as if we're on the edge of a diving board, looking down at the pool below, knowing we need to jump, but unable to take the leap. Stoicism offers a lantern in this fog of indecision, teaching us that the essence of wise decision-making is not in guaranteeing outcomes, but in basing our choices on wisdom and reason. Stoicism reminds us that while we cannot control the outcome of our decisions, we have total control over the decision-making process. It's about aligning our choices with our values, acting with integrity, and accepting the results, whatever they may be, as part of the natural flow of life. Why do we fear making decisions? Often it's because we fear making the wrong choice, leading to results we perceive as failures or mistakes. However, Stoicism invites us to reframe our understanding of mistakes and failures. In the Stoic view, every outcome is an opportunity for learning and growth. There are no failures, only lessons. This perspective encourages us to trust ourselves, to make decisions with courage and confidence, knowing that regardless of the outcome, it will contribute to our development and understanding. But how do we cultivate this confidence in ourselves? How do we strengthen our decision-making muscles? It starts with embracing wisdom and reason. Before making a decision, take a moment to reflect. Is this choice aligned with my values? Am I acting with integrity? By grounding your decisions in your core values and reason, you ensure that, regardless of the outcome, your choice was made with the best intentions and understanding you had at the time. Stoicism teaches the importance of accepting and learning from the results of our decisions. Each outcome, whether it's what we hoped for or not, contains valuable insights. It's an invitation to reflect, to understand what worked, what didn't, and how we can apply these lessons moving forward. This process of reflection and learning reassures us that we are capable of navigating the uncertain waters of life, making decisions that reflect our values and growing from each experience. Stoicism teaches us the art of discernment, especially regarding where we direct our mental energy. It tells us that obsessing over our failures and mistakes, chastising ourselves for every misstep, is like trying to navigate a boat while ignoring the wind and tides. We're focusing on the wrong things. Stoic wisdom begs us to recognize that perfection is an illusion, an unattainable mirage. The goal, instead, is progress, continuous and deliberate steps towards becoming better versions of ourselves. Why do we fall into the trap of excessive self-criticism? Often it's because we're measuring ourselves against impossible standards we wouldn't dream of applying to another person. We forget that being human inherently means being fallible, making mistakes, and most importantly, having the capacity to learn and grow from them. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote to this self-imposed tyranny, the practice of self-compassion and the pursuit of progress over perfection. Self-compassion, from a Stoic point of view, is not about pampering ourselves or making excuses for our failures. It's about treating ourselves with the same kindness, understanding and forgiveness we would offer to a good friend. Recognizing that setbacks are not indicators of character failure, but part of the human experience. When we stumble, the Stoic response is not to chastise ourselves, but to ask, what can I learn from this? How can I grow? Adopting this mindset requires a shift in how we perceive our journey. Every effort, every attempt, even those that do not yield the results we hoped for, is a step forward. Progress, not perfection, becomes our mantra. This does not mean that we become complacent or indifferent to improvement. On the contrary, it means that we pursue it more fervently, but with the wisdom to know that growth is often non-linear, filled with challenges, and beautifully imperfect. Why is it so easy to fall into the comparison trap? Part of it is inherent in human nature. We have a natural tendency to measure our own value and achievements against those of people around us. But in the age of social media, this inclination is amplified to an unprecedented degree. We are bombarded with snapshots of others' lives that seem to show only the peaks, never the valleys, leading us to question the value and significance of our own experiences. Stoicism offers a potent antidote to this malaise, the cultivation of self-awareness and gratitude for our own journey. It encourages us to redirect our gaze inward, to focus on our personal growth, virtues, and the progress we have made. Stoicism does not advocate for isolation or indifference towards others, but promotes the idea of inspiration instead of comparison. It teaches us to admire the virtues and successes of others without diminishing our own value or progress. How can we apply Stoic principles to combat the comparison trap? First, by practicing mindfulness and catching ourselves when we start comparing our behind the scenes with someone else's highlight reel. It's a reminder to ourselves that social media is a curated gallery, not an accurate reflection of everyday life. Secondly, Stoicism teaches us the value of focusing on what is within our control, our efforts, our attitudes, our virtues. These are the seeds from which our unique journey grows. By focusing on nurturing these seeds, we cultivate a garden rich with personal meaning, independent of external validation or comparison. Lastly, gratitude plays a crucial role. By cultivating gratitude for our own experiences, challenges, and achievements, we anchor ourselves in the present and appreciate the richness of our own lives. This does not mean that we become complacent. On the contrary, it empowers us to seek improvement and growth from a place of contentment, not inadequacy. As we navigate through the wisdom of Stoicism, let us carry with us the understanding that our lives are canvases on which we have the power to paint with the vibrant colors of virtue, resilience, and happiness. Remember, you are the architect of your own destiny, the sculptor of your own happiness. The path may be strewn with challenges, but it is also aligned with the potential for immense growth, joy, and fulfillment. You are deserving of happiness, capable of achieving your dreams, and worthy of all the love and success that comes your way. I encourage you to watch the suggested video on the screen, diving deeper into historical practices that can transform your life, offering insights and strategies for living with intention and joy. If this conversation resonated with you, if it sparked a flame of recognition or curiosity within your heart, I ask that you like and share this video with your friends. Let's spread the wisdom of Stoicism widely, empowering others to recognize their value and pursue their happiness with courage and conviction. Thank you for joining us today in the discipline of Stoicism. Until next time, live courageously, love deeply, and seek the joy that is your birthright. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. Welcome to this video where we'll explore the relationship between emotional intelligence, maturity, and Stoicism. In today's fast-paced world, the ability to manage emotions, both our own and others, is a crucial skill that sets the foundation for stronger relationships, better decision-making, and personal growth. Emotional intelligence, EI, plays a key role in this, and when combined with the wisdom of ancient Stoicism, it forms a powerful toolkit for navigating life and composure. Throughout this video, we'll delve into 10 key signs that demonstrate you are a mature and emotionally intelligent person. But we won't stop there. We'll compare these signs with Stoic teachings, revealing how the two philosophies align seamlessly to help you lead a more intentional and virtuous life. What's particularly interesting is how some of the less-known Stoic principles enhance these qualities, offering timeless wisdom for modern living. We'll start by laying a foundation of what emotional intelligence is, how it benefits you, and then transition to the specific signs of maturity and emotional wisdom. By the end of this journey, you'll not only recognize these traits in yourself, but also gain tools to further develop them through Stoic practices. So, let's begin by understanding emotional intelligence in depth. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. What is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence, often abbreviated as EI, refers to the ability to recognize, understand, and manage both your own emotions and the emotions of others. According to the psychologist Daniel Goleman, who popularized the concept, emotional intelligence can be broken down into 5 essential components. 1. Self-awareness, the ability to recognize and understand your own emotions. 2. Self-regulation, the capacity to manage your emotions, even in challenging situations. 3. Motivation, using emotional energy constructively to pursue goals and persist through obstacles. 4th, empathy, the ability to understand the emotions of others and respond appropriately. 5. Social skills, effective communication and managing relationships with others. Emotional intelligence can greatly enhance your life. It improves your ability to build meaningful relationships, handle stress, make sound decisions, and maintain emotional balance during tough times. It also contributes to resilience, the quality that allows you to bounce back from adversity. In essence, emotionally intelligent people are better equipped to navigate the complexities of life because they possess the emotional clarity and self-control needed to stay grounded. How emotional intelligence helps you. When you develop emotional intelligence, you open doors to a more peaceful, centered existence. Here are a few ways it impacts your life positively. Better relationships. By understanding and managing emotions, you are better able to connect with others. This strengthens relationships, reduces conflicts, and fosters trust. Increased resilience. Emotional intelligence helps you manage stress and bounce back from setbacks. The ability to keep your emotions in check allows you to navigate tough situations with a level-headed approach. Improved decision-making. With emotional clarity comes better decision-making. You can separate your feelings from your thoughts and make more rational choices. Greater leadership skills. EI is a cornerstone of effective leadership. Whether you're managing a team or simply trying to influence others, understanding emotions helps you guide people in a constructive direction. Now that we've laid the foundation of emotional intelligence, let's move forward to explore how this connects with the Stoic philosophy. Introduction to Stoicism. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy that originated in Greece and later thrived in Rome. Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus believed in living a virtuous life guided by reason. They emphasized the importance of focusing on what we can control while accepting what we cannot. The Stoic pursuit of inner peace, resilience, and wisdom aligns remarkably well with emotional intelligence. However, while Stoicism is often associated with mental toughness and detachment, it also offers profound insights into emotional awareness and empathy. Many lesser-known Stoic principles directly correlate with modern understandings of emotional intelligence, making the ancient teachings highly relevant today. In this video, we'll explore these connections through the 10 signs of emotional intelligence and maturity. Let's start with the first sign. Nutta from. Sign 1. You are aware of your emotions. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of emotional intelligence. It's the ability to recognize and understand your emotions in real time, giving you the clarity to make decisions that aren't purely reactive. Emotionally mature individuals are keenly aware of their internal emotional landscape and understand how their feelings influence their thoughts and behavior. In Stoic philosophy, this concept aligns with the principle of oikeiosis, or self-perception and self-awareness. The Stoics taught that by cultivating an understanding of the self, we can better align our actions with nature and reason. For the Stoics, self-awareness was the first step toward living a virtuous and meaningful life. They believed that understanding one's emotions, without becoming overwhelmed by them, was essential for self-mastery. The more aware you are of your emotions, the less likely you are to be controlled by them. This awareness allows you to reflect before acting, giving you the power to shape your responses in a way that aligns with your values and long-term goals. Sign 2. You control your reactions. The ability to regulate emotions is a defining trait of emotional intelligence. People who can control their reactions, even in stressful situations, show a high degree of emotional maturity. Instead of reacting impulsively to anger, frustration, or stress, emotionally intelligent people pause, reflect, and choose a response that aligns with their values and the situation's needs. In Stoicism, this is reflected in the principle of aphileia, which translates to simplicity in thought and action. The Stoics believed that living simply, without unnecessary emotional entanglements, was key to maintaining peace of mind. By stripping away excess emotional reactions, one can focus on what truly matters and remain calm in the face of life's challenges. Self-regulation doesn't mean suppressing emotions, but managing them in a way that benefits you and those around you. It's about responding to life's difficulties with composure and thoughtful action rather than emotional outbursts. This level of control allows you to maintain inner harmony, even when the world around you is chaotic. Sign 3. You understand the emotions of others. Empathy. Empathy is one of the most powerful components of emotional intelligence. It's the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, allowing for deeper and more meaningful connections. Emotionally intelligent people don't just sympathize with others. They can put themselves in others' shoes and respond with compassion. This concept is closely tied to the Stoic principle of sympathia, or the idea that all human beings are interconnected. The Stoics believed that our fates are intertwined, and we should strive to understand and support one another. For Marcus Aurelius, recognizing this interconnectedness was key to developing patience, empathy, and a sense of duty toward others. When you practice empathy, you strengthen your relationships and improve your social skills, which in turn enhances your emotional intelligence. It's a virtuous cycle. Understanding others' emotions helps you navigate social situations with more ease and thoughtfulness, creating stronger, more harmonious interactions. Sign 4. You accept what is outside of your control. Acceptance is one of the most powerful signs of emotional maturity. Emotionally intelligent individuals understand that not everything in life is within their control. They focus their energy on what they can change, while accepting the rest with grace and composure. This prevents unnecessary stress and frustration over things that are beyond their influence. This concept directly relates to the Stoic principle of the dichotomy of control. According to the Stoics, the world is divided into two categories: things we can control, our own thoughts, actions, and responses, and things we cannot control, external events, other people's opinions, and outcomes. By focusing only on what's within our control, we can achieve peace of mind and emotional stability. The ability to accept what you cannot control is crucial for maintaining inner peace and emotional resilience. When you stop trying to change the unchangeable, you free up mental energy for the things that truly matter: your actions, your character, and your emotional well-being. Sign 5. You take responsibility for your actions. Emotionally intelligent people understand the importance of personal responsibility. They own up to their mistakes, learn from them, and work to improve themselves without blaming others. This maturity leads to stronger relationships, more trust, and greater personal growth. In Stoicism, taking responsibility for one's actions is at the heart of cultivating virtue. Stoics believed that while we cannot control external events, we can always control our reactions to them. Responsibility and ownership of virtue was central to their philosophy. Seneca, in particular, emphasized the importance of holding ourselves accountable for our actions and decisions, rather than blaming external circumstances. This level of responsibility empowers you to take charge of your emotional growth. By acknowledging your role in every situation, you open yourself up to improvement and develop a more resilient, grounded sense of self. Nanasiwam. Sign 6. You're comfortable with silence and reflection. One of the less obvious signs of emotional maturity is the ability to sit in silence and reflect on one's thoughts and actions. Emotionally intelligent people don't shy away from solitude. Instead, they use it as an opportunity for self-reflection and growth. Silence becomes a space where they can process emotions, gain clarity, and prepare for future challenges. This is closely related to the Stoic concept of euthymia, which refers to a state of inner calm and contentment. The Stoics valued moments of quiet reflection as essential for developing clarity of thought and maintaining tranquility in the face of life's uncertainties. By regularly practicing reflection, they believed one could cultivate a sense of inner peace that remains unshaken by external events. Being comfortable with silence allows you to process your emotions without distraction. It's a sign of emotional intelligence and maturity because it shows that you are willing to engage with your inner world and develop a deeper understanding of yourself. Through reflection, you gain insights that help you navigate life with more purpose and emotional stability. As we continue to explore the signs of emotional intelligence, it's essential to look at how lesser-known Stoic principles can elevate these qualities. While Stoicism is often associated with high-profile ideas like the dichotomy of control or memento mori, there are several nuanced teachings that deeply resonate with emotional intelligence. In this section, we'll delve into the remaining signs of emotional maturity and how these hidden gems of Stoicism enhance them. Sign 7. You focus on long-term growth over short-term satisfaction. One hallmark of emotional maturity is the ability to delay gratification and prioritize long-term goals over fleeting, short-term desires. Emotionally intelligent people understand that meaningful growth often requires patience and sacrifice. They are able to resist temptations that offer instant rewards but might jeopardize their larger objectives. This type of foresight allows individuals to cultivate discipline and achieve sustained success in personal and professional realms. In Stoic philosophy, this is closely aligned with the practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. Stoics believed in mentally preparing themselves for challenges and hardships before they occur, which helped them build resilience against temptations and emotional triggers. By anticipating the obstacles ahead, they were better equipped to make thoughtful, disciplined choices in pursuit of long-term goals rather than succumbing to short-term desires. A good example comes from the writings of Seneca, who frequently advised his students to practice living without luxuries, not because wealth or comfort was inherently bad, but because overindulgence in fleeting pleasures distracted from the pursuit of virtue and wisdom. In modern terms, this aligns with the idea of resisting emotional impulsiveness, instead focusing on the bigger picture. For those who embody emotional intelligence, this long-term perspective is key in guiding behavior toward meaningful outcomes. Sign 8. You find peace in nature and the present moment. Emotionally intelligent individuals have a unique ability to find peace in the present moment. They can detach from the noise of the world and appreciate the simple beauty of life, often finding solace in nature or mindfulness practices. This ability to be present, coupled with the realization that happiness isn't found in material possessions or external accomplishments, signifies deep emotional maturity. The Stoic concept of living according to nature captures this perfectly. For the Stoics, living in harmony with nature was central to a virtuous life. This didn't simply refer to nature in the ecological sense, but also meant aligning oneself with the natural order of the universe, accepting what happens with grace and humility, knowing that everything unfolds as it should. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on nature's capacity to bring peace and clarity to his mind. In his Meditations, he would marvel at the effortless beauty of natural phenomena and use them as reminders of the grander scheme of life, which is largely beyond human control. By embracing nature's simplicity, the Stoics taught us to appreciate the present moment, free from emotional turbulence. When we look at emotional intelligence today, people who can detach from the materialistic chase and find contentment in simpler things, like a walk in the park or quiet reflection, are practicing an emotionally mature form of living according to nature. This trait not only strengthens emotional stability, but also promotes a deeper sense of gratitude and mindfulness. Sign 9. You handle criticism with grace. Handling criticism with grace is a true test of emotional maturity. Emotionally intelligent people understand that criticism, whether constructive or harsh, is part of life. Instead of letting negative feedback damage their self-esteem or provoke defensive reactions, they use it as an opportunity for growth. They recognize that not all criticism is valid, but when it is, they are open to change and improvement. The Stoic principle that correlates with this trait is the indifference to praise and criticism. Stoics believed that external validation, whether positive or negative, should not disturb one's inner tranquility. According to them, praise and criticism are external opinions over which we have no control. What matters is our internal state and whether our actions align with virtue. Epictetus, in his Discourses, frequently reminded his students that the opinions of others should not define their sense of self. Emotionally intelligent individuals adopt a similar mindset. They know that their worth is not determined by external judgments, but by how well they align with their personal values and principles. When we adopt this Stoic approach, we become more resilient in the face of criticism. Instead of seeking constant approval from others or being crushed by negative feedback, we develop a stable core, guided by our inner sense of purpose and virtue. Emotionally intelligent people can filter out the noise of others' opinions, focusing instead on their own path to improvement. Sign 10. You stay composed during conflict. Conflict is a natural part of life, whether it arises in personal relationships or in professional settings. Emotionally intelligent individuals distinguish themselves by their ability to remain composed and rational during these moments. Rather than allowing emotions like anger or frustration to take control, they maintain a calm demeanor, focusing on finding solutions rather than escalating tensions. In Stoic terms, this is captured by the principle of ataraxia, which refers to a state of freedom from emotional disturbance. The Stoics believed that external events and conflicts are often beyond our control, but how we respond to them is within our power. Achieving ataraxia meant maintaining inner calm, even when faced with adversity, criticism, or conflict. Marcus Aurelius, as a Roman emperor, faced immense pressures and conflicts, yet he consistently practiced maintaining a composed and measured response to even the most difficult situations. In his Meditations, he writes about the importance of pausing before reacting to external provocations, allowing reason to guide his actions rather than emotional impulse. Emotional intelligence, similarly, emphasizes composure during conflict. Emotionally mature individuals take a step back, assess the situation calmly, and respond in a way that de-escalates tensions while remaining true to their values. This emotional control not only resolves conflicts more effectively, but also fosters a sense of trust and respect from others. Now that we've explored the signs of emotional intelligence and how Stoic principles align with them, let's turn to practical steps for cultivating these traits in your own life. Stoicism offers a rich toolbox for developing emotional intelligence, helping us become more self-aware, composed, and empathetic individuals. In this section, we'll cover specific Stoic practices that can help you enhance your emotional intelligence. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better every day" so I know you reached this far, and don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Practical exercises to improve emotional intelligence. The first step to developing emotional intelligence is improving self-awareness. In Stoicism, self-awareness is considered a foundational element of wisdom. By regularly checking in with yourself and monitoring your emotional state, you can better understand how your emotions influence your actions and decisions. Stoic exercise. 1. Daily reflection, evening meditation. The Stoics, particularly Seneca, emphasized the importance of evening reflection. At the end of each day, they would take time to reflect on their actions, thoughts, and emotions. This practice helps cultivate self-awareness by forcing you to review where you acted emotionally or irrationally during the day and where you upheld your values. How to practice. At the end of the day, spend 5 to 10 minutes reflecting on your actions and emotional responses. Ask yourself, where did I let emotions control me today? What could I have done differently? Use this reflection to set goals for emotional improvement the next day. Affirm, building resilience against emotional triggers. One of the main goals of emotional intelligence is learning how to regulate emotions effectively, especially during stressful or triggering situations. In Stoicism, this is akin to building resilience against external events that might disturb our inner peace. Stoic exercise. 2. Negative visualization. Negative visualization, or praemeditatio malorum, involves imagining the worst-case scenarios that could occur. This helps prepare your mind to deal with adversity by reducing the shock or emotional turmoil that might accompany such events. How to practice. Take a few minutes each morning to visualize challenges you might face during the day, such as conflicts at work or personal setbacks. Ask yourself, how will I handle these situations calmly and rationally? This mental preparation helps you regulate emotions when these events actually occur, allowing you to maintain composure and emotional control. Improving emotional regulation with Stoic teachings. Learning how to regulate emotions in real time is crucial for emotional intelligence. While mindfulness can help increase awareness, Stoicism provides specific techniques to maintain composure in difficult situations. Stoic exercise. 3. Cognitive distancing. Cognitive distancing is a Stoic technique that involves mentally stepping back from emotional reactions to see them for what they are, temporary and often irrational responses. By creating this mental space, you can evaluate situations more objectively. How to practice. When you feel a strong emotion, like anger or frustration, take a moment to pause and observe the feeling without acting on it. Remind yourself that emotions are just temporary responses to external stimuli. By distancing yourself from the emotion, you can respond more thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. This practice helps you maintain emotional control in high-stress situations, a critical aspect of both Stoicism and emotional intelligence. Cultivating empathy and social skills with Stoicism. Empathy and social skills are at the core of emotional intelligence, allowing us to connect meaningfully with others. Stoicism, while often associated with self-discipline and rationality, also places significant value on interpersonal relationships and understanding others. Stoic exercise. 4. Voluntary discomfort. One of the lesser-known Stoic practices is voluntary discomfort, purposely embracing situations of discomfort to build empathy for others. By experiencing discomfort yourself, you cultivate a deeper understanding of others' suffering and develop emotional resilience. How to practice. Periodically expose yourself to small, controlled discomforts, such as fasting for a day or sleeping on the floor. Reflect on how these experiences might give you insight into the challenges faced by others. This practice fosters empathy by encouraging you to understand and relate to the struggles of others. When combined with emotional intelligence, this Stoic exercise strengthens your capacity for empathy and improves your ability to connect with others on a deeper level. As we've seen, emotional intelligence and Stoicism are deeply intertwined, each reinforcing the other. By integrating Stoic practices into your emotional intelligence journey, you unlock additional benefits that not only improve your internal state, but also impact your external world. In this section, we'll explore the wide-ranging benefits of combining emotional intelligence with Stoic principles and how this synthesis can elevate your relationships, mental resilience, decision-making, and personal growth. Improved relationships. One of the most immediate benefits of emotional intelligence is the enhancement of personal and professional relationships. Emotionally intelligent individuals understand the nuances of emotions, both their own and others, and this awareness helps them navigate social interactions with greater skill. By incorporating Stoic principles like sympathia, the Stoic idea of interconnectedness and empathy, emotionally intelligent people develop a more profound sense of compassion and understanding toward others. Recognizing that everyone is part of a larger whole leads to better communication, stronger bonds, and healthier relationships. This Stoic perspective encourages a mindset of collaboration rather than competition, fostering trust and openness. Stoicism also teaches the importance of indifference to external validation. By not relying on the opinions of others to shape your emotional state, you can enter relationships with a sense of inner confidence and stability. This emotional self-sufficiency allows you to give more to your relationships because you're not dependent on external affirmation to feel fulfilled. Increased resilience. Resilience, the ability to bounce back from setbacks and adversity, is a hallmark of both emotional intelligence and Stoicism. Emotionally intelligent people do not crumble under pressure. Instead, they manage their emotions and find constructive ways to move forward. Stoicism adds to this resilience with its concept of amor fati dia, or love of fate. This teaching encourages us to embrace everything that happens, good or bad, as a necessary part of life. By adopting this mindset, you can transform difficulties into opportunities for growth. Stoicism teaches that obstacles are not roadblocks, but stepping stones toward wisdom and strength. This perspective enables emotionally intelligent individuals to see challenges not as threats, but as tools for self-improvement. With this Stoic resilience, emotional setbacks, such as failure, criticism, or disappointment, lose their sting. Instead of being overwhelmed by adversity, you learn to approach each obstacle with calm determination, accepting the situation as part of your journey. Better decision-making. Emotionally intelligent individuals are adept at making sound decisions, not because they suppress emotions, but because they understand them. Emotional intelligence allows you to factor in emotions without letting them dictate the outcome, leading to more balanced and well-considered choices. Stoicism complements this by teaching the importance of reason as the guiding force in all decisions. The Stoics believed that a clear, rational mind is essential for making choices that are aligned with virtue and purpose. By applying the Stoic practice of cognitive distancing, separating your immediate emotional reactions from the objective facts of a situation, you can make decisions that are both emotionally intelligent and deeply rational. In Stoicism, decision-making is also closely linked to the dichotomy of control. When faced with a difficult decision, Stoics remind themselves to focus only on what they can control. By applying this framework, emotionally intelligent individuals can avoid getting caught up in worries about external outcomes or other people's reactions, and instead focus on what they can influence, namely, their actions and attitudes. Personal growth and virtue. One of the ultimate goals of Stoicism is the pursuit of virtue, which Stoics believed was the highest good and the key to a meaningful life. Emotional intelligence plays a significant role in this pursuit by helping individuals navigate their internal world with greater clarity and purpose. When you are emotionally intelligent, you can better align your thoughts, actions, and emotions with your core values. By integrating Stoic teachings into your emotional intelligence journey, you deepen your commitment to personal growth and virtue. Stoicism teaches that true happiness and fulfillment come from living a life in accordance with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These four cardinal virtues provide a moral framework that can guide your emotional intelligence, helping you grow not just emotionally, but also morally and ethically. With a Stoic approach to emotional intelligence, personal growth is not just about improving your emotional regulation or social skills. It's about becoming a better person in the most profound sense. By practicing Stoic principles like self-reflection and emotional discipline, you align your emotional intelligence with a higher purpose, striving for excellence in all areas of life. Developing emotional intelligence is a lifelong journey, and it's natural to encounter obstacles along the way. Whether it's impulsive reactions, negative self-talk, or difficulty understanding others' emotions, these challenges can slow your progress. However, Stoicism offers a wealth of practical tools for overcoming these roadblocks and continuing your growth toward emotional maturity. Nandu. Common obstacles to emotional intelligence. 1. Impulsivity. Many people struggle with impulsive emotional reactions, especially in high-stress situations. Whether it's anger, frustration, or anxiety, these emotions can quickly take over, leading to decisions you might later regret. 2. Self-doubt. Emotional intelligence requires confidence in your ability to manage your emotions, but self-doubt can sabotage this. Doubting your ability to handle emotions or social situations can lead to avoidance and insecurity. 3. Overwhelm. With so many emotional stimuli in modern life, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. Managing multiple stresses, emotions, and relationships can leave you feeling exhausted and out of control. How Stoicism helps overcome these challenges. 1.1. Impulsivity. Stoicism teaches pausing before reacting, a technique that is essential for overcoming impulsive reactions. By taking a moment to breathe and reflect before responding to a situation, you allow your rational mind to catch up with your emotional state. This simple practice helps prevent impulsive decisions driven by temporary emotions. 2. Self-doubt. The Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control is an antidote to self-doubt. When you remind yourself that you can control only your own actions and not external events, you free yourself from the burden of worrying about things beyond your influence. This empowers you to take control of your emotional responses and feel more confident in your emotional intelligence. 3. Overwhelm. Stoicism's emphasis on simplifying your life can help manage feelings of overwhelm. The Stoics believed in focusing only on what is essential, a practice that aligns well with emotional intelligence. By cutting out unnecessary distractions and obligations, you can create mental space to focus on managing your emotions and relationships effectively. Case studies: Stoicism in action. To illustrate how Stoicism can help overcome emotional challenges, let's look at a few historical and modern-day examples of individuals who applied Stoic principles in emotionally charged situations. First, Marcus Aurelius. As Emperor of Rome, Marcus Aurelius faced immense pressures, from military conflicts to political betrayals. Yet, in his meditations, we see how he used Stoic principles like the dichotomy of control and ataraxia to maintain emotional stability, even in the most challenging situations. His writings offer a blueprint for how to stay composed and rational under intense stress. 2. Viktor Frankl. Holocaust survivor. Viktor Frankl, influenced by Stoic thought, famously wrote that while we cannot control what happens to us, we can control how we respond. His experiences in concentration camps showed how powerful emotional resilience could be in the face of unimaginable adversity. Frankl's ability to maintain inner freedom, even in the darkest circumstances, is a testament to the power of Stoic emotional intelligence. 3. Modern leaders and athletes. Many modern leaders and athletes practice Stoicism to maintain emotional composure in high-pressure situations. From CEOs who must make quick, impactful decisions to athletes who face intense competition, Stoic practices like cognitive distancing and self-reflection have proven invaluable in maintaining emotional control and resilience. Conclusion and final reflections. In this video, we've explored the profound relationship between emotional intelligence and Stoicism, two powerful frameworks for personal growth. We identified 10 signs of emotional maturity and discussed how Stoic principles align with each one, offering practical strategies for enhancing emotional intelligence. From the ability to remain calm in conflict to understanding and managing your own emotions, Stoicism provides timeless wisdom that can enrich your emotional life. By applying Stoic practices such as cognitive distancing, daily reflection, and the acceptance of things beyond your control, you can elevate your emotional intelligence and lead a more intentional, fulfilling life. These tools not only improve your relationships and decision-making, but also guide you toward a life of virtue and purpose. Remember, developing emotional intelligence is a lifelong journey, and Stoicism offers a path toward continuous improvement. By incorporating these philosophies into your daily routine, you can build resilience, foster stronger connections, and live a life grounded in wisdom and emotional clarity. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of emotional intelligence through the lens of Stoicism. I hope this video has inspired you to reflect on your own emotional maturity and take steps to enhance it through these ancient yet highly relevant teachings. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more content on emotional intelligence, Stoicism, and personal development. Stay resilient, stay wise, and keep striving for excellence in all areas of life. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. Welcome to today's video, where we're diving into the powerful world of Stoicism and how it can shape your mornings for a better, more fulfilling life. Now, mornings are often the most chaotic time of the day for many people. You might wake up feeling stressed, immediately check your phone, and rush through your routine. But what if your mornings could be a time of reflection, growth, and purpose? That's where Stoicism comes in. If you're not familiar, Stoicism is an ancient philosophy that emerged from Greece and later flourished in Rome. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus believed in a life guided by reason, virtue, and the acceptance of what we cannot control. But more than that, Stoicism is about action. It's about how we live every single day. And what better time to start living intentionally than in the morning? In this video, I'm going to walk you through 10 unique morning habits that are grounded in Stoic philosophy. These aren't your run-of-the-mill habits like journaling or meditation that you may already know. We're going to dig into some lesser-known practices that were followed by great Stoics and other historical figures who embodied the Stoic spirit. These habits will help you embrace discomfort, sharpen your mind, and start your day with purpose. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. So let's get into it, starting with the first habit. Wake with the perspective of the transient nature of time. Let's start with a practice that immediately shifts your perspective and sets a tone for your day. Memento mori, remembering that you will die. I know it sounds morbid, but in reality, this habit is one of the most liberating you can develop. Each morning, before you get out of bed, remind yourself that your time is limited. You only have so many days to live, and today could be your last. This was a central idea in Stoic philosophy, particularly in the writings of Seneca. In his famous work on the shortness of life, Seneca emphasized how we waste much of our time without realizing it. We live as if we have endless tomorrows, but in truth, time is slipping away. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest Stoic thinkers, started his mornings with this very reflection. He wrote in his Meditations about how we should live each day as if it were our last, not in a reckless way, but with a sense of urgency and purpose. Marcus Aurelius ruled one of the greatest empires in history, but even he didn't take a single day for granted. When you wake up, don't just hit the snooze button and drift through your morning routine. Instead, take a moment to remind yourself that time is fleeting. This practice isn't meant to fill you with dread. On the contrary, it's meant to help you appreciate every moment you have. When you understand that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on trivial things. You focus on what truly matters. How can you apply this? Start your morning by lying still for a minute or two and reflect on the fact that your time is finite. Ask yourself, if this were my last day, what would I want to accomplish? Use that reflection to prioritize your day. The tasks that don't matter will fall away, and the things that really make a difference will rise to the top of your list. This practice is powerful because it pushes you to take action and live fully in each moment. It's easy to get lost in daily distractions, but memento mori pulls you back to what's important. It builds a sense of urgency and appreciation, which can be the driving force behind everything you do throughout the day. Rehearse for obstacles. Next up is another core Stoic practice, but one that's not as commonly discussed: premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This habit is all about mentally preparing yourself for the difficulties that might arise during your day, even before you step out of bed. Picture this: you've just woken up, and before you get caught up in the rush of the day, you take a few moments to visualize the potential obstacles you might face. Maybe you anticipate a difficult meeting at work, a traffic jam, or a disagreement with a colleague. Instead of hoping these things won't happen, Stoicism encourages you to assume they will, and then plan how you'll respond calmly and effectively. Epictetus, one of the key figures in Stoicism, often emphasized that while we can't control external events, we can control how we respond to them. When we expect challenges, we aren't blindsided by them. Instead, we're prepared, and we maintain our composure when things don't go as planned. A great example of this practice comes from the life of Scipio Africanus, the famous Roman general. Although he wasn't a Stoic philosopher, His strategic approach to battle reflects this Stoic mindset. Before going into battle, Scipio would mentally rehearse the challenges he might face on the battlefield, the unexpected movements of the enemy, possible defeats, or the loss of soldiers. By doing this, he was always prepared for the worst and could adapt quickly when things didn't go according to plan. For you, this might mean anticipating an argument with a family member or visualizing a project at work not going smoothly. By imagining these scenarios in the morning and rehearsing your responses, you arm yourself with the mental strength to remain unfazed when things don't go as expected. How do you integrate this habit into your routine? It's simple. After you wake up, take a few minutes to scan your day. Ask yourself, what could go wrong today? But don't stop there. Also ask, how will I handle these situations with stoic calm and reason? By rehearsing these challenges in your mind, you will be better equipped to navigate them with grace and composure when they actually occur. This habit is like mental armor. It doesn't make the problems go away, but it helps you face them head-on without losing your peace of mind. In the chaos of life, premeditatio malorum helps you remain grounded and unshakable. Embrace voluntary discomfort. First thing now, let's dive into a habit that's all about building resilience: voluntary discomfort. The Stoics believed that exposing yourself to small, controlled discomforts made you stronger and more capable of handling bigger challenges down the road. In modern terms, we might call this resilience training. Seneca wrote extensively about the importance of practicing voluntary discomfort. He suggested that we should periodically deprive ourselves of luxuries to remind ourselves that we can live without them. This might mean sleeping on the floor for a night or fasting for a day. When we practice going without, we build mental and physical toughness. We realize that we don't need the things we've become so dependent on. Cato the Younger, one of the most respected Stoic figures, took this idea to heart. Despite his position as a prominent Roman senator, he deliberately wore simple, rough clothing and even walked barefoot through the streets to train himself to be indifferent to physical discomfort and public opinion. Cato's practice wasn't about showing off. It was about preparing his mind and body to endure hardships without complaint. So how can we apply this Stoic principle to our modern lives, especially in the morning? One way is through controlled physical discomfort, like taking a cold shower or exercising on an empty stomach. These small intentional discomforts force you out of your comfort zone and build resilience over time. Take a cold shower, for example. The moment that cold water hits your skin, your body wants to resist. But this is where Stoicism comes in. Instead of reacting with frustration or discomfort, you remain calm and accept it. You train your mind to stay composed in the face of adversity. Another way to practice this in the morning is by delaying breakfast. Try fasting for the first few hours of the day. This isn't just about physical health. It's about training your mind to control your cravings and impulses. By choosing to go without food for a short period, you remind yourself that you are in control of your desires, not the other way around. The beauty of this habit is that it's scalable. You don't need to start with extreme discomfort. You can begin with small steps, like turning the water slightly colder at the end of your shower or pushing your breakfast back by an hour. Over time, you'll find that these moments of voluntary discomfort strengthen your mental fortitude and help you remain steady when life throws bigger challenges your way. Conduct a brief sympathia meditation. As we continue building a Stoic morning routine, it's essential to expand your mind beyond your personal concerns and think of the bigger picture. That's where this next practice comes in, sympathia, or the understanding that all human beings and events are interconnected. This idea is central to Stoicism and can be a transformative way to start your day. Sympathia is the recognition that you are part of a larger whole, a web of interconnected people, nature, and events. The Stoics believed that by reminding ourselves of our place within this interconnected universe, we could cultivate compassion, patience, and a sense of duty to others. Marcus Aurelius frequently wrote about this in his Meditations, often reminding himself that his actions affect not only himself, but the entire community and the world. Starting your morning with a brief sympathia meditation helps broaden your perspective. Instead of focusing solely on your personal struggles or to-do list, this habit helps you remember that you are part of something larger than yourself. It shifts your mindset from a narrow, self-centered view to a more expansive, compassionate one. Imagine waking up and taking just 5 minutes to sit in stillness and reflect on your place in the universe. Think about how your actions today might ripple out to affect others, your family, your colleagues, even strangers. This reflection fosters a sense of shared responsibility and reminds you that we're all in this together. Historical examples of this practice include Marcus Aurelius, who often wrote about the importance of acting in service of the greater good. He saw himself not just as an emperor, but as a citizen of the world, responsible for the welfare of all. His decisions were not made in isolation, but with an understanding of their impact on the broader community. Why is this good for you? A daily sympathia meditation fosters a sense of connection and empathy, helping you navigate your day with more patience and compassion. It's easy to get caught up in your personal struggles, but this practice reminds you that your life is part of something much larger. It reduces feelings of isolation and self-centeredness, helping you approach life's challenges with a more balanced and generous mindset. To incorporate this habit into your morning routine, take a few minutes after waking up to reflect on your interconnectedness with others. You can sit quietly and think about how your actions today could benefit those around you. Consider your role within your family, community, and the world. This reflection helps you start your day with a sense of purpose and shared humanity, ready to contribute positively to the world around you. Fast until mid-morning. One of the central virtues of Stoicism is temperance, which refers to moderation and self-control. In the modern world, where instant gratification is everywhere, cultivating temperance is more important than ever. One way to practice this virtue in the morning is through intermittent fasting, a deliberate exercise in controlling your impulses. In Stoicism, temperance means not giving in to excess or allowing your desires to control you. Musonius Rufus, a Stoic philosopher and teacher of Epictetus, spoke frequently about the importance of self-discipline when it came to food and drink. He believed that by limiting your indulgences, you could strengthen your mind and body and become less dependent on external pleasures. For centuries, fasting has been a way to practice self-discipline. By delaying your first meal until mid-morning or even later, you train your body to live without immediate gratification. But more than that, you teach your mind to control your cravings. It's not about punishing yourself, it's about strengthening your willpower and reminding yourself that you don't need to give in to every desire. Musonius Rufus often recommended periods of fasting to his students as a way to exercise control over their desires. He believed that by mastering something as fundamental as hunger, you could learn to master other aspects of your life as well. In Stoic philosophy, controlling your impulses in small areas leads to greater self-mastery overall. Why is this habit good for you? Fasting not only strengthens your willpower, but also brings mental clarity. Many people find that when they fast, especially in the morning, they experience sharper focus and more energy. By practicing temperance first thing in the morning, you're setting a tone of self-discipline for the rest of your day. To apply this habit, try skipping breakfast or delaying it by a few hours. Drink water or tea to stay hydrated, but resist the urge to eat until later in the day. Use the time you would normally spend eating to reflect on your ability to control your desires. As you develop this practice, you'll find that it becomes easier to apply self-discipline in other areas of your life, from work to relationships. Perform a mental cognitive distancing exercise. One of the core teachings of Stoicism is the idea that we are not our thoughts or emotions. Epictetus famously said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." This next habit is about practicing cognitive distancing, the ability to observe your thoughts without becoming attached to them. When you wake up in the morning, it's easy to get swept away by thoughts of what's to come, a stressful meeting, an argument with a partner, or a looming deadline. But what if, instead of reacting to these thoughts, you took a step back and simply observed them? That's what cognitive distancing is all about. In Stoicism, the ability to distance yourself from your thoughts is a key to maintaining emotional equilibrium. Epictetus often encouraged his students to remind themselves that external events are neutral. It's only our internal judgments that give them emotional weight. When you practice cognitive distancing, you're training your mind to separate fact from emotion, allowing you to respond rationally rather than react impulsively. Take a moment after waking to observe your thoughts. Instead of getting lost in them or believing that every thought is a reflection of reality, remind yourself that they are just thoughts. They come and go, and they don't define you. This practice helps you maintain perspective and avoid getting caught up in negative emotions or unproductive thought patterns. A modern example of this can be found in the work of Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist who was influenced by Stoic principles. Frankl observed that even in the most horrific circumstances, humans have the power to choose how they respond. He famously said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response." Why is this habit good for you? Cognitive distancing helps you stay grounded and calm, even when stressful thoughts arise. It trains you to recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of your thoughts. This creates emotional distance, allowing you to respond to life's challenges with more clarity and control. To incorporate this habit, start your morning by sitting quietly and paying attention to your thoughts. When a thought arises, simply label it as a thought. Don't judge it or react to it. Just observe it and let it pass. This simple exercise will help you maintain emotional balance and a stoic calm throughout the day. Perform, practice, amor fati. Visualization. One of the most profound yet often overlooked Stoic principles is amor fati, or the love of fate. While Stoicism encourages accepting what happens in life, amor fati takes this a step further by teaching that we should not only accept our fate, but love it. This practice can be especially powerful when done in the morning as a way to mentally prepare for the day ahead. Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius both emphasize the importance of accepting whatever happens with grace and equanimity. But amor fati is about embracing your fate, no matter what it holds. Instead of merely tolerating difficulties, this principle encourages you to actively welcome them as necessary parts of your life's journey. When you love your fate, you see every experience, good or bad, as an opportunity for growth. In the morning after waking up, you can practice amor fati by visualizing not only the positive things that may happen throughout the day, but also the challenges. Visualize a difficult meeting, a frustrating commute, or an unexpected problem, and instead of dreading these events, imagine yourself welcoming them. This is your fate, and it's exactly what you need to become the person you are meant to be. Marcus Aurelius practiced this daily. In his meditations, he often reflected on the nature of fate and how everything that happens is for the greater good of the universe. By embracing what comes, he found peace in the chaos of ruling an empire. This mindset allowed him to handle the immense pressures of leadership without becoming overwhelmed or resentful. Why is this habit good for you? By practicing amor fati each morning, you cultivate resilience and optimism. You stop resisting the inevitable challenges of life and instead see them as opportunities to grow stronger. This mindset helps you approach each day with enthusiasm, knowing that whatever happens is meant to shape you into a better version of yourself. To apply this practice, spend a few minutes in the morning visualizing both the positive and negative events that might occur. As you do, repeat to yourself, "I love my fate, whatever it brings." This simple phrase will shift your mindset from resistance to acceptance, helping you face the day with stoic courage and optimism. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better" every day, so I know you reached this far, and don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Choose to dress simply. Cultivate indifference to vanity. Let's move on to a more practical yet philosophically deep morning habit, dressing simply. In the modern world, a lot of emphasis is placed on appearance. People spend countless hours and money on clothing, makeup, and accessories, often in pursuit of approval from others. But Stoicism teaches that true confidence comes from within, not from external appearances. By dressing simply, you can practice indifference to vanity and focus on what truly matters, your character. Seneca often wrote about the dangers of vanity. He argued that those who are overly concerned with their appearance are slaves to the opinions of others. To be free, we must detach ourselves from the need for external validation. One way to do this is by choosing simple, functional clothing that serves its purpose without drawing unnecessary attention. Cato the Younger, one of Stoicism's most famous practitioners, was known for his simple dress. He deliberately wore plain, rough clothing, even in public, as a way to cultivate humility and indifference to societal expectations. Cato's focus was on virtue and integrity, not on how he appeared to others. Why is this habit good for you? By dressing simply, you remind yourself that your value doesn't come from your appearance, but from your actions and character. This practice frees you from the need for external validation and helps you focus on what truly matters in life. To incorporate this habit, choose simple, functional clothing each morning. Don't overthink your outfit or worry about how others will perceive you. Instead, focus on practicality and modesty. By doing this, you'll cultivate a sense of inner confidence and indifference to vanity, a core Stoic principle. Visualize your role as a citizen of the world. Our next habit focuses on a concept the Stoics called cosmopolitanism, the idea that we are all citizens of the world. This practice involves taking a few moments in the morning to reflect on your broader role as part of humanity, reminding yourself that your actions affect not only those immediately around you, but people all over the globe. This mindset helps you cultivate empathy, responsibility, and a sense of duty toward others. The Stoic philosopher Heracles is best known for explaining cosmopolitanism through the metaphor of concentric circles. He taught that we should imagine ourselves at the center of a series of expanding circles. The first circle includes your immediate family, the next your community, then your country, and finally all of humanity. Stoicism encourages us to gradually expand our concern from the innermost circle to the outer ones, seeing ourselves as part of a larger global community. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, frequently wrote about the interconnectedness of all people and how we are all part of a greater whole. He believed that by keeping this perspective, we could rise above selfish concerns and act in service of the greater good. In the morning after waking, you can practice this global perspective by reflecting on how your actions today might impact not just yourself or those immediately around you, but people across the world. This practice is about seeing the bigger picture and remembering that your role in life goes beyond your personal sphere. For example, how does the way you treat people at work ripple out to affect their families and communities? How can you contribute to a more just and compassionate world? Why is this habit good for you? By starting your day with a reminder of your role as a global citizen, you cultivate a sense of shared responsibility. This helps you approach your daily interactions with more empathy and care, recognizing that your actions have far-reaching consequences. It also helps you overcome self-centered thinking and fosters a mindset of service to others. To incorporate this habit, take a few minutes each morning to reflect on your role in the larger world. Think about how your actions, decisions, and even your attitude affect the broader community. Visualize the concentric circles of your influence, from your immediate family to the world as a whole, and remind yourself of your responsibility to contribute positively. Morning, sunlight exposure. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is living in harmony with nature. The Stoics believed that aligning ourselves with the natural world is key to living a virtuous and fulfilling life. One simple yet powerful way to start aligning with nature is by exposing yourself to sunlight first thing in the morning. The Stoics viewed nature as a guiding force, and they believed that by observing and aligning with natural rhythms, we can live more peacefully and purposefully. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, often taught outdoors, embracing the elements as part of his philosophical practice. Marcus Aurelius also wrote about nature frequently in his Meditations, reminding himself that he was part of the natural order and should act accordingly. Morning sunlight is not only a way to connect with nature, but also a practical tool for regulating your body's internal clock, known as the circadian rhythm. Exposure to natural light in the morning helps reset your circadian rhythm, which improves sleep, boosts mood, and increases energy throughout the day. Why is this habit good for you? By stepping outside into the morning sunlight, you're not just waking up your body, you're also reminding yourself that you are part of the natural world. This simple practice helps you stay grounded, boosts your mood, and connects you with the Stoic principle of living in harmony with nature. To incorporate this habit, step outside for 10 to 15 minutes after waking. Spend this time in natural sunlight, whether you're taking a short walk or simply sitting quietly and observing your surroundings. Use this time to reflect on your connection to the world around you and remind yourself that you are part of the larger natural order. Set an intention for virtuous action, a morning mantra. In Stoicism, virtuous action is the path to a meaningful and fulfilling life. The Stoics believed that by living in accordance with virtue, specifically the four cardinal virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we can find happiness and peace of mind. A powerful way to set the tone for your day is by choosing a specific virtue to focus on and setting an intention to embody that virtue in your actions. This practice was used by the Stoics to ensure that their daily actions were aligned with their values. Marcus Aurelius, for example, often reflected on the importance of virtue in his morning routine, reminding himself to act with justice, courage, wisdom, and temperance in all his decisions as emperor. He would reflect on how each moment was an opportunity to live virtuously, regardless of the challenges he faced. In the modern world, setting an intention for virtuous action is a way to ground yourself in the principles that matter most. Instead of going through your day on autopilot, this practice helps you remain mindful of your values and encourages you to act with integrity. Why is this habit good for you? Setting a morning intention focused on virtue helps you stay aligned with your deepest values throughout the day. It reduces the likelihood of getting caught up in trivial concerns or reacting impulsively to challenges. Instead, you approach situations with clarity and purpose, guided by the virtue you've chosen to focus on. To apply this habit, start by choosing one of the 4 Stoic virtues each morning: wisdom, courage, justice, or temperance. For example, if you choose courage, you might remind yourself to be brave in the face of uncertainty or to speak up when it's necessary. If you choose temperance, you might focus on practicing self-control in your decisions. After selecting your virtue, spend a few moments repeating an intention or mantra to yourself, such as, "Today, I will act with wisdom in all I do." This will serve as a mental anchor, helping you navigate your day with virtue in mind. Nasa. Review your day in advance. Another powerful Stoic habit for the morning is what I like to call prospective reflection. While Stoicism is often associated with reflection at the end of the day, the morning offers a unique opportunity to look ahead and mentally prepare for what's to come. This practice is about taking a few moments to review the upcoming events, tasks, and interactions of the day, and preemptively planning how you will approach them with Stoic composure. Marcus Aurelius frequently used this technique in his Meditations. He would remind himself that throughout the day he would encounter difficult people, unexpected challenges, and temptations. By anticipating these events in advance, Marcus was better prepared to meet them with calm, rational responses instead of being swept away by emotion or frustration. This habit is similar to premeditatio malorum, which we discussed earlier, but it's more focused on positive action. Instead of just rehearsing potential difficulties, you are actively planning how you will embody Stoic virtues during your day. For example, if you know you have a stressful meeting later, you can decide in advance to approach it with patience and understanding. Or if you have a busy day ahead, you might remind yourself to stay focused and maintain your composure. Why is this habit good for you? By reviewing your day in advance, you reduce anxiety and mentally prepare yourself for the challenges ahead. This habit helps you maintain control over your emotions and ensures that your actions are aligned with your values and principles. Instead of reacting to events as they happen, you proactively decide how to handle them with Stoic wisdom. To incorporate this habit, spend a few minutes after waking up reviewing the key events of your day. Think about the interactions you will have, the tasks you need to complete, and any potential stresses. As you do, plan how you will approach each situation with patience, wisdom, and emotional control. This simple practice will set the tone for a calmer, more intentional day. Practice voluntary simplicity. The final habit in our Stoic morning routine is the practice of voluntary simplicity. This concept goes beyond dressing simply. It's about starting your day with as little complexity and excess as possible. The Stoics believed that unnecessary indulgence in luxuries and distractions leads to a cluttered mind, while simplicity fosters clarity and focus. Seneca, in his writings, emphasized the importance of living simply, warning against the dangers of overindulgence and material excess. He argued that true happiness comes not from accumulating wealth or possessions, but from cultivating a calm and focused mind. By practicing simplicity, we remind ourselves that we don't need external luxuries to be content. In modern life, starting your morning with simplicity might mean avoiding technology for the first hour, choosing not to clutter your space with unnecessary items, or keeping your morning routine as streamlined as possible. Instead of rushing through a hectic morning filled with distractions, you can deliberately create a calm, minimalist environment that helps you focus on what truly matters. Why is this habit good for you? Voluntary simplicity helps you clear mental and physical clutter, allowing you to start the day with focus and purpose. It encourages you to be more intentional about what you consume, whether that's food, media, or material possessions, and fosters a sense of contentment with less. To incorporate this habit, try reducing unnecessary distractions in your morning routine. For example, you might decide to keep your phone in another room during breakfast, or opt for a simple, nourishing meal instead of something more elaborate. Simplify your surroundings and focus on the essentials, whether that's spending time in quiet reflection or taking care of your most important tasks. By starting the day with simplicity, you cultivate a Stoic mindset of moderation and clarity. Conclusion: integrating Stoic wisdom into your morning. As we wrap up this video, let's take a moment to reflect on the 10 Stoic-based morning habits we've explored. These practices go beyond simple routines. They are deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy and designed to help you live a more intentional, virtuous life. From memento mori to practicing voluntary discomfort, each habit is meant to strengthen your mind, build resilience, and help you approach the day with clarity and purpose. By starting your day with these Stoic habits, you set a strong foundation for the rest of your day. You're more prepared to face challenges, more in control of your emotions, and more focused on what truly matters. Whether it's practicing gratitude, reflecting on your role as a citizen of the world, or embracing the natural world through sunlight exposure, each habit brings you closer to living in harmony with the Stoic principles of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Remember, these habits don't need to be overwhelming or time-consuming. Start small, maybe pick one or two to try this week, and gradually build from there. The key is consistency. The more you practice these habits, the more you will see the benefits in your daily life. Stoicism is about living with virtue and purpose, and there's no better time to start than in the morning. By integrating these practices into your routine, you're not just improving your mornings, you're cultivating a Stoic mindset that will carry you through every challenge and triumph the day brings. Thank you for joining me on this journey through Stoic morning habits. I hope these ideas inspire you to create a more mindful, intentional morning routine. Stay resilient and remember, you have everything within you to live with virtue and strength. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. In a world where we often face challenging situations that test our patience, judgment, and composure, mastering psychological techniques to handle these situations effectively can be incredibly empowering. Controlling a situation doesn't necessarily mean manipulating people. Instead, it involves understanding the dynamics of human behavior, anticipating reactions, and responding with clarity and insight. It means knowing how to influence interactions in a way that brings about the best possible outcome for everyone involved. Ancient philosophers like Epictetus, Laozi, and even more modern thinkers like Viktor Frankl have shown us how psychological strategies rooted in timeless philosophies can help us remain calm, composed, and in control. The techniques we'll be exploring today derive from these philosophies, integrating methods to help you build emotional resilience, cultivate awareness, and develop the ability to control various situations with grace and wisdom. Throughout this video, we'll dive into 11 powerful psychological techniques. These techniques draw from Stoicism, Taoism, existentialism, humanistic psychology, and even Buddhist teachings, all of which can help you gain the upper hand in difficult interactions. But remember, these aren't tricks to manipulate or deceive others. Instead, they are tools for cultivating a strong, grounded self that can handle whatever comes its way with integrity and intention. Not only will we discuss how to implement these techniques in daily life, but we'll also talk about how to recognize when someone else might be using them. This awareness can provide you with a level of insight that prevents you from being swayed or controlled by others and allows you to remain centered in any situation. Let's dive into these techniques, starting with one of the most foundational aspects of control and influence: emotional regulation through Stoicism. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. 1. Emotional regulation through Stoicism. The ability to manage and regulate your emotions is essential when it comes to influencing any situation. Emotions often act as internal guides, showing us what matters, but they can also cloud our judgment, especially when we're under pressure. The Stoics understood this all too well. Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers, taught that people are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them. What does this mean? Essentially, it's not the situations themselves that provoke emotional reactions, but rather our interpretations of those situations. In today's world, emotional regulation is more valuable than ever. Constant connectivity and the speed at which information flows often mean that we're bombarded by stimuli that trigger emotional responses. Practicing emotional regulation, as the Stoics did, allows you to remain calm and composed no matter what happens around you. This technique is especially useful in high-stress situations, like a confrontation at work or a difficult conversation with a loved one. Emotional regulation through Stoicism involves a few key practices: premeditation of adversity, reframing, and focusing on what you can control. The Stoics believed in a technique called premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This practice involves mentally preparing yourself for possible challenges before they happen. For example, if you have an important meeting or conversation coming up, you might take a few moments to imagine potential outcomes, both good and bad. By acknowledging these scenarios, you're less likely to be surprised or overwhelmed if things don't go as planned. Another core element is reframing. When something goes wrong, a Stoic asks themselves, how can I view this situation in a way that's constructive? Imagine you're caught in heavy traffic on the way to an important event. Instead of allowing frustration to build, you could reframe the situation as an opportunity to practice patience or catch up on an inspiring audiobook. By actively choosing a new perspective, you control how you experience the situation, thus maintaining emotional equilibrium. Finally, there's the principle of controlling what you can and letting go of the rest. The Stoics taught that the only things we truly control are our own actions, thoughts, and responses. Everything else, whether it's another person's reaction, the weather, or unexpected delays, is beyond our control. By focusing solely on what you can influence, you conserve your energy and remain resilient, even in the face of difficulties. Emotional regulation is incredibly versatile and can be applied in nearly any situation. In professional settings, it's particularly useful during high-stakes meetings, presentations, or negotiations, where staying calm and collected can give you a strategic advantage. For instance, in a negotiation, the more composed you are, the more likely you'll be to listen actively, think critically, and respond effectively. It's equally valuable in personal relationships, where emotions often run high. If you're having a heated discussion with a partner, practicing emotional regulation can help you keep the conversation constructive rather than reactive. By keeping your emotions in check, you're more likely to communicate with empathy and find common ground. Now, it's not just about using this technique yourself. It's also essential to recognize when someone else is using it. If you notice that someone remains exceptionally calm in a stressful situation or appears unfazed by external chaos, it could be a sign they're practicing emotional regulation. Another clue is if they're quick to reframe setbacks or see them as opportunities. When you observe someone who doesn't easily react or get flustered, they're likely applying Stoic principles to control the situation. 2. The power of silence, from Taoism. Silence is often underrated in a culture that celebrates constant communication and instant responses. Yet, silence can be a profound tool for influence and control. Taoism, an ancient Chinese philosophy, teaches that true power often lies not in action, but in non-action, a concept known as Wu Wei. Taoist sages like Laozi emphasize that silence has the potential to create space, inviting others to reveal more than they might otherwise. By practicing silence, you allow conversations to develop organically, giving you the opportunity to observe and assess. When you refrain from speaking, you invite the other person to fill the void, often leading them to disclose information they might not have shared otherwise. This technique can also disarm people, as many individuals are uncomfortable with silence and feel compelled to talk, revealing thoughts or emotions they would typically keep guarded. The power of silence works through psychological discomfort and the natural human tendency to fill gaps in conversation. Imagine you're in a job interview, and after the interviewer has asked a question, you respond concisely and then remain silent. Instead of nervously adding more to your answer, you hold eye contact and stay composed. The silence might prompt the interviewer to reveal additional information about the role, the team dynamics, or even share their thoughts on your suitability for the position. In other words, silence grants you the advantage of patience. While others scramble to fill the empty space, you remain composed and attentive, gathering insights that can inform your next move. Another aspect of silence is that it signals confidence. When you're comfortable with silence, you show that you don't need to prove yourself through words alone. This can be incredibly powerful in establishing authority and respect. The power of silence is particularly effective in situations where you want to observe and gather information. It's useful during negotiations, where silence can compel the other party to rethink their position or offer additional concessions. For instance, if you're negotiating a salary and your employer offers a figure, you might respond with a polite, "I see," followed by silence. In many cases, this will prompt them to clarify or even increase their offer, as they feel compelled to fill the quiet with a better response. This technique is also effective in tense conversations, whether with colleagues, family members, or friends. Instead of reacting immediately to a critical comment or heated question, try pausing. The silence allows you to gather your thoughts, and it often makes the other person reflect on what they've said. This can lead to more productive discussions and fewer misunderstandings. If someone is using silence against you, you may feel a subtle pressure to keep talking or justify yourself. Be mindful if someone remains silent after you've shared your opinion or made a statement. they may be creating space to see how much more you'll reveal. It can be helpful to recognize this tactic so you don't inadvertently disclose more than intended. When you sense someone is using silence strategically, remember to stay composed and avoid filling the silence unless you're ready to share thoughtfully. 3. Reflective listening. Reflective listening is a technique often associated with humanistic psychology, particularly in the work of Carl Rogers, one of the founders of the approach. This technique involves truly understanding and empathizing with the other person's perspective, which can establish a deep level of trust and influence. Reflective listening isn't just about passively hearing words, it's about actively engaging, processing, and feeding back what you've understood. When someone feels deeply understood, they are more likely to open up, consider your point of view, and even be influenced by your suggestions. By reflecting back what they've said, you signal that you're invested in the conversation and that their feelings matter. This can be especially effective in conflict resolution, as it helps diffuse tension and brings emotional clarity to the interaction. Reflective listening works through a process of validation and clarification. By restating what the other person has said, you provide them with an opportunity to correct, expand, or affirm their feelings. For example, if someone says, "I've been feeling overwhelmed with work lately," a reflective listener might respond, "It sounds like you're dealing with a lot of stress at work, and it's starting to feel unmanageable." This simple reflection can make the other person feel seen and understood, encouraging them to share even more. In essence, reflective listening works as a mirror. It reflects the other person's words and emotions back to them, which helps them feel validated and respected. This can be particularly impactful in situations where emotions are running high, as reflective listening has the power to de-escalate and calm. It's also an invaluable tool for building rapport and establishing a sense of mutual understanding. Reflective listening is invaluable in both personal and professional settings. In personal relationships, it can be used during difficult conversations to show empathy and understanding. For example, if a friend is upset about a breakup, reflective listening can help them feel heard without the need for you to offer unsolicited advice. By simply acknowledging their feelings, you provide a safe space for them to process their emotions. Professionally, reflective listening is particularly useful in leadership and customer service roles. When a colleague or client expresses frustration, responding with reflective listening can transform the interaction from adversarial to cooperative. Suppose a client says, "I'm really unhappy with the product because it didn't meet my expectations." Instead of reacting defensively, a reflective listener might respond, "I understand that the product didn't meet your expectations. It sounds like there were specific features you were hoping for that weren't there." This acknowledgement can diffuse the situation and create an opening for constructive dialogue. If someone is using reflective listening on you, you may notice that they frequently restate or paraphrase your words. This is generally a positive thing, as it shows they're engaged and empathetic. However, if you suspect someone is using reflective listening manipulatively, be cautious if they're subtly steering the conversation in a specific direction. They may be trying to encourage you to reveal more, or they might be framing your words in a way that aligns with their agenda. Recognizing reflective listening can help you maintain control over what you choose to share. 4. The power of reframing, cognitive psychology. Reframing is a psychological technique grounded in cognitive psychology that involves changing the way you view a situation, thereby altering its meaning. By shifting perspective, you can transform how you feel about and respond to a given scenario. This is a valuable skill because our emotions often follow our interpretations. When we're able to reframe a situation, We can control our emotional response and steer the outcome in a more favorable direction. Reframing can be used in various situations to reduce stress, increase resilience, and maintain control. It's particularly useful when faced with challenges or setbacks that initially seem negative. For example, imagine you're assigned an overwhelming project at work. Instead of viewing it as an impossible burden, you might reframe it as an opportunity to demonstrate your abilities and learn new skills. This perspective not only changes your emotional response, but also motivates you to tackle the project with a proactive attitude. The power of reframing lies in the concept of cognitive restructuring. Cognitive psychology teaches us that our thoughts influence our emotions, which in turn affect our behaviors. By changing the narrative we attach to a particular event, we change our emotional reaction to it. This is the foundation of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, which helps individuals identify and alter distorted thinking patterns. For instance, if you make a mistake during a presentation, you might initially think, "I'm a failure. I can't do anything right." This thought can lead to feelings of shame and incompetence. However, by reframing, you can shift to a different perspective. "This was a learning experience that will make my next presentation even stronger." This new interpretation generates feelings of growth and resilience, allowing you to move forward constructively. Reframing is particularly useful in situations where you're experiencing negative emotions that could hinder your ability to perform. In high-stress environments, such as during exams, job interviews, or public speaking, reframing can help alleviate anxiety. By viewing these events as opportunities for personal growth, rather than tests of your worth, you empower yourself to approach them with a positive mindset. It's also effective in interpersonal conflicts. If someone criticizes your work, instead of feeling attacked, you might reframe it as a chance to gain constructive feedback and improve. Reframing can shift the dynamic from adversarial to collaborative, allowing you to maintain a sense of control and professionalism. When someone is reframing against you, they may attempt to put a positive spin on a negative situation, possibly to downplay its significance or encourage you to see things their way. For example, if a colleague tries to reframe an increased workload by saying, "Think of it as a way to show the team what you're capable of," they may be trying to get you to accept the situation more readily. While reframing can be genuinely supportive, it's essential to recognize when someone might be using it to sway your perception for their benefit. 5. Anchoring, behavioral psychology. Anchoring is a psychological technique based on the principle that people tend to rely heavily on the first piece of information they receive, the anchor, when making decisions. This concept is often used in behavioral psychology and is frequently applied in negotiations, marketing, and interpersonal persuasion. When you anchor a conversation or situation with a specific point, you effectively influence the frame of reference for the discussion, guiding others toward a conclusion that aligns with your goals. For example, when making a salary proposal, an employee might start by stating a high number. This high number serves as the anchor, influencing the employer's perception and making a slightly lower, more reasonable number seem like a compromise, even though it may still be higher than the employer originally intended to offer. Anchoring takes advantage of a cognitive bias where individuals give disproportionate weight to the first piece of information presented to them. This initial number or idea creates a reference point which subtly shapes how all subsequent information is interpreted. Even if new evidence contradicts the anchor, people often unconsciously adjust their views around it. Anchoring can also be applied to guide someone's perception in non-monetary situations. For instance, in a conversation, you might start by mentioning a significant positive detail about your work on a project. This creates an anchor that positions you as capable and diligent, which can influence how the other person perceives the rest of the information you share. Anchoring is highly effective in any negotiation scenario, such as salary discussions, contract agreements, or even day-to-day transactions. If you're negotiating the price of a car, you might begin by referencing a high-end model with specific features. This sets a high anchor, making the car you're actually interested in appear more affordable by comparison. Anchoring helps set the tone and makes your desired outcome seem more reasonable. It can also be useful in team meetings or collaborative projects. By anchoring the discussion around a specific goal or expectation, you guide the team's focus, ensuring everyone's ideas and contributions align with the intended outcome. This approach keeps the conversation productive and centered on shared objectives. If you notice someone leading a conversation with an unusually high or low number, they're likely setting an anchor. In these situations, take a step back and consider whether that initial figure is realistic or whether it might be skewing your perception. If a colleague begins a project discussion by mentioning an exceedingly high budget, they could be anchoring the conversation to make their preferred, slightly lower budget seem more reasonable. Being aware of anchors can help you question the validity of the information presented and form your own objective conclusions. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better every day" so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. 6. The disarming technique, nonviolent communication. The disarming technique, derived from nonviolent communication, NVC, is about finding a kernel of truth in the other person's perspective, even if you disagree with them. By validating their feelings or perspective, you diffuse tension, foster empathy, and create a collaborative atmosphere. This technique is particularly effective when you're faced with criticism or when you need to de-escalate a confrontation. For example, if someone accuses you of not listening, instead of getting defensive, you might respond by saying, "I can see how it felt that way, and I'm sorry. I want to understand your concerns better." This response acknowledges their feelings and opens the door to a constructive conversation rather than a heated argument. The disarming technique works by addressing the emotional needs behind the other person's statements. Many arguments escalate because people feel that their emotions are being dismissed or invalidated. When you acknowledge the other person's perspective, even if it's only in part, you show that you respect their feelings and take them seriously. This technique draws on the psychological principle of validation. Validation doesn't mean you agree with everything they're saying. It simply means that you recognize their right to feel the way they do. By doing this, you lower the defenses and create a space where both parties can communicate more openly. The disarming technique is particularly useful in conflict resolution, whether in the workplace or in personal relationships. If a co-worker feels you didn't contribute enough to a project, instead of arguing, you could say, "I understand that it seemed like I wasn't as involved, and I apologize if it came across that way. I'm committed to making sure our work is balanced in the future." This acknowledgement makes the co-worker feel heard and respected, setting the stage for a more productive discussion. You can also use this technique in customer service interactions. When dealing with a frustrated client, acknowledging their concerns first can turn the conversation in a positive direction. For example, if a customer is angry about a delayed delivery, you might say, "I completely understand why you're upset, and I would feel the same way. Let's see what we can do to make this right." When someone is using the disarming technique on you, They may initially agree with part of your argument or validate your feelings, even if they hold an opposing view. This is often a sign that they're trying to defuse the situation and encourage a more cooperative dialogue. While this technique is usually well-intentioned, be aware that it can also be used strategically to redirect the conversation. If you sense someone validating your feelings while gently steering you in a different direction, they may be using this technique to establish rapport before presenting their own perspective. 7. Mirroring, rapport-building technique. Mirroring is a subtle but powerful rapport-building technique that involves mimicking the other person's body language, tone of voice, or verbal style. This technique, rooted in the psychological concept of rapport, is often used unconsciously in social interactions. However, when done intentionally, mirroring can create a sense of connection and trust, making the other person feel more comfortable and receptive to your ideas. For instance, if the person you're speaking to crosses their arms, you might casually do the same a few moments later. This subtle mimicry can make them feel that you're on the same wavelength. In conversations, mirroring can be as simple as repeating back key phrases they use or adjusting your tone to match theirs. Mirroring works on a subconscious level, tapping into a concept known as the chameleon effect. People naturally like those who are similar to them, and mirroring creates a sense of similarity. When you match someone's body language or speaking style, you signal to them that you're attuned to their state of mind. This can create a sense of rapport and foster trust, as people often interpret these subtle cues as signs of empathy and understanding. Mirroring also activates mirror neurons in the brain, which are associated with empathy. When someone sees you reflecting their behavior, they may feel a stronger emotional connection to you, as their brain interprets this as a shared experience. Mirroring is particularly effective in situations where building rapport is essential, such as job interviews, sales meetings, or first dates. In a job interview, subtly mirroring the interviewer's posture or tone can create a sense of familiarity and ease, making you appear more likable. In sales, mirroring the client's speaking style can make them feel more understood, increasing the likelihood of a successful transaction. In personal relationships, mirroring can enhance connection and intimacy. When engaging in a serious conversation with a friend or partner, mirroring their tone and gestures can convey that you're fully engaged and emotionally aligned with them. If you notice someone adopting similar body language, tone, or phrasing as you, they may be consciously or unconsciously mirroring you. While mirroring is generally a sign of rapport, it can also be used strategically to influence you. If someone is mirroring you too closely or seems to be copying your actions in an unnatural way, they may be attempting to build rapport quickly to gain your trust. Recognizing mirroring can help you remain aware of how it influences your perception of the other person. 8. Tactical empathy, emotional intelligence. Tactical empathy is a technique that involves actively understanding and acknowledging another person's feelings and perspectives, not to agree, but to gain insight into their motivations. This technique, often used in negotiation and conflict resolution, is a core component of emotional intelligence. Tactical empathy goes beyond simply listening. It's about putting yourself in the other person's shoes and considering their emotional state to guide the conversation more effectively. For example, in a negotiation, you might say, "I understand that budget constraints are a big concern for you right now." This statement shows the other party that you're aware of their position, creating a foundation for a more cooperative dialogue. Tactical empathy works by validating the other person's emotions, which helps them feel understood and respected. When people feel acknowledged, they're often more open to discussion and compromise. This technique is grounded in the psychology of emotional validation, where recognizing someone's feelings reduces their need to defend their position and opens the door to influence. This approach draws on the principles of emotional intelligence, particularly empathy and social awareness. By demonstrating that you understand the other person's perspective, you encourage them to be more receptive to your ideas. Tactical empathy also fosters trust, as it shows you're genuinely interested in their viewpoint, not just focused on your own agenda. Tactical empathy is valuable in negotiation, mediation, and conflict resolution. If you're negotiating a deal, acknowledging the other party's concerns can lead to a more productive outcome. For example, if a client expresses frustration about a project timeline, you might respond by saying, "I understand that timing is crucial for you. Let's discuss how we can align the schedule with your needs." This empathy creates a sense of partnership, allowing both parties to work toward a mutually beneficial solution. This technique is also useful in personal relationships. If a friend is upset about a decision you made, showing tactical empathy can help you diffuse the situation. By saying, "I see that this decision has affected you, and I want to understand your perspective," you demonstrate that you value their feelings and are open to constructive dialogue. When someone uses tactical empathy on you, they'll likely make statements that acknowledge and validate your feelings, even if they don't necessarily agree with your perspective. This can be positive, as it often leads to more meaningful conversations. However, if someone is repeatedly validating your emotions in a way that feels insincere, they may be using tactical empathy to gain your trust or to steer the conversation. Recognizing tactical empathy can help you gauge the other person's intentions and decide whether to open up fully or remain cautious. 9. Silence and pausing. Stoicism. Silence and strategic pausing is a tactic rooted in Stoic philosophy. Stoicism teaches us that silence is a tool for control. When you pause before responding, you give yourself a chance to consider your words carefully, ensuring they align with your goals. Pausing not only creates a sense of authority and calm, but it also allows you to remain composed, preventing emotions from dictating your response. In moments of conflict or intense discussions, silence can serve as a power move, signaling that you are unfazed and thoughtful. For instance, in a heated discussion, instead of responding immediately to a provocative statement, taking a moment of silence allows the other person's words to linger, often causing them to second-guess themselves. Pausing briefly before responding to a question can also make you appear more thoughtful and measured, which can build your credibility. Silence and pausing work by creating a sense of anticipation and encouraging the other person to fill the quiet with their thoughts or justifications. This is especially useful in situations where you want the other person to reveal more information. The psychology behind this technique is based on the discomfort people often feel when faced with silence. By remaining quiet, you signal that you're in control, and others will often interpret your silence as wisdom, strength, or even mystery. In Stoicism, silence serves another purpose. It allows you to avoid speaking impulsively, which can lead to regret or emotional turmoil. The Stoics believed in measured, intentional speech as a means of maintaining control over one's emotions and actions. By practicing silence, you create a buffer that prevents you from reacting emotionally, giving you the chance to respond thoughtfully. This technique is particularly effective in high-stakes meetings, interviews, and negotiations. If you're asked a tough question, take a pause before responding. This not only gives you time to formulate a thoughtful answer, but also signals that you're composed and confident. Silence is also powerful when dealing with people who try to provoke you emotionally. By refusing to react immediately, you avoid being drawn into their emotional agenda and maintain control over the interaction. You can also use silence in personal relationships when discussing sensitive topics. Instead of jumping in to defend yourself, pause after the other person speaks. This shows that you're listening and allows you to consider your response carefully. Silence can help diffuse tension and create a calmer, more respectful dialogue. When someone uses silence against you, they might remain quiet after you've spoken, compelling you to fill the silence. If you find yourself talking more than usual to break the quiet, they may be using this technique to gather more information or observe your reactions. Recognizing this can help you maintain control by staying comfortable with the silence and not feeling pressured to continue talking. Do so. 10. The contrast principle. Persuasion psychology. The contrast principle is a persuasion technique grounded in the psychological principle that people tend to make decisions based on relative comparisons rather than absolute values. This technique is often used in sales and negotiations, where the presentation of contrasting options can influence people's choices. By presenting two or more options, one of which is less desirable, you make the option you actually prefer seem more attractive by comparison. For instance, if you're negotiating a salary, you might start by mentioning a high-end offer from another company. By comparison, your current offer may then seem more reasonable, even if it's higher than initially expected. Similarly, if you're trying to persuade someone to make a decision, presenting a less favorable alternative first can make your preferred choice seem much more appealing. The contrast principle leverages the psychology of decision-making by presenting options in a specific sequence. When faced with a less favorable option first, people are more likely to view the following option as better by contrast, even if they would have considered it mediocre in isolation. This technique is based on perceptual bias, where people's evaluations are influenced by comparisons with surrounding stimuli. In negotiations, the contrast principle works by creating a reference point, or anchor, that makes the next option seem preferable. For example, if you're selling a service, you might present a high-priced package first. Once the customer sees the cost of the premium option, the more reasonably priced option will appear more affordable, increasing the likelihood of a sale. The contrast principle is highly effective in sales, negotiations, and any situation where you need to persuade someone to make a choice. In a business setting, if you're proposing a project budget, you might initially present a higher cost option with more features. Afterward, when you show a more affordable option with fewer features, it seems like a compromise, increasing the chances that your preferred budget will be approved. This technique is also useful in personal scenarios. If you're planning a vacation with friends, you might first suggest an expensive destination before presenting a more affordable but equally enjoyable option. By comparison, the second choice seems like a better value, making it more likely that your friends will agree to it. When someone presents you with an option that seems outrageously high or low before offering a more moderate alternative, they may be using the contrast principle to make the second choice appear more favorable. By being aware of this, you can evaluate each option objectively and avoid being swayed by comparisons. Take a moment to assess whether the second option is truly reasonable or simply appears so because of the contrast. Bevertandas. 11. The illusion of choice. Influence psychology. The illusion of choice is a psychological tactic that involves giving people the perception of freedom by presenting them with multiple options, all of which lead to the same outcome. This technique is commonly used in sales, negotiations, and management, where it's essential to guide someone toward a particular decision without making them feel coerced. By offering a range of choices, you allow people to feel in control, even though all options align with your desired outcome. For example, if you're a manager assigning a task, You might say, "Would you prefer to start on the report today or tomorrow?" While the employee feels they have a choice, both options achieve your objective of having the report completed on time. This technique ensures cooperation by providing a sense of autonomy, even within predetermined boundaries. The illusion of choice works by creating the appearance of freedom, which is often enough to satisfy people's need for control. Humans have an inherent desire for autonomy, and when given a choice, they feel more invested in the decision-making process. This technique relies on the psychological concept of the choice paradox, where the simple act of choosing can create satisfaction, even if the choices are limited or lead to the same result. By framing a situation with two or more options, you allow the other person to make a decision within parameters that serve your interests. This approach is particularly effective in maintaining positive relationships, as it reduces resistance by fostering a sense of empowerment. The illusion of choice is useful in situations where you want to guide someone's decision subtly. In a customer service role, you might ask, "Would you like to renew for 6 months or a full year?" This approach makes it more likely that the customer will choose one of the options, even if they initially had doubts about renewing at all. This technique also works well in parenting and teaching. For example, if you want a child to finish their homework, you might say, "Do you want to do your math homework first or your reading homework?" By providing options, you avoid outright resistance and increase the likelihood that the child will comply with one of the choices. If you notice that someone is offering you a series of choices, but each one leads to the same end, they may be using the illusion of choice. Take a moment to consider whether there are other options that haven't been presented. If you feel boxed in, try to expand the conversation by suggesting an alternative that aligns with your preferences, or ask whether there's flexibility beyond the given choices. Incorporating these 11 psychological techniques, grounded in both philosophy and behavioral science, into your interactions empowers you to influence situations with subtlety and confidence. Whether you're using reframing to shift perspectives, anchoring to guide negotiations, or leveraging silence to create authority, each of these techniques enhances your ability to navigate conversations, conflicts, and collaborations. Understanding these techniques also enables you to recognize when others may be using them to influence you. By staying mindful of the cues, such as strategic mirroring, the use of tactical empathy, or the illusion of choice, you can maintain your sense of autonomy and respond from a position of strength. These psychology-based techniques are more than just strategies. They represent a philosophy of mindful interaction. When used with integrity and awareness, they enable you to build deeper connections, foster respect, and achieve outcomes that benefit all parties involved. By mastering these methods, you not only enhance your influence, but also cultivate a greater understanding of human behavior, which is essential for personal and professional success. As you apply these insights in your daily life, remember that true mastery comes with practice and reflection. Consider which techniques resonate most with your style and objectives, and begin incorporating them one at a time. Over time, you'll find that these skills become second nature, allowing you to navigate complex situations with poise, purpose, and a profound understanding of the art of influence. Thank you for joining this exploration of psychology and philosophy in action. Be sure to reflect on these techniques and notice how they shape your interactions. And remember, the most powerful influence is often the one that feels most natural. So use these tools not just to control situations, but to foster meaningful, respectful relationships wherever you go. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. As we move through life, the pursuit of happiness and fulfillment remains a constant, but the way we approach this pursuit evolves as we grow older. What worked in our youth may no longer serve us, and as we age, certain habits and mindsets need to be left behind to truly thrive. While society often encourages us to chase material success, external validation and perfection, ancient Stoic philosophy teaches that true happiness comes from within, from mastering our thoughts, focusing on what we can control, and living according to our values. Stoicism, a philosophy born in the ancient streets of Athens, has long been associated with resilience, self-discipline, and wisdom. Stoic thinkers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca offer timeless insights on how to live a meaningful life, no matter our age. Their wisdom is not about enduring life passively, but about engaging with it in a purposeful, virtuous way. As we grow older, these principles become even more relevant, providing a guide for what we should stop doing in order to live a happier, more fulfilling life. In this guide, we'll explore 11 things you should stop doing as you get older, with practical insights and Stoic teachings to help you navigate the journey. Whether you're in your 30s, 50s, or beyond, letting go of these habits can help you live with greater clarity, peace, and joy. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Nut 1. Stop chasing external validation. When we're younger, the need for approval from others often drives much of what we do. We seek validation through social media likes, career achievements, or the admiration of peers. But as we age, it becomes clear that true contentment doesn't come from external sources. It comes from within. The Stoics understood this deeply. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." In youth, it's easy to fall into the trap of trying to impress others, whether through career success, physical appearance, or social standing. But Stoicism teaches that chasing external validation is a futile endeavor. Life is unpredictable, and the opinions of others are beyond our control. What we can control, however, are our own actions, our own thoughts, and the values by which we live. Imagine the endless stress of trying to keep up with others' expectations, constantly adjusting your behavior to please those around you. As you age, it becomes clear that this is an exhausting way to live. The more we rely on external validation, the more power we give away. Instead of finding fulfillment within, we place our happiness in the hands of others, a dangerous and unstable foundation. When we're younger, we often measure success by how others perceive us. Our grades in school, our job titles, our status in social circles. But as we grow older, wisdom teaches us that these things are fleeting and superficial. What matters most is the approval we give ourselves, the quiet confidence that comes from knowing we are living according to our own principles. Instead of chasing validation from others, focus on self-approval. Define your own values and live by them. As Epictetus said, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. It's liberating to let go of the need for others' approval and live authentically. Nut 2. Stop dwelling on past mistakes. The mistakes of the past can often weigh heavily on us as we get older. Whether it's a bad decision, a missed opportunity, or a relationship that ended poorly, the past can feel like a shadow that's hard to shake. But as we age, one of the greatest lessons we can learn is how to let go of these burdens. Stoicism teaches us that dwelling on the past serves no purpose. Seneca wisely said, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which hangs upon tomorrow and loses today. But this applies equally to the past. By fixating on past mistakes, we rob ourselves of the present moment, the only time we truly have. In youth, many of us fall into the trap of over-analyzing our mistakes, using them as a way to explain our current unhappiness or setbacks. As we grow older, however, we come to realize that the past is unchangeable. What we can change is how we respond to it. Instead of allowing past regrets to define our future, we must accept them as part of our journey and use them as stepping stones toward growth. When we're younger, we often think we have endless time to make up for our mistakes, and we can get stuck replaying those moments in our heads. But as we age, we recognize the value of moving forward, knowing that the future is still full of opportunity if we focus on the present rather than what's already done. The Stoics remind us that the only thing within our control is our mindset and how we handle the present moment. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal reflections, often reminded himself not to waste time lamenting the past. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. This doesn't mean we ignore the lessons of our past. It means we stop letting those lessons prevent us from fully living today. If there's one thing to remember as you get older, it's that the past is only as heavy as you let it be. By releasing the weight of past mistakes, you free yourself to embrace the present and shape the future with a clearer, lighter heart. 3. Stop worrying about things you can't control. As we age, one of the most valuable lessons we can learn is how to distinguish between what we can control and what we cannot. This is a core tenet of Stoic philosophy, often referred to as the dichotomy of control. The Stoics teach us that true happiness lies in focusing on what is within our control, our thoughts, actions, and attitudes, and letting go of everything else. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, captured this idea perfectly when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world is full of uncontrollable factors, the opinions of others, the behavior of strangers, the outcomes of events we've worked hard on. But the one thing we can always control is our own mindset. In youth, we often expend energy trying to control everything around us, from how others perceive us to the success of our projects. But with age comes the wisdom that worrying about these things is not only futile, but also draining. There's an immense sense of freedom that comes with the realization that most of life is beyond our control. In our younger years, we're taught to believe that with enough effort, we can control outcomes. We plan, strategize, and sometimes obsess over results. But as we grow older, we learn the difference between planning and over-controlling. Stoicism reminds us to focus our energy on what we can influence, our actions and responses, and to release the anxiety tied to things outside our sphere of control. By letting go of the uncontrollable, you allow space for peace and clarity to emerge. Life's challenges will continue to arise, but when you stop worrying about what you can't control, you gain the strength to face those challenges with resilience and wisdom. Sure, let's continue from where we left off. 4. Stop avoiding difficult conversations. As we get older, one thing becomes increasingly clear. Avoiding difficult conversations doesn't make life easier. It makes it more complicated. Whether it's addressing conflicts in relationships, clarifying misunderstandings at work, or setting boundaries with friends and family, uncomfortable conversations are a necessary part of maintaining healthy connections and a fulfilling life. Stoicism teaches us to face challenges with courage. Seneca famously said, "He who is brave is free." Courage, according to the Stoics, is not just about facing physical dangers, but also about confronting difficult emotional and interpersonal situations with honesty and integrity. Avoiding these conversations only prolongs discomfort and creates further complications. As you grow older, the cost of avoidance becomes even more apparent. Unresolved conflicts can damage relationships, cause stress, and lead to misunderstandings that could have been easily avoided with open communication. In youth, we might avoid confrontation because we fear rejection, anger, or loss. But with age, we learn that real strength comes from addressing issues directly. It's through these hard conversations that we grow, build deeper relationships, and create space for mutual understanding and respect. Having a difficult conversation doesn't mean being confrontational. It means approaching the situation with honesty and compassion while staying rooted in your own principles. Stoic philosophy encourages us to remain calm and composed, even when the conversation is challenging. As Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." React with patience and clarity. With each passing year, the importance of clear communication becomes more evident. By embracing the challenge of difficult conversations instead of avoiding them, you not only strengthen your relationships, but also grow in emotional resilience and self-respect. Natafipunon. 5. Stop comparing yourself to others. Comparison is one of the quickest paths to dissatisfaction. In our younger years, it's common to measure our progress by looking at others. We compare careers, relationships, finances, and even physical appearances. But as we get older, this habit becomes increasingly toxic, preventing us from appreciating our own unique journey. The Stoics were firm believers in focusing on one's own path rather than looking outward for validation. Epictetus said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This quote serves as a reminder that contentment comes from within, not from external achievements. Comparing ourselves to others only distracts us from living according to our own values and diminishes our capacity for gratitude. In youth, we might see success as a competition, trying to keep up with peers in terms of career achievements, personal milestones, or material possessions. But as we age, we realize that true fulfillment comes from living authentically, in alignment with our own goals, desires, and values, rather than trying to match someone else's. Instead of comparing yourself to others, ask yourself, am I living according to my own values? Am I moving in the direction that feels right for me? The moment you stop looking outward and start focusing inward, you free yourself from the endless cycle of comparison and envy. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, reminds us, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." This wisdom tells us that when we focus on our own life, our own decisions, and our own values, we have the power to create a deeply fulfilling and content life. 6. Stop holding grudges and resentment. As we journey through life, it's inevitable that we will encounter people who hurt or disappoint us. However, as we get older, holding on to grudges and resentment becomes a burden too heavy to carry. Resentment festers, occupying mental space that could be filled with peace and joy. Stoicism teaches the importance of letting go of anger and resentment, focusing instead on forgiveness and inner tranquility. Marcus Aurelius said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." In other words, when someone wrongs you, the most powerful response is not to dwell on that wrong, but to rise above it and continue to live virtuously. When we are younger, it's easy to fall into the trap of holding on to grudges, thinking that we are justified in our anger. But with age comes the realization that holding on to resentment only harms ourselves. The Stoics believed that forgiveness and letting go of anger were essential for maintaining inner peace and emotional well-being. Letting go of grudges doesn't mean excusing bad behavior. It means refusing to allow that behavior to control your emotions. It means accepting that what others do is beyond your control, and your true power lies in how you respond. Forgiveness is not a gift for others, it's a gift for yourself. The practice of forgiveness, a central tenet in Stoicism, is about freeing yourself from the emotional chains of past hurts. By letting go of grudges and resentment, you create space for peace, happiness, and emotional freedom. From 7. Stop fear of change and impermanence. Change is an inevitable part of life, and as we grow older, we often become more resistant to it. The familiar can feel comforting, while the unknown can provoke fear or anxiety. However, embracing change is crucial for living a happy and fulfilling life, especially as we age. Life will always be in flux, and resisting this natural flow only creates suffering. Stoicism teaches us to accept the impermanence of all things, that change is a natural and constant part of life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Observe constantly that all things take place by change, and accustom yourself to consider that the nature of the universe loves nothing so much as to change the things which are, and to make new things like them." The Stoics saw change as an essential aspect of life's natural order, and rather than resisting it, they welcomed it as an opportunity for growth. When we are younger, we may resist change because it threatens our sense of stability. We cling to routines, relationships, and identities that feel safe. But as we grow older, wisdom teaches us that change is not something to fear, but something to embrace. The more we accept the impermanence of life, the more we are able to live fully in the present. Rather than fearing change, we can adopt the Stoic mindset of seeing it as a catalyst for growth and renewal. Whether it's a career change, a shift in relationships, or the inevitable transitions of aging, we can choose to approach these changes with curiosity and openness rather than fear. By accepting the inevitability of change, you free yourself from the anxiety that comes with clinging to the past. In doing so, you open yourself to new opportunities, experiences, and ways of being. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "mind over body," so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. 8. Stop neglecting your health. As we age, it becomes increasingly important to prioritize our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. While in our younger years we may feel invincible, time has a way of reminding us that our health is one of the most precious assets we have. Neglecting it can lead to a decline in quality of life and happiness. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of taking responsibility for what is within our control, and this includes our health. Epictetus said, "We should always be asking ourselves, is this something that is or is not in my control?" Your health is largely within your control, from the food you eat to the exercise you engage in, and even the thoughts you entertain. In youth, we often take our health for granted, pushing our bodies and minds without much thought to the consequences. As we get older, we become more aware of the delicate balance between maintaining physical health, mental clarity, and emotional well-being. Stoicism teaches us to take action where we have control, and our health is one of the key areas where we can actively make choices that lead to a happier, more fulfilling life. Prioritizing your health doesn't mean striving for perfection. It means taking consistent, mindful actions that support your body and mind. Regular exercise, a balanced diet, sufficient rest, and mental health practices like mindfulness or meditation all contribute to a life of well-being and vitality. By treating your health as a core part of your Stoic practice, something within your control and worthy of attention, you set the foundation for long-term happiness and fulfillment, certainly. Let's continue with the remaining sections. 9. Stop seeking perfection in yourself and others. As we grow older, one of the most liberating realizations is that perfection is not only unattainable but unnecessary. The pursuit of perfection, whether in ourselves, our work, or the people around us, leads only to frustration and dissatisfaction. Stoic philosophy teaches us that imperfection is a natural part of life, and that embracing it leads to a more peaceful and fulfilling existence. Seneca said, "To be always fortunate and to pass through life with a soul that has never known sorrow is to be ignorant of one half of nature." This wisdom highlights the importance of accepting both the highs and the lows, the strengths and the weaknesses in both ourselves and others. Life's richness comes not from flawless achievement, but from navigating its imperfections with grace and resilience. In our younger years, we often strive for perfection in our careers, relationships, or appearance, believing that achieving it will bring happiness. We push ourselves to be the best in every aspect of life. However, as we age, we learn that this constant pursuit is not only exhausting, but also impossible. Stoicism reminds us to focus on progress and virtue rather than flawlessness. The Stoics teach us to let go of the desire for perfection and instead strive for virtue, living according to our values, acting with wisdom, and being kind to ourselves and others. When we stop expecting ourselves and the people around us to be perfect, we open ourselves up to more meaningful connections and a deeper appreciation for life's complexity. Accepting imperfection also extends to how we view others. No one is without faults, and expecting perfection from those we love only leads to disappointment. By embracing people as they are, with their strengths and weaknesses, we build stronger, more compassionate relationships. Let go of the need for perfection and instead focus on growth. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This means taking consistent steps toward living a life of integrity, kindness, and wisdom, and accepting that both we and others are works in progress. 10. Stop procrastinating on your dreams. As time passes, we often become more aware of how limited it truly is. The goals, dreams, and aspirations we've long held can no longer be put off indefinitely. As we age, it becomes critical to stop procrastinating on the things that truly matter to us. Stoicism encourages us to act with urgency, reminding us that the present moment is the only one guaranteed. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, wrote, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." This Stoic wisdom teaches us that the real tragedy isn't the end of life, but the failure to live fully in the time we have. The tendency to wait for the right moment to pursue our dreams is one of the most common forms of self-deception. The right moment rarely arrives, and the longer we wait, the more distant those dreams become. When we're younger, it's easy to fall into the trap of believing there's plenty of time to pursue our passions, whether they involve career changes, creative projects, travel, or personal growth. But as we age, the importance of seizing the moment becomes more apparent. Life is finite, and waiting for the perfect conditions often means missing out on opportunities. The Stoics remind us that the only moment we have any control over is the present one. Procrastination stems from fear, fear of failure, fear of rejection, or fear of the unknown. But as we age, we learn that the greater fear should be letting life pass by without acting on what truly matters to us. To stop procrastinating, start by taking small, consistent steps toward your dreams. You don't need to achieve everything at once, but you do need to begin. As Epictetus said, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Whether it's writing that book, starting a new career, or embarking on a long-held adventure, taking action, however imperfect, brings you closer to living the life you desire. The time to act is now. By letting go of procrastination and embracing the present, you ensure that your dreams are not just ideas, but realities. 11. Stop fearing death and aging. As we grow older, the awareness of our own mortality naturally becomes more pronounced. The fear of aging and death can cast a shadow over our lives if we let it, but Stoicism offers profound insights into how we can live fully without fear of life's inevitable end. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Death smiles at us all a man can do is smile back." The Stoics believed that death is a natural part of life, and that fearing it only prevents us from living fully in the present. Accepting death as an inevitable reality allows us to focus on what truly matters, the way we live each moment. In youth, death often feels distant and abstract, but as we age, it becomes more tangible. This can provoke anxiety or fear about what lies ahead. However, Stoicism teaches us that death is not to be feared, but embraced as part of the natural order. The more we accept the impermanence of life, the more fully we can live without the weight of dread hanging over us. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." The true tragedy is not that life ends, but that we often don't use the time we have wisely. By confronting the reality of our own mortality, we are reminded to live each day with intention and purpose. Stoicism encourages us to live in accordance with nature, which includes accepting the aging process. Aging is not something to resist, but something to embrace as part of the human experience. Each stage of life brings its own wisdom and opportunities for growth. By focusing on the present moment, rather than fearing what is to come, we can age with grace and dignity. Instead of fearing death, use it as a motivator to live fully. Take action on what matters to you, spend time with loved ones, and live with integrity. By doing so, you will come to the end of life not with regret, but with the peace of knowing that you lived as fully as possible. In conclusion, as we age, the things that once seemed so important, external validation, perfection, control, begin to lose their grip on us. The wisdom of Stoicism reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come not from chasing after what we cannot control, but from cultivating our inner lives. By letting go of the habits and mindsets that no longer serve us, we create space for peace, purpose, and deeper contentment. The 11 things we've discussed are not just actions to avoid, they represent a shift in perspective, a Stoic approach to life that focuses on what truly matters. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By adopting Stoic principles and letting go of what hinders our happiness, we can live with greater wisdom, courage, and clarity. In the end, aging is not something to fear or resist. It is an opportunity to refine our understanding of what it means to live well. The more we embrace the lessons of Stoicism, the more we can cultivate a life that is rich in meaning, grounded in virtue, and free from the unnecessary burdens of fear, regret, and comparison. Live fully, live wisely, and, as the Stoics would say, focus on what you can control and let the rest go. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. In life, we encounter moments when staying seems to wear down our spirit, diminish our joy, affect our health, and compromise our sense of self. This is not weakness, but a sign that we need a change. Imagine being in a relationship without respect, a job that drains your energy without offering satisfaction, or perhaps feeling trapped in a cycle of obligations that exhaust you. Today, we will explore 12 crucial moments where walking away is not just an option, but an act of courage and self-respect, inspired by Stoic philosophy. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Now let's start this transformative journey together. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus taught us to focus on what we can control, our actions and decisions, without being dominated by external circumstances. This perspective is vital when considering stepping away from harmful situations. We may feel trapped in relationships where respect has disappeared, jobs that no longer fulfill us, or living up to expectations that do not align with our personal values. Chronic stress and anxiety are clear signs that a change is needed. Walking away is not selfishness, but a form of self-preservation and deep respect for oneself, recognizing our own needs and limits. From a Stoic perspective, this is an act of wisdom and courage. Throughout this video, we will analyze specific scenarios where it is advisable to withdraw to foster deep personal growth and a life aligned with your true values. I invite you to reflect on the areas of your life where you might be staying out of fear or inertia, and consider how the act of walking away can be a powerful step toward your well-being and true values. Number 1. When you're no longer respected. In our lives, we often face situations where the respect we expect in our relationships, both personal and professional, begins to fade. You might start to notice that your ideas are dismissed in meetings, your partner constantly interrupts you, or your friends ignore the boundaries you have set. These acts, which may seem small or insignificant, accumulate over time, eroding your self-esteem and making you feel invisible. It is like standing on an unstable foundation that could collapse at any moment. Such interactions can leave you questioning your worth and endanger your mental well-being. Imagine going to work every day in a place where your contributions are ignored, or worse, someone else takes credit for your efforts. This is not just a blow to your professional pride, it is a clear sign that you are not valued in that environment. The same applies to personal relationships. When people who should support and value you do not, it is not just painful, it is toxic. From the Stoic perspective, we are reminded that our self-worth should not be dictated by the opinions or actions of others. However, maintaining this mindset is undoubtedly difficult when you find yourself surrounded by disrespect. Here is where Stoic philosophy can guide us. It teaches us to focus on what we can control, our own actions and reactions. We cannot control how others treat us, but we can make the conscious decision to walk away from environments that do not respect us. Walking away is not about giving up, but about reclaiming your dignity and self-esteem. By deciding to leave a toxic environment, you are protecting your mental and emotional well-being and setting a powerful precedent for your future interactions. You are telling yourself and the world that you will not tolerate disrespect. This is not an easy decision. It requires great strength and self-awareness. However, by doing so, you create space in your life for relationships and opportunities that align with your values and uplift you. But how can this be practiced in daily life? Consider some practical examples of people who have decided to walk away from toxic environments. Some have left jobs where they did not feel valued, finding new opportunities that better aligned with their skills and passions. Others have ended relationships that were harmful, discovering over time that this decision allowed them to build more meaningful and respectful connections. Additionally, it is crucial to develop and maintain firm boundaries, not only as a way to foster respect, but also to protect yourself from future transgressions. You can establish these boundaries by clearly and respectfully communicating your expectations to others and standing firm when these expectations are ignored. Another effective strategy to cultivate an environment of respect is practicing empathy and effective communication. This involves striving to understand others' perspectives and expressing your thoughts and feelings in ways that foster mutual understanding. Ensuring that respect is reciprocal in all your interactions can profoundly transform the quality of your relationships. Every moment you spend in a place where you are not respected is a moment stolen from your capacity to find and build a life where you are valued and appreciated. It is not just about leaving behind negativity, it is about opening doors to positive and respectful environments. This act of walking away is a profound step toward personal growth and empowerment. Respect is non-negotiable. It is the foundation of every meaningful interaction. Therefore, when you find yourself in a situation where respect is lacking, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Focus on what you can control and have the courage to walk away. Your self-respect and inner peace are worth more than staying in an environment that diminishes you. Number 2. When you are taken for granted. We have all been there, giving our all in a situation and feeling like our efforts are barely noticed, much less appreciated. Whether at work, in a friendship, or within the family, being taken for granted is an incredibly frustrating experience. Imagine putting in countless extra hours at work, going out of your way to help a friend, or constantly supporting your loved ones, only to find that your efforts are met with indifference or expected as a given. This lack of recognition can be exhausting and leave you feeling completely drained. When your hard work and dedication go unnoticed, it is a clear sign that something needs to change. In the workplace, this might look like consistently putting in extra effort without receiving a simple thank you or acknowledgement from your boss. Your contributions become expected rather than valued, and soon you may find yourself burning out. In personal relationships, being taken for granted can be even more painful. Imagine always being the one to plan outings, offer support, or make sacrifices, only for these gestures to go unrecognized. Over time, this imbalance can lead to resentment and a feeling of emptiness. You might begin to wonder why you are putting in so much effort when it is not reciprocated or appreciated. This is not a matter of constantly seeking praise, but of mutual respect and acknowledgement. Walking away from situations where you are taken for granted is a powerful act of self-respect. It is not about being selfish, but about understanding your own worth and refusing to accept less than you deserve. The Stoic approach teaches us to focus on our own virtues and actions rather than seeking validation from others. However, it is important to recognize when an environment is persistently ungrateful, as this can lead to long-term dissatisfaction and erosion of self-worth. By stepping back from environments where your efforts are undervalued, you make space for opportunities and relationships that genuinely recognize and appreciate your contributions. This decision can be difficult. There is often a fear of the unknown. What if you leave and do not find a better job or lose a friend? However, staying in a place where you are not valued can be far more damaging in the long run. It is a slow erosion of your self-esteem and happiness, The Stoics would advise acting according to our principles and values, even if it means making difficult decisions. Prioritize your well-being and personal growth over the comfort of the familiar. Imagine redirecting your energy toward people and places that genuinely value you. This change not only boosts your morale, but also aligns your life with principles of mutual respect and appreciation. It is about creating a balanced dynamic where your efforts are recognized and rewarded. This balance is crucial for maintaining healthy relationships and a positive self-image. By walking away from being taken for granted, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. It is a declaration of your self-worth and a step towards a more fulfilling life. You deserve to be in environments where your efforts are recognized and valued. Remember, as the Stoics teach us, your worth is inherent and should not depend on others' recognition. Stand firm in this belief and do not be afraid to move on from those who do not appreciate what you bring. Adopting this stance not only benefits you, but can also teach others the value of respect and recognition, fostering a positive cycle of mutual gratitude and appreciation in all your circles. Number 3. When it affects your physical or mental health. Health, both mental and physical, is the foundation upon which our entire life is built. When situations of stress, constant pressure, or toxic environments start to impact this foundation, it is crucial to recognize the warning signs before they become chronic problems. We often face these challenges thinking they are just part of life. However, when stress and anxiety become constants, they transform into red flags that we must not ignore. Consider, for example, a job that demands more than you can give in a healthy manner. Long hours, constant pressure, and a toxic work environment can lead to serious issues like burnout, chronic stress, and even more severe health problems like insomnia or hypertension. It is essential to listen to our bodies and minds when they warn us of these dangers. Ignoring these signals and continuing to push our limits can lead to significant deterioration of our health, both mentally and physically. In personal relationships, the consequences of a harmful environment can be equally severe. Constant conflict, neglect, or emotional abuse can erode our mental health, leading to states of anxiety and depression. These toxic environments can make us feel trapped with no way out, which is a clear sign that we need to make changes to protect our well-being. Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of maintaining balance and moderation. Overstepping our limits is a clear violation of these principles. The Stoics deeply valued internal peace and advised avoiding those who disturb our tranquility. Therefore, walking away from a harmful relationship is not a sign of failure, but a brave step towards protecting our mental health and reclaiming our peace. It is equally important to respect our physical limits. Maybe you are participating in an activity that your body can no longer handle or maintaining habits that are slowly wearing you down. Listening to our bodies and making adjustments is crucial to avoid long-term damage. Living in harmony with our nature includes taking care of our physical body as part of our natural existence. Now, let us think about how we can prioritize our health to avoid reaching these extremes. Small changes in our daily lives, such as improving our diet, increasing physical activity, and seeking professional support when necessary, can have a significant impact on our health. These steps not only help us stay healthy, but also strengthen our resilience in facing life's challenges. Creating and fostering a supportive environment is another key strategy, whether at home or work. Promoting an atmosphere where health and growth are priorities can make a big difference. Supporting each other in our efforts to maintain good health not only improves individual quality of life, but also strengthens our community. These practices are not just preventive measures, they are essential for a full and meaningful life. By prioritizing our mental and physical health and making necessary adjustments in our lives, we are not only acting wisely, but also deeply respecting our own nature. This is fundamental in the Stoic pursuit of a virtuous and satisfying life. Always remember that your health is not something to be compromised. It is the foundation of your ability to live a complete and meaningful life. Recognizing when a situation is harming your well-being and having the courage to walk away is a powerful form of self-care and wisdom. The Stoics remind us that true strength lies in our ability to maintain internal peace and harmony. So, prioritize your health, make the necessary changes, and remember that walking away from what harms you is a powerful act of self-care and wisdom. Number 4. When your values are compromised. When your core values, those principles that define who you are and what you stand for, are compromised, you face a profound dilemma. This can happen in the workplace, where you may be asked to act unethically, or in personal relationships where you are pressured to behave in ways that contradict your beliefs. This internal conflict not only makes you feel uncomfortable, but also leads you to lose touch with your true self. Imagine the internal dissonance that arises when your actions do not reflect your values. This is not just a temporary discomfort. It is a sign that you are living in contradiction to your essence, which can lead to deep and persistent dissatisfaction. In the workplace, compromising your values for the sake of employment means that every decision that contradicts your principles erodes your integrity a little more. You find yourself on a slippery slope where each compromise makes the next one easier, gradually distancing you from who you truly are. Similarly, in personal relationships, being surrounded by people who not only ignore your values, but also encourage behaviors contrary to them, can erode your self-esteem and provoke continuous internal conflict. This erosion of your identity can be incredibly damaging and deeply disturbing. The Stoics teach us the importance of living according to our principles and virtues. They believed that true happiness comes from aligning our actions with our deepest beliefs. This philosophy is not just a lofty ideal, but a practical guide for everyday life. By living consistently with our values, we cultivate inner peace and alignment that are essential for our overall well-being. In situations where your values are at stake, the Stoics would advise re-evaluating and, if necessary, walking away to preserve your integrity. This act of walking away is not a sign of weakness, but an affirmation of strength and self-respect. It shows that you are committed to living authentically and that you prioritize your principles over convenience or external approval. It is a powerful statement, both to yourself and to others, that you value your integrity over superficial benefits you might gain by compromising your values. Furthermore, choosing companions and environments that reinforce rather than compromise your values is vital. The people we spend time with can greatly influence our character and well-being. The Stoics advise choosing our companions wisely, suggesting that surrounding ourselves with people who share and support our core values is essential to maintaining our integrity. For those who face challenges in maintaining their values in difficult environments, it is crucial to establish and clearly communicate boundaries. This might mean having open conversations about your values at work or at home, and being willing to stand up for those principles when they are threatened. It is also helpful to identify and manage external influences that might tempt you to compromise your values, whether it is peer pressure or cultural or corporate expectations. Creating and fostering an environment where shared values are the norm also benefits everyone. This not only strengthens your personal resolve, but also promotes a network of mutual support. Such an environment improves not only individual quality of life, but also strengthens the community as a whole. Cultivating a sense of integrity and living in accordance with your values is not just a key component of a Stoic life, but fundamental for any full and satisfying life. By making decisions that reflect your principles, you build a solid foundation of self-respect and confidence. This makes you a person others can trust and depend on, not because you always do what is easy, but because you consistently do what is right. Ultimately, living in accordance with your values allows you to not only achieve true happiness and fulfillment, but also inspire others to live authentically. This is the essence of a well-lived Stoic life, a life where integrity and authenticity are celebrated and held in high esteem. Number 5. When you are no longer learning or growing. When we stop learning and growing, we begin to feel stagnant and unfulfilled, as if we are trapped in a routine where each day feels like a monotonous repetition of the previous one. This stagnation can occur in your career, personal life, or hobbies. Imagine a job that once was challenging and exciting, full of opportunities to learn new skills and advance. Now you feel like you are just going through the motions, with no new challenges, no room for advancement, and no excitement. This lack of growth can lead to a deep sense of dissatisfaction and boredom. In our personal relationships, the absence of growth can also be a significant issue. Relationships, whether friendships or romantic relationships, should be dynamic and evolving, helping both partners grow and become better versions of themselves. If you find that your relationships have become stagnant, where interactions feel repetitive and lack inspiration, it might be time to reevaluate. The same goes for your personal interests and hobbies. If a hobby that once brought you joy and excitement now feels boring and routine, it is a sign that you need to seek new avenues for growth and learning. The Stoics valued the pursuit of knowledge and personal development, and would encourage us to continually seek experiences that challenge and inspire us. Commitment to continuous learning and improvement can enhance both our professional and personal lives, contributing to our overall well-being. Recognizing our potential and refusing to settle for less than we deserve is crucial. Evaluating and making the decision to walk away from situations where we are no longer learning or growing is an act of self-care and wisdom. By setting clear personal and professional development goals and actively seeking opportunities to achieve them, we maintain continuous growth. It is important to conduct regular self-evaluations to ensure we are constantly being challenged and advancing. For those who face challenges in maintaining their growth in difficult environments, it is crucial to establish and clearly communicate boundaries. This might mean having open conversations about your growth needs at work or at home, and being willing to stand up for those principles when they are compromised. Creating and maintaining an environment that supports personal and professional growth is also vital. Whether at home or work, promoting an atmosphere where learning and continuous improvement are the norm can make a big difference. A supportive environment can facilitate overcoming challenges and promote a cycle of mutual learning and development. Surrounding ourselves with a community that fosters and reinforces our core values is essential to maintaining our integrity and continuing to grow. Cultivating a sense of continuous growth is not just a preventive measure against stagnation. It is fundamental for a full and meaningful life. By making decisions that reflect our principles of continuous growth, we build a solid foundation of self-respect and confidence. This makes us people others can trust and depend on, not only because we do what is easy, but because we consistently do what is right. Ultimately, living a life aligned with our desires to learn and grow allows us to achieve true happiness and fulfillment and inspire others to pursue a life of continuous development. This is the essence of a well-lived life, where constant improvement and authenticity are celebrated and held in high esteem. Number 6. When you stay in one place out of guilt or obligation. Staying in a situation solely out of guilt or a sense of obligation can be incredibly draining and unfulfilling. It is common to feel compelled to stay in jobs, relationships, or commitments simply because we feel guilty about leaving them or believe it is our duty to stay. However, when guilt or obligation becomes the primary reasons for staying, it is a clear sign that it is time to reevaluate the situation. Imagine a job where you feel obligated to stay because you do not want to disappoint your colleagues or fear others' judgment. Maybe the job no longer brings you joy or aligns with your professional goals, but the idea of leaving fills you with guilt. You might worry about the additional workload your departure might cause your team or fear disappointing your boss. However, staying in a role that no longer serves you simply out of a sense of duty can lead to resentment and burnout. The Stoics teach us to live according to our true nature and to act from a place of genuine intention, not from external pressures or misplaced guilt. In personal relationships, guilt and obligation can be even more powerful. You might find yourself staying in a friendship or romantic relationship because you feel responsible for the other person's happiness or because you have been together for a long time. You might worry that leaving will hurt the other person or feel that you owe it to them to stay. However, if the relationship is no longer healthy or fulfilling for you, staying out of obligation is not fair to either party. Genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and voluntary commitment, not on guilt or a sense of duty. It is important to act with integrity and honesty, both to yourself and to others. Walking away from situations where you stay only out of guilt or obligation is an act of self-respect and authenticity. Recognizing that your time and energy are valuable and that you deserve to spend them in ways that are meaningful and fulfilling to you is crucial. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and decisions, and to let go of what we cannot control, such as others' reactions. By prioritizing your well-being and making decisions based on your true desires and values, you are living in accordance with Stoic principles. Imagine the freedom and empowerment that come from making decisions that align with your true self. By letting go of guilt and obligation, you open space in your life for opportunities and relationships that truly resonate with you. This change can lead to greater happiness, fulfillment, and personal growth. The Stoics believe that living a virtuous life involves making decisions that reflect your core values and pursuing what truly matters to you, rather than being driven by external pressures. It is important to recognize that leaving a situation out of guilt or obligation can be challenging. There may be initial discomfort and difficult conversations. However, ultimately, it is a step toward a more authentic and fulfilling life. The Stoics would encourage you to approach this process with courage and wisdom, understanding that true contentment comes from living in harmony with your internal principles. By making decisions that honor your true self, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and integrity. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "mind over body" so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Number 7. When trust is broken. When trust, the foundation of all meaningful relationships, is severely broken, the impact can be devastating. This can happen in friendships, romantic relationships, or professional connections. Imagine discovering that a close friend has been spreading false rumors about you, or that your partner has been unfaithful. These forms of betrayal not only hurt in the moment, but fundamentally alter the dynamics of the relationship, making it difficult, if not impossible, to continue interacting with the same level of openness and vulnerability. In a professional setting, a serious breach of trust could involve a colleague taking credit for your work or a superior making false promises. These actions can not only undermine your confidence, but also create a toxic work environment. When you can no longer trust the people you work with, it becomes a challenge to stay motivated and engaged. Stoic philosophy teaches us that we must act with honor and integrity, regardless of others' actions. If trust is broken in a way that compromises your ability to perform your job effectively and ethically, it might be time to consider walking away. The Stoics emphasize the importance of honesty and integrity, teaching us that our character is defined by our actions and the trust we build with others. When trust is broken, it is a sign that something fundamental has changed in the relationship. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that we must accept the reality of the world and others' actions, but we must also take steps to protect our inner peace and integrity. Staying in a situation where trust has been compromised can have long-term effects on your mental health. Constant doubt and anxiety can take a toll, leaving you constantly questioning others' actions and motives, which can be exhausting and debilitating. Seneca, another prominent Stoic philosopher, taught that we should not sacrifice our mental peace to maintain a relationship that no longer serves us. Imagine the relief and empowerment that come from leaving a situation where trust has been broken. By walking away, you open the possibility of forming new, healthier relationships built on mutual respect and trust. You send a powerful message to yourself and others about your self-worth and the standards you expect in your interactions. The Stoics believed in living a life of virtue and authenticity, and part of that is surrounding yourself with people who uphold those same values. It is important to recognize that walking away from a breach of trust can be incredibly challenging. It may involve difficult conversations and the loss of a relationship that once meant a lot to you. However, it is crucial to remember that your well-being and integrity are paramount. The Stoics teach us to face such challenges with courage and wisdom, understanding that sometimes the most virtuous path is also the most difficult. By making decisions that honor your true self, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and integrity. This act of courage and honesty can inspire others to do the same, creating a ripple effect of positive change. Prioritizing your own integrity and mental peace over staying in a harmful situation is not just a necessary action. It is an affirmation of your commitment to living a full and meaningful life. Number 8. When you have lost your essence. Losing oneself can be one of the most disorienting and painful experiences one can face. Often this happens gradually as we prioritize the needs and expectations of others over our own. There may come a day when you look in the mirror and do not recognize the person looking back at you. This phenomenon can happen in various aspects of life, in relationships, careers, or social circles, leaving you with a sense of emptiness and disconnection that is deeply disturbing. Stoic philosophy reminds us of the importance of knowing ourselves and living in alignment with our true nature. When you lose sight of who you are, it is a clear sign that something fundamental needs to change. In relationships, for example, you may find yourself constantly compromising your own desires and values to keep the peace or please your partner. Over time, you may discover that you have molded yourself to meet someone else's expectations, neglecting your own identity in the process. This can lead to a profound sense of loss and confusion. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, reminds us that we should not allow our lives to be governed by others' expectations, but should remain true to our own principles and nature. In your career, losing yourself can occur when you are so focused on climbing the corporate ladder or meeting external definitions of success that you forget why you started in the first place. You might find yourself in a role that looks impressive on paper, but leaves you feeling unfulfilled and disconnected from your passions. The Stoics would encourage you to reflect on what truly matters to you and ensure that your work aligns with your values and interests. It is crucial to seek roles and environments that allow you to be your true self and contribute meaningfully. In social circles and friendships, you can also lose your sense of identity if you surround yourself with people whose values and lifestyles do not resonate with you. It is easy to start conforming to fit in, which over time can erode your sense of identity. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, advised that we should seek friendships based on mutual respect and shared values, as these relationships help us grow and remain true to who we are. Walking away from situations where you have lost your essence is an act of courage and self-discovery. It is about reclaiming your identity and living in alignment with your true nature. This process of rediscovery allows you to reconnect with your passions, values, and the things that bring you joy. Imagine the freedom and fulfillment that come from living authentically. When you let go of the need to conform and embrace your true self, you experience a sense of liberation. You begin to attract relationships and opportunities that are in tune with who you truly are. This authenticity not only enhances your well-being, but also positively impacts those around you. Living according to your true nature is essential for a virtuous and satisfying life. Recognizing that reclaiming yourself can be a challenging process that may involve difficult decisions, and leaving behind people or situations that once felt comfortable is crucial. However, it is a necessary step towards a life that truly reflects your values and passions. The Stoics would encourage you to approach this journey with courage and compassion for yourself, understanding that true contentment comes from living in harmony with your inner self. By making decisions that honor your true being, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and integrity. Number 9. When you have done everything possible, but it is not enough. Reaching a point where you feel like you have done everything possible and still see no progress or positive change can be incredibly disheartening. This feeling of exhaustion arises when, despite all your efforts, the situation remains unchanged. This type of experience can manifest in various areas of life, such as personal relationships, professional careers, or personal projects. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control and to accept what we cannot. When you have given your all and the outcome has not changed, it is time to recognize that this is not a reflection of your worth or effort, but rather a sign that it is time to move on. In personal relationships, for example, you may have tried every possible way to communicate, repair, and make things work. You have been patient, empathetic, and put a lot of effort into resolving conflicts. But despite your best efforts, the relationship remains unsatisfactory or even toxic. This emotional and mental drain can be incredibly exhausting. The Stoics remind us that our responsibility lies in our own actions and intentions, not in others' actions or responses. If your efforts are not reciprocated or recognized, it is a clear indication that continuing in the same situation might cause more harm than good in your professional life. There might be a project or a job role where you have invested a significant amount of time and energy. You have implemented new strategies, worked extra hours, and dedicated yourself completely to improving things. But the results do not meet your expectations, and there are no signs of improvement. This can lead to frustration and burnout, indicating that it might be time to objectively evaluate the situation. If necessary, it might be time to seek new opportunities, or even walk away completely to protect your well-being and professional growth. Personal projects and goals can also reach a deadlock where, despite all the effort and dedication, progress seems impossible. This could be a creative endeavor, a fitness goal, or any other personal aspiration. In these moments, it is easy to fall into a pattern of overthinking and self-doubt. However, the Stoics would advise reflecting on what you have learned from the process, appreciating your efforts, and understanding that not every endeavor is destined to succeed. Sometimes wisdom lies in recognizing the right moment to let go and redirect your energy towards more fruitful activities. Walking away after having done everything possible is not a sign of failure, but an act of self-respect and wisdom. It is understanding the limits of your influence and making peace with what is beyond your control. The Stoics value the importance of focusing on what truly matters and letting go of what does not. By walking away from situations that no longer serve you, you create space for new opportunities and experiences that align more closely with your goals and values. Imagine the relief and liberation that come from recognizing that you have done all you could. By letting go, you free yourself from the cycle of frustration and disappointment. This act of moving forward opens possibilities for growth, learning, and new beginnings. Life is a series of opportunities for growth, and sometimes growing means knowing when it is time to walk away. It is crucial to approach this decision with compassion for yourself and understanding, knowing that walking away does not diminish the value of your efforts or the significance of what you tried to achieve. Instead, it is an affirmation of your commitment to living authentically and purposefully. The Stoics would encourage you to see this as part of your journey, a step towards new paths that may offer greater fulfillment and success. In the journey of life, knowing when to walk away is a profound act of courage and self-respect. It is valuing your peace, integrity, and growth above all else. Remember, every step you take towards living authentically is a step towards a fuller and more meaningful life. Number 10. When the passion has been lost. Losing passion in any area of life, be it your career, a relationship, or a hobby, is like watching a flame that once illuminated your path slowly extinguish. This fading of passion not only diminishes the vibrant sense of purpose in our lives, but also leaves us feeling disoriented and unmotivated, wandering through our daily routines without a clear sense of direction. According to the Stoics, facing these kinds of challenges is fundamental to character development and self-understanding. They remind us that we must be in constant pursuit of alignment with our true nature and purposes. In the professional context, perhaps you began your career full of enthusiasm and clear goals, but over time, routine tasks have taken over, leaving little room for innovation or personal satisfaction. This is a clear sign that your passion for your work has faded. The Stoics would teach us that this is the optimal moment for deep personal reflection, to reevaluate our true motivations and aspirations. In relationships, both romantic and friendly, passion can manifest as intense emotional commitment and a continuous desire for mutual growth. If you find that interactions have become obligatory or superficial, it is vital to question whether the relationship has lost the vitality that once nourished your soul. The Stoics value authenticity and meaningful interaction and encourage us to consider whether these relationships still resonate with our deepest values. Even hobbies, sources of joy and relaxation, can lose their charm and become mundane tasks if they no longer challenge or enrich us. Here, Stoic philosophy invites us to recognize these moments not as failures, but as natural signals that our interests and needs are evolving. To rediscover lost passion, the Stoics would advise returning to the fundamentals of our being. What do we truly value? What activities resonate with our essence? We can start by setting new goals that reflect our current interests, seeking new experiences that spark our curiosity, or even changing our environment to break the monotony and revitalize our spirit. Additionally, continuous education is crucial. Learning new skills or delving into areas of knowledge can reignite our passion. This approach is not only a form of self-improvement, but also a way to align our lives with the Stoic principles of growth and authenticity. Finally, the Stoics remind us of the importance of integrity and authenticity in all our endeavors. Losing passion is, in a way, a call to examine how our actions reflect our deepest values. By making conscious decisions to realign our lives with these values, we not only recover our lost passion, but also strengthen our character and foster a more meaningful and fulfilled life. Approaching the loss of passion with a Stoic perspective not only facilitates a transition to activities that resonate more deeply with us, but also prepares us to live more fully and authentically. By facing these challenges with courage and wisdom, we not only navigate our days with greater purpose, but also lay the foundation for a future where every action and choice is deeply aligned with what we value most. Number 11. When your contributions are unsustainable. When our contributions begin to feel unsustainable, whether at work, in personal relationships, or even in community activities, we face a dilemma that can drain our energy and wear down our spirit. Stoic philosophy offers us a valuable perspective in these moments, emphasizing the importance of recognizing our limits and re-evaluating our capabilities. Remember that while dedication is admirable, it should not lead us to burnout or compromise our long-term health and well-being. In the workplace, this might manifest as taking on excessive workloads, overly ambitious projects, or responsibilities that exceed our hours and energy. This type of commitment, though initially seeming like a path to recognition and success, often leads to burnout that is not only physical, but also emotional and mental. The Stoics would teach us to act wisely, recognizing when our contributions have exceeded a healthy threshold and when it is time to set more realistic limits or say no. In personal or family relationships, unsustainability can arise when we continually sacrifice our needs to meet others' expectations. This can be as simple as constantly committing to activities we do not enjoy, or taking on responsibilities that are not equitably shared. The Stoics would urge us to consider how these patterns not only affect our personal happiness, but also create unbalanced relationships that are not sustainable in the long run. To address the unsustainability of our contributions, the Stoics would recommend a meditated approach that includes self-evaluation and radical honesty with oneself and others. This involves recognizing and communicating our limitations, as well as redefining our priorities in ways that respect our energy and capacity. At work, this might mean delegating tasks, discussing workloads openly with superiors, or even changing career direction if necessary to align better with a more balanced lifestyle. Additionally, cultivating resilience and self-care is vital. The Stoics emphasize internal strength that not only meets external demands, but also ensures we have the personal resources to face challenges. This includes practices like meditation, regular exercise, and conscious rest times that not only help us recharge, but also allow us to maintain a clear perspective on our activities and commitments. Reflecting on the unsustainability of our contributions is fundamental not only for our personal well-being, but also to ensure that what we give to the world is valuable and supported by a solid foundation of self-care and self-respect. By adopting the Stoic mindset of self-control and acceptance, we can reorient our energies more effectively and sustainably, ultimately leading to greater efficiency and satisfaction in all areas of life. Recognizing and adjusting the sustainability of our contributions is an act of wisdom and respect towards ourselves and others. which is essential for living a life in accordance with the Stoic ideals of virtue and balance. Number 12. When the environment hinders your personal growth. Facing an environment that hinders our personal growth is one of the most challenging situations we can experience. According to Stoic philosophy, each individual should continuously seek self-improvement, not only as an act of self-fulfillment, but also as a duty to society. An environment that obstructs this growth not only limits our ability to develop as individuals, but also prevents us from contributing effectively to the world around us. Often these environments can be found in workplaces that neither promote nor value personal development, relationships that keep us trapped in cycles of dependency or conformity, or even social settings that discourage innovation and authenticity. The Stoics teach us that we must have the courage to change the things within our control and the wisdom to recognize when a situation is no longer conducive to our personal growth. The first step in facing this challenge is to clearly identify how the environment is limiting our growth. This might involve reflecting on the lack of opportunities to learn new skills, the absence of challenges that stimulate our mind and spirit, or a general atmosphere that discourages personal expression and exploration of new ideas. The Stoics would encourage us to face these issues with honesty and courage, using reason to discern the nature of these obstacles and plan effective strategies to overcome them, or if necessary, walk away from them. To mitigate the effects of a restrictive environment, it is essential to actively seek communities and spaces that foster and support personal growth. This might mean looking for new groups, engaging in activities that reflect our true interests and passions, or even changing job environments to one that values and cultivates human potential. Additionally, the Stoics practice self-discipline as a way to strengthen character and ensure that one is not overly dependent or susceptible to external influences. Developing a regular practice of personal reflection, such as meditation or journaling, can help maintain a connection with our values and fundamental goals, allowing us to stay centered and motivated even when the external environment is less than ideal. Finally, it is crucial to adopt a long-term perspective. Stoic philosophy reminds us that obstacles are an opportunity to practice virtues such as patience, perseverance, and adaptability. Facing and eventually overcoming environments that limit our personal growth not only testifies to our commitment to self-improvement, but also reinforces our character and prepares us for future challenges. In summary, while a restrictive environment can be a significant obstacle, Stoic principles provide a robust framework for understanding and overcoming these challenges. By focusing on what we can control, actively seeking more conducive environments for our growth, and developing resilience and self-discipline, we can ensure that we continue to grow and contribute to the world in a meaningful way, true to Stoic wisdom. Final lesson: Steps towards change, a practical guide for personal transformation. When you face an environment that limits your growth, it is essential to implement changes strategically and thoughtfully, following a plan that reflects the principles of Stoic philosophy, which values self-awareness, self-discipline, and rational action. Start by evaluating your current situation. Take time to reflect on whether you feel stagnant or if your daily activities bring you satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment, using tools like journaling or meditation to delve deeper into your thoughts and emotions. Additionally, seek feedback from trusted friends, family, or mentors who can offer external perspectives you may not have considered, and analyze your current environment, identifying what factors are hindering your personal growth, such as the lack of challenges or a culture that does not align with your values. Then, identify your values and goals clearly to determine what changes are necessary to align your environment with your aspirations, prioritizing changes that will have the greatest impact on your growth, and setting specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals for each change you want to implement. Develop a detailed action plan for each change, including specific steps, necessary resources, and a timeline. Integrate habits that foster physical and mental well-being, such as regular exercise, a balanced diet, and mindfulness practices to enhance your ability to manage stress and build resilience, and seek support from a network that shares your values and motivates you to move forward. Finally, regularly monitor your progress towards your goals, allowing yourself to make necessary adjustments based on what works and what does not, and be flexible and willing to make changes to your plan according to the results and feedback you receive. Celebrate your achievements, no matter how small, to boost your motivation and reinforce your commitment to continuous personal growth. Implementing changes following these steps will not only help you overcome a restrictive environment, but also empower you to live a life more aligned with your values and aspirations, maintaining the resilience and inner peace that the Stoics deeply value. As we close this exploration of the crucial moments where walking away can transform our lives, I hope the reflections and advice shared have inspired you to consider more deeply how and when to make significant changes in your life. Remember, Stoicism is not just about enduring adversities. It is also a guide for recognizing when a situation no longer contributes to our growth and well-being. I hope this video has provided you with the tools and courage to make those difficult but necessary changes, and that you feel more empowered to align your life with your truest values. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. Life is a series of choices, each guiding us down a unique path. The philosophy of Stoicism, advocated by figures like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, offers invaluable insights into making decisions that can profoundly shape our lives. In this exploration, we delve into 13 decisions inspired by Stoic principles that have the power to transform your journey. These decisions are not merely fleeting moments, but deliberate lessons that align with the fundamental principles of Stoicism, leading to a life of wisdom, resilience, and purpose. So, let's embark on a journey of self-discovery and empowerment as we uncover the 13 decisions that can truly change your life through the lens of Stoicism. Let's embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and transform our lives for the better. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Now, let's start this transformative journey together. Let's begin. Number 1. Stop wasting time. Seneca captured this sentiment perfectly when he wrote that procrastination is the greatest waste of life. This powerful statement challenges us to consider how often we procrastinate, delay, or waste precious moments on activities that add little or no value to our lives. In a world filled with endless distractions, this Stoic advice is more relevant than ever. Think about modern conveniences and technologies designed to save us time, which ironically often become the very things that consume it. Social media, streaming services, and instant messaging can easily consume hours of our day if we are not mindful. While these tools can offer relaxation and connection, it is crucial to recognize when they are diverting us from more meaningful pursuits. Seneca's wisdom urges us to examine closely how we are spending our time, and reclaim it for activities that truly matter. Procrastination, often called the thief of time, is another significant obstacle. It's that annoying habit of delaying tasks, convincing ourselves that tomorrow will be a better day to start. But as the Stoics remind us, tomorrow is not guaranteed. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." This sharp reminder of life's impermanence should motivate us to act with urgency and purpose. By understanding that our time is limited, we can push ourselves to stop procrastinating and start taking action today on our goals and dreams. Consider the impact of procrastination on our goals. When we delay working on our aspirations, we not only postpone our progress, but also diminish our potential achievements. Every day we put off is a day we could have used to get closer to our dreams. The Stoic approach is to begin immediately, to live each day as if it were the last, fully embracing the present moment. This mindset helps us focus on what needs to be done now, rather than what can be postponed for later. Another key aspect of stopping the waste of time is prioritization. Stoicism teaches us to discern what is truly important and to dedicate our time and energy accordingly. This means identifying our core values and aligning our daily actions with them. For example, if we value personal growth, we might prioritize reading, learning new skills, or engaging in reflective practices like journaling or meditating. If relationships are important to us, we should make time for meaningful conversations and connections with loved ones. By prioritizing what matters most, we ensure that our time is spent on activities that enrich our lives and align with our deeper purpose. Furthermore, stopping the waste of time involves being mindful of how we approach our daily tasks. It is about cultivating a sense of presence in everything we do, rather than going through the motions mindlessly. The Stoics encourage us to be fully engaged in our activities, whether working on a project, exercising, or spending time with family. When we are truly present, we can derive more meaning and satisfaction from our experiences, making our time feel well spent. The Stoic practice of memento mori, or reflecting on mortality, can also be a powerful motivator to stop wasting time. By contemplating the finite nature of our lives, we can gain a clearer perspective on what is truly important. This reflection does not need to be morbid, but can be a source of inspiration to live more fully and intentionally. When we recognize that our time is limited, we become more mindful of the choices we make and more determined to make every moment count. Eliminating time-wasting habits requires a conscious effort to set boundaries and create a structured routine. This might mean setting specific times to check emails or social media, dedicating blocks of time to focused work, and ensuring that we allocate time for rest and rejuvenation. A well-structured routine helps us stay on track and prevents us from drifting into aimless activities. By being intentional with our schedule, we can maximize our productivity and ensure that our time is used effectively. Let's not forget the importance of taking breaks and allowing ourselves time to rest. While it is crucial to avoid wasting time, it is equally important to recognize that rest and relaxation are not wastes of time when done purposefully. The Stoics believed in balance and moderation, understanding that a well-rested mind is more capable of focused and meaningful work. So, schedule your downtime just as you would any important task, and use it to recharge and refresh your mind and body. The decision to stop wasting time is a Stoic transformation that can change your life and your perception of the world around you. By adopting this philosophy, you align yourself with thinkers like Epictetus, who taught that we should not be concerned with events outside our control, but rather focus on our conduct and judgment. In daily practice, this means dedicating time to what you can genuinely influence: your actions, responses, and personal growth. We can apply Stoic wisdom by making conscious decisions about how we use each moment. Every choice is an opportunity to live according to our Stoic principles. For example, instead of mindlessly scrolling through social media, we could choose to spend that time in self-reflection or learning something new, activities that Seneca would have considered valuable for the enrichment of the soul. Finally, the Stoics remind us of the importance of living in harmony with nature and our own nature. This involves recognizing our limitations and working within them to achieve a fulfilling and meaningful life. By making deliberate decisions that reflect our deepest values, such as discipline and resilience, we move closer to a more authentic and satisfying existence. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts." I encourage you to choose thoughts and actions that lead you towards a Stoic transformed life. The Stoic transformation is not just a change in perspective, but a constant action towards personal improvement. By making the conscious decision to stop wasting time, we commit to a life of purpose and meaning. As Musonius Rufus, a lesser-known Stoic philosopher, said, "It is not what you have, but how you use what you have that makes the difference." In daily life, this translates to choosing activities that challenge and grow us instead of those that merely pass the time, whether through meditation, physical exercise, or continuous learning. Every intentional action brings us closer to being the best version of ourselves. Number 2, say yes to what matters. Every time we say yes to something, we are making a deliberate decision to invest our time and energy. This means that each yes implicitly comes with a no to something else. Seneca wisely noted, "It's not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." This awareness challenges us to be more selective and intentional with our commitments. How often do we find ourselves saying yes out of habit, obligation, or fear of missing out, only to realize later that those choices did not add value to our lives? To say yes to what matters, we need to pause and reflect on our priorities. Ask yourself, is this truly important? Will it matter in a year, 5 years, or 10 years? This line of questioning helps filter out the noise and focus on what genuinely aligns with our long-term values and goals. For example, consider the difference between spending time with loved ones versus getting caught up in trivial debates on social media. One nourishes our relationships and well-being, while the other often leads to unnecessary stress and distraction. Saying yes to what matters is not just about grand gestures or significant life decisions, but also about the small daily choices that collectively shape our lives. Imagine starting your day with a few moments of gratitude, acknowledging the gift of life itself, as Marcus Aurelius suggested. This simple practice can set a positive tone for the day and remind us to appreciate the little things that often go unnoticed. Stoicism teaches us to value life and live with purpose. This means recognizing that every moment is a gift and should be used wisely. Each day presents countless opportunities to practice this principle, whether dedicating time to a meaningful project, engaging in deep conversations, or simply enjoying a quiet moment of reflection. These are the choices that enrich our lives and bring us closer to our true selves. It is also essential to remember that saying yes to what matters often requires saying no to what does not. This can be challenging, especially when it involves letting go of habits, commitments, or even relationships that no longer serve us. However, by doing so, we free up space and energy for what truly resonates with our core values. As the Stoics would advise, this process is not about deprivation, but about making room for abundance in the areas that count. Consider how our daily choices can have a profound impact on our existence. Just as the Stoics believed in the importance of living a virtuous life, we too can apply this wisdom by making conscious decisions that reflect our deepest values. Epictetus taught that we should not worry about events outside our control, but rather focus on our conduct and judgment. In daily practice, this could mean choosing not to get angry in traffic, but instead using that time to listen to an educational audiobook or reflect on our personal goals. We can find guidance in the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, who reminded us to perform each action as if it were the last of our lives. This does not mean living in fear, but with full awareness and commitment to what is essential. When faced with everyday decisions, whether as simple as what to have for breakfast or as complex as changing careers, we can ask ourselves, does this contribute to my well-being and personal growth? If the answer is yes, then we know we are saying yes to what truly matters. In Seneca's words about the prudent use of time, we must learn to set healthy boundaries. This might mean declining invitations to social events we know we won't enjoy, or limiting our consumption of negative news to protect our mental peace. The Stoics valued inner serenity and emotional freedom, so by saying no to distractions and unnecessary commitments, we honor that legacy and cultivate space for tranquility and reflection in our lives. Transformation begins with internal change. By adopting a Stoic stance towards life, we commit to a life of self-improvement and resilience. Musonius Rufus emphasized the importance of living in harmony with nature, which involves choosing a lifestyle of simplicity and focus. In modern life, this might translate into making more sustainable and environmentally conscious decisions, such as reducing waste or choosing greener modes of transportation. The principle of saying yes to what matters also encourages us to seek wisdom in our daily interactions. Just as Cicero, though not a Stoic per se, admired and conveyed many Stoic ideas in his work, he believed that true friendship is based on virtue and mutual growth. We can apply this advice by being selective with our friendships, choosing to surround ourselves with people who inspire and challenge us to be better. This also means being present and attentive during conversations, listening actively, and offering our sincerity and support. To live a life transformed by Stoicism, we must embrace challenges as opportunities to strengthen ourselves. The Stoics saw obstacles as exercises for the soul, a chance to practice virtues like patience and perseverance. When we face difficulties at work or personal conflicts, we can remember Marcus Aurelius's words, "What stands in the way becomes the way." By adopting this mindset, every problem becomes a stepping stone to greater wisdom and character. Adopting a Stoic perspective in our decision-making, the Stoics, like Chrysippus, taught that our emotions derive from our evaluations and judgments. Therefore, by choosing to see life events from a positive and constructive perspective, we can maintain our serenity even in adversity. This applies to everyday situations like receiving criticism at work. Instead of reacting defensively, we can choose to see it as an opportunity to learn and grow. In line with saying yes to what matters, we must remember that Stoicism is not a philosophy of resignation, but of conscious action. Just as Zeno of Citium urged us to live in accordance with reason and virtue, we too can strive to make decisions that reflect our integrity and purpose. This can manifest in simple acts like choosing nutritious foods to care for our bodies, or significant ones like committing to social causes that promote justice and community well-being. Stoic decisions have the power to change not only our lives, but also the world around us. By living intentionally and purposefully, as the Stoics taught, we can positively influence our environment. This can be as simple as practicing daily kindness, which can have a ripple effect in the community, or as complex as leading by example in difficult situations, showing courage and composure. In the end, as Epictetus said, it is not external events that trouble us, but our opinions about them. By changing our perspective, we transform our life experience. Number 3, be disciplined. Discipline begins with recognizing that every day presents us with countless choices. Some are mundane, like deciding what to have for breakfast, while others are more significant, like choosing how to respond to a challenging situation. However, by doing so, we free up space and energy for what truly resonates with our core values. As the Stoics would advise, this process is not about deprivation, but about making room for abundance in the areas that count. Consider how our daily choices can have a profound impact on our existence. Just as the Stoics believed in the importance of living a virtuous life, we too can apply this wisdom by making conscious decisions that reflect our deepest values. Epictetus taught that we should not worry about events outside our control, but rather focus on our conduct and judgment. In daily practice, this could mean choosing not to get angry in traffic, but instead using that time to listen to an educational audiobook or reflect on our personal goals. We can find guidance in the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, who reminded us to perform each action as if it were the last of our lives. This does not mean living in fear, but with full awareness and commitment to what is essential. When faced with everyday decisions, whether as simple as what to have for breakfast or as complex as changing careers, we can ask ourselves, does this contribute to my well-being and personal growth? If the answer is yes, then we know we are saying yes to what truly matters. In Seneca's words about the prudent use of time, we must learn to set healthy boundaries. This might mean declining invitations to social events we know we won't enjoy, or limiting our consumption of negative news to protect our mental peace. The Stoics valued inner serenity and emotional freedom, so by saying no to distractions and unnecessary commitments, we honor that legacy and cultivate space for tranquility and reflection in our lives. Transformation begins with internal change. By adopting a Stoic stance towards life, we commit to a life of self-improvement and resilience. Musonius Rufus emphasized the importance of living in harmony with nature, which involves choosing a lifestyle of simplicity and focus. In modern life, this might translate into making more sustainable and environmentally conscious decisions, such as reducing waste or choosing greener modes of transportation. The principle of saying yes to what matters also encourages us to seek wisdom in our daily interactions. Just as Cicero, though not a Stoic per se, admired and conveyed many Stoic ideas in his work, he believed that true friendship is based on virtue and mutual growth. We can apply this advice by being selective with our friendships, choosing to surround ourselves with people who inspire and challenge us to be better. This also means being present and attentive during conversations, listening actively, and offering our sincerity and support. To live a life transformed by Stoicism, we must embrace challenges as opportunities to strengthen ourselves. The Stoics saw obstacles as exercises for the soul, a chance to practice virtues like patience and perseverance. When we face difficulties at work or personal conflicts, we can remember Marcus Aurelius's words, "What stands in the way becomes the way." By adopting this mindset, every problem becomes a stepping stone to greater wisdom and character. Adopting a Stoic perspective in our decision-making, the Stoics, like Chrysippus, taught that our emotions derive from our evaluations and judgments. Therefore, by choosing to see life events from a positive and constructive perspective, we can maintain our serenity even in adversity. This applies to everyday situations like receiving criticism at work. Instead of reacting defensively, we can choose to see it as an opportunity to learn and grow. In line with saying yes to what matters, we must remember that Stoicism is not a philosophy of resignation, but of conscious action. Just as Zeno of Citium urged us to live in accordance with reason and virtue, we too can strive to make decisions that reflect our integrity and purpose. This can manifest in simple acts like choosing nutritious foods to care for our bodies, or significant ones like committing to social causes that promote justice and community well-being. Stoic decisions have the power to change not only our lives, but also the world around us. By living intentionally and purposefully, as the Stoics taught, we can positively influence our environment. This can be as simple as practicing daily kindness, which can have a ripple effect in the community, or as complex as leading by example in difficult situations, showing courage and composure. In the end, as Epictetus said, it is not external events that trouble us, but our opinions about them. By changing our perspective, we transform our life experience. Number 3, be disciplined. Discipline begins with recognizing that every day presents us with countless choices. Some are mundane, like deciding what to have for breakfast, while others are more significant, like choosing how to respond to a challenging situation. Regardless of the scale, each choice is an opportunity to practice discipline. It is about making decisions consistently aligned with our values and long-term goals, even when it is difficult or inconvenient. Consider the daily habits that shape our lives. Stoicism teaches us the importance of routines and practices that cultivate a disciplined mind. For example, starting the day with a moment of reflection or meditation can set a focused and intentional tone. This practice, which Marcus Aurelius himself engaged in, helps center our thoughts and prepare us for the challenges ahead. It is in these quiet moments of introspection that we build the mental strength needed to face the day's adversities. Seneca emphasized the power of thoughts in shaping our lives. He said, "We become what we think about most of the time." This underscores the importance of disciplined thinking. By training our minds to focus on what is within our control and let go of what is not, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and strength. This mental discipline is not about suppressing emotions, but about managing them in a way that serves our highest good. Physical discipline is equally important. The Stoics believed that taking care of our bodies is a form of respect for ourselves and the life we have been given. Regular exercise, mindful eating, and adequate rest are not just about maintaining health, but about building resilience. When our bodies are strong and well-nourished, our minds are better equipped to handle stress and adversity. This holistic approach to discipline ensures that we are prepared to face life's challenges with vigor and clarity. Discipline also involves the courage to say no to distractions and temptations that pull us away from our goals. In our fast-paced world, it is easy to get sidetracked by social media, endless entertainment options, or even the allure of procrastination. Stoicism teaches us the value of staying true to our path. It is about prioritizing what truly matters and being willing to forgo immediate gratification for long-term fulfillment. This might mean setting boundaries, creating a structured schedule, or simply being mindful of how we spend our time. It is important to remember that discipline is a practice, not a destination. There will be days when we falter, when motivation wanes, or when we give in to distractions. The key is to approach these moments with self-compassion and a commitment to get back on track. Stoicism encourages us to see each day as a new beginning, an opportunity to start afresh with renewed focus and determination. As Seneca wisely said, "Begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life." Incorporating discipline into our lives transforms the way we approach both the mundane and the extraordinary. It empowers us to live with intention, to make decisions that reflect our values, and to face challenges with courage and grace. By being disciplined, we are not only more effective in achieving our goals, but also more aligned with our true selves. Discipline is about taking control of our lives and steering them in a direction that aligns with our deepest values and aspirations. It is about realizing that every small action, every daily habit, contributes to the larger tapestry of our lives. By embracing the Stoic principles of discipline, we can navigate life's unpredictability with strength and purpose, creating a life of meaning and fulfillment. So let us commit to being disciplined, to harnessing the power of our minds, and to living each day with intention and resilience. Stoic discipline not only transforms our personal lives, but can also profoundly impact how we interact with the world around us. By making conscious Stoic decisions, we not only improve ourselves, but also positively influence our surroundings. As Epictetus taught, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. By focusing on our reaction rather than the fear of judgment, we build the mental fortitude needed to navigate setbacks and continue pursuing our goals. In social situations, the fear of looking foolish can prevent us from forming meaningful connections. We might avoid expressing our true feelings or sharing our thoughts because we fear being misunderstood or ridiculed. However, authentic relationships are built on vulnerability and honesty. By being willing to look foolish, we show others that we are human, imperfect, and willing to take risks to connect with them. This openness can lead to deeper and more fulfilling relationships based on mutual understanding and trust. The Stoics also taught that our fear of looking foolish is often rooted in our concern for others' opinions. Marcus Aurelius wrote about the tranquility that comes when you stop worrying about what others say, think, or do, and only concern yourself with what you do. This teaching encourages us to focus on our values and actions rather than seeking validation from others. Embracing the willingness to look foolish can lead to greater creativity and innovation. Many of the world's greatest inventions and artistic achievements came from individuals who dared to think differently and challenge the status quo. These innovators often met with skepticism and ridicule before their ideas were accepted. By being willing to look foolish, we allow ourselves to explore new ideas and approaches that others might overlook. This creativity can lead to breakthroughs and achievements that would be impossible if we always played it safe. In the realm of personal development, being willing to look foolish can accelerate our growth. Whether it's trying a new exercise routine, starting a new business, or learning a new craft, the initial stages are often filled with uncertainty and awkwardness. The Stoic practice of negative visualization, where we imagine the worst possible scenario, can help us prepare mentally for these challenges. By anticipating potential difficulties and accepting them, we can approach new endeavors with confidence and resilience, knowing that any initial stumbling is a temporary and valuable part of the process. The decision to be willing to look foolish is a powerful affirmation of our capacity to transform Stoicism in our world. By adopting this mindset, we commit to living authentically, embracing vulnerability, and pursuing our true passions. It is a decision that encourages us to step outside our comfort zones and explore the limitless potential within us. Stoic teachings provide a strong foundation for cultivating this willingness. By focusing on our values, embracing the present moment, and letting go of the fear of judgment, we can live more fully and courageously. As we navigate our journey, let us remember the wisdom of Epictetus. First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Number 4, change your perspective. The decision to change your perspective begins with recognizing that our thoughts shape our reality. Epictetus taught that it is not things that disturb us, but our interpretation of their significance. This profound insight reminds us that the way we perceive events and experiences determines our emotional and psychological response. By changing our perspective, we can transform our experience of life, finding growth and opportunity even in adversity. Consider how often we view challenges as obstacles rather than opportunities. A common example is facing a difficult situation at work or in personal relationships. Instead of seeing these moments as setbacks, we can choose to view them as chances to develop resilience, patience, and problem-solving skills. This shift in perspective not only reduces stress and frustration, but also empowers us to take proactive steps toward resolution and growth. One practical way to change your perspective is through the practice of gratitude. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most famous Stoic philosophers, often reflected on the things he was grateful for, even amidst his many responsibilities and challenges as a Roman emperor. By focusing on what we appreciate in our lives, we can shift our attention away from what we lack or what is going wrong. This simple practice can lead to a more positive outlook and greater emotional well-being. Another powerful tool for changing your perspective is the practice of mindfulness. By being fully present in each moment, we can observe our thoughts and reactions without judgment. This awareness allows us to identify negative thought patterns and consciously choose to reframe them. For instance, if we catch ourselves thinking, "I can't handle this," we can reframe it as, "This is a challenge and I have the strength to face it." This subtle shift in language can have a profound impact on our mindset and overall approach to life. The Stoic principle of amor fati, or love of fate, also encourages a positive perspective on life's events. This philosophy teaches us to embrace everything that happens, seeing it as necessary and beneficial for our growth. Instead of resisting or lamenting our circumstances, we accept them with grace and look for the lessons they offer. By adopting this mindset, we cultivate resilience and a deeper appreciation for the unfolding of our lives. Changing your perspective also involves letting go of the need for control over external events. The Stoics believed that true control lies in our own thoughts and actions, not in the external world. By focusing on what we can control, our responses, attitudes, and choices, we free ourselves from the frustration and anxiety that come from trying to control the uncontrollable. This shift in focus allows us to live more peacefully and effectively, regardless of external circumstances. To change your perspective, practice the Stoic exercise of negative visualization. This involves imagining the worst possible scenarios and preparing mentally for them. By confronting our fears in this way, we become less fearful and more resilient. This practice helps us appreciate what we have and reminds us of our capacity to endure and overcome difficulties. Incorporating the decision to change your perspective into your daily life can lead to profound personal transformation. It allows us to navigate life's challenges with grace and strength, finding meaning and purpose even in difficult times. By embracing this Stoic principle, we open ourselves to a richer, more fulfilling experience of life. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "mind over body" so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. The teachings of Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and other Stoic philosophers offer timeless wisdom for changing our perspective. By adopting their practices and mindset, we can cultivate a more positive, resilient, and purposeful approach to life. As we make this decision, let us remember that our thoughts have the power to shape our reality, and by changing our perspective, we can change our lives. Number 5. Accept what you can't change. The decision to accept what you can't change is rooted in the Stoic understanding that true peace comes from focusing on what is within our control. Epictetus famously taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control our responses to them. This principle encourages us to let go of the futile effort to change things outside our power and instead direct our energy toward our own attitudes and actions. Acceptance does not mean resignation or passivity. Instead, it is an active choice to engage with reality as it is, not as we wish it to be. This perspective allows us to respond to life's challenges with clarity and wisdom, rather than frustration and despair. By accepting what we cannot change, we free ourselves from the suffering that comes from resistance and denial. Consider the common experience of facing a sudden life change, such as a job loss, a breakup, or an unexpected health issue. These events are often beyond our control, but how we respond to them is entirely up to us. By accepting the reality of the situation, we can begin to look for constructive ways to move forward. This might involve seeking new opportunities, focusing on self-care, or finding support from others. Acceptance creates the space for positive action and growth. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of accepting our own limitations and imperfections. Marcus Aurelius wrote about the value of recognizing our humanity and embracing it with compassion. By accepting that we will make mistakes and encounter setbacks, we can approach life with greater humility and resilience. This self-acceptance is a foundation for personal growth and self-improvement, as it allows us to learn from our experiences without being weighed down by self-criticism. In relationships, acceptance plays a crucial role in fostering understanding and harmony. We often struggle to change others, expecting them to conform to our expectations or ideals. However, the Stoic perspective teaches us to accept people as they are, recognizing that their actions and choices are beyond our control. This acceptance does not mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather acknowledging that we can only control our own responses. By focusing on our behavior and communication, we can create healthier and more fulfilling relationships. Acceptance also involves embracing the impermanence of life. The Stoics believed that everything is in a constant state of change and that nothing lasts forever. By accepting this reality, we can develop a deeper appreciation for the present moment and the people and experiences we cherish. This mindset helps us let go of the fear of loss and instead focus on making the most of the time we have. Incorporating acceptance into our daily lives requires practice and mindfulness. It involves regularly reflecting on what is within our control and what is not, and consciously choosing to release the latter. This practice can be enhanced through meditation, journaling, or simply taking a moment each day to pause and reflect. The decision to accept what you can't change is a powerful step toward inner peace and resilience. By adopting this Stoic principle, we align ourselves with the natural flow of life, finding strength and serenity in the face of challenges. Acceptance allows us to live more fully and authentically, embracing each moment with grace and wisdom. The teachings of the Stoic philosophers provide a timeless guide for cultivating acceptance. By integrating their wisdom into our lives, we can navigate the complexities of existence with greater clarity and equanimity. As we make this decision, let us remember that true power lies in our ability to accept what we cannot change and to focus on what we can. Number 6, develop resilience. The decision to develop resilience is a commitment to facing life's challenges with strength and perseverance. Stoicism teaches us that resilience is not just about enduring hardships, but about thriving in the face of them. It is about cultivating a mindset that views obstacles as opportunities for growth and transformation. Resilience begins with the recognition that adversity is a natural part of life. The Stoics believed that challenges are inevitable and that our response to them defines our character. By accepting this reality, we can prepare ourselves mentally and emotionally to navigate difficulties with grace and determination. This mindset allows us to approach setbacks not as insurmountable barriers, but as stepping stones on our path to personal growth. One of the key principles of Stoic resilience is the practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This involves imagining potential challenges and difficulties before they occur, allowing us to prepare for them in advance. By anticipating possible setbacks, we can develop strategies to address them and reduce their impact on our well-being. This practice helps us build mental fortitude and resilience, as we are less likely to be caught off guard by life's surprises. Another important aspect of developing resilience is cultivating a strong sense of purpose. The Stoics believed that having a clear sense of purpose provides direction and motivation, especially in difficult times. When we are connected to a higher goal or mission, we are more likely to persevere through challenges. This sense of purpose can be found in various aspects of life, such as personal growth, relationships, work, or contributing to a greater cause. By aligning our actions with our values and purpose, we strengthen our resilience and capacity to endure. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of self-discipline and self-control in building resilience. By practicing self-discipline, we develop the ability to manage our impulses and stay focused on our goals, even in the face of temptation or distraction. This inner strength allows us to maintain our composure and make rational decisions during times of stress or adversity. By exercising self-control, we can respond to challenges with clarity and purpose rather than reacting impulsively. Resilience is also nurtured through the cultivation of supportive relationships. The Stoics valued community and believed that strong connections with others provide a source of strength and support. By surrounding ourselves with positive, like-minded individuals, we create a network of encouragement and inspiration. These relationships can help us navigate difficult times, providing guidance, comfort, and motivation. By building a supportive community, we enhance our resilience and capacity to face life's challenges. Finally, resilience is developed through the practice of self-care and self-compassion. The Stoics recognized the importance of caring for both the mind and body to maintain overall well-being. This involves regular physical exercise, proper nutrition, sufficient rest, and engaging in activities that promote mental and emotional health. Self-compassion also plays a crucial role in resilience, as it allows us to treat ourselves with kindness and understanding, especially during difficult times. By prioritizing self-care and self-compassion, we build a strong foundation for resilience and well-being. The decision to develop resilience is a powerful commitment to personal growth and empowerment. By adopting Stoic principles and practices, we can strengthen our ability to face life's challenges with courage and determination. Resilience allows us to navigate adversity with grace, finding meaning and purpose even in the most difficult circumstances. The teachings of the Stoic philosophers offer timeless wisdom for cultivating resilience. By integrating their insights into our daily lives, we can develop a mindset of strength and perseverance, enabling us to thrive in the face of adversity. As we make this decision, let us remember that resilience is not just about surviving challenges, but about growing and transforming through them. Number 7. Cultivate gratitude. The decision to cultivate gratitude is a powerful step toward a more fulfilling and contented life. Gratitude is a central theme in Stoic philosophy, as it helps us appreciate the present moment and recognize the abundance in our lives. By consciously practicing gratitude, we can shift our focus from what we lack to what we have, fostering a sense of inner peace and satisfaction. Gratitude begins with the recognition of the gifts and blessings in our lives, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. The Stoics believed that everything we have, including our lives, is a gift, and that we should appreciate it with humility and reverence. By regularly reflecting on the things we are grateful for, we can develop a deeper appreciation for the richness of our existence. One practical way to cultivate gratitude is through daily journaling. This involves setting aside a few moments each day to write down things we are grateful for. These can be simple pleasures, such as a warm cup of coffee, a kind gesture from a friend, or a beautiful sunset. By consistently recording these moments of gratitude, we train our minds to focus on the positive aspects of our lives. This practice not only enhances our sense of well-being, but also helps us build resilience and perspective. Another important aspect of gratitude is recognizing the interconnectedness of all things. The Stoics believed that we are all part of a larger whole, and that our lives are intertwined with the lives of others. By acknowledging the contributions of others and expressing gratitude for their support and kindness, we strengthen our connections and foster a sense of community. This practice also helps us develop humility and appreciation for the people and circumstances that enrich our lives. Gratitude also involves being thankful for the challenges and difficulties we face. The Stoics taught that adversity is an opportunity for growth, and that we should embrace it with gratitude. By viewing challenges as valuable learning experiences, we can develop a more positive and resilient mindset. This perspective allows us to find meaning and purpose in our struggles, transforming them into sources of strength and wisdom. Incorporating gratitude into our daily lives requires mindfulness and intention. It involves pausing regularly to reflect on the things we appreciate and express our gratitude. This can be done through simple acts, such as saying thank you, offering a compliment, or taking a moment to appreciate the beauty around us. By making gratitude a regular part of our routine, we can cultivate a more positive and contented outlook on life. The decision to cultivate gratitude is a commitment to recognizing and appreciating the abundance in our lives. By adopting Stoic principles and practices, we can develop a mindset of gratitude that enhances our well-being and enriches our relationships. Gratitude allows us to live more fully and joyfully, finding beauty and meaning in the present moment. The teachings of the Stoic philosophers offer timeless wisdom for cultivating gratitude. By integrating their insights into our daily lives, we can develop a deeper appreciation for the gifts and blessings that surround us. As we make this decision, let us remember that gratitude is not just a fleeting emotion, but a way of life that transforms our experience of the world. Number 8. Focus on what you can control. The decision to focus on what you can control is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believed that true peace and happiness come from directing our attention and efforts toward what is within our power and letting go of what is not. This principle helps us navigate life's uncertainties with greater clarity and resilience. The distinction between what is within our control and what is not is central to Stoic thought. Epictetus famously taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control our thoughts, attitudes, and actions. By focusing on these internal aspects, we can maintain a sense of agency and composure regardless of external circumstances. Consider the common experience of dealing with difficult people or challenging situations at work. Instead of trying to change others or control the outcome, we can focus on our own behavior and responses. This might involve practicing patience, communicating clearly and assertively, or managing our stress through mindfulness techniques. By directing our energy toward what we can control, we reduce frustration and increase our effectiveness. Another practical application of this principle is in managing our emotions. The Stoics believed that our emotional reactions are influenced by our interpretations and judgments. By examining and reframing our thoughts, we can change our emotional responses. For example, if we feel anxious about a presentation, we can shift our focus to preparing thoroughly and doing our best rather than worrying about others' opinions. This shift in perspective empowers us to take constructive action and reduce anxiety. Focusing on what we can control also involves setting realistic and meaningful goals. The Stoics emphasized the importance of living in accordance with our values and purpose. By setting goals that align with our principles and are within our control, we can create a sense of direction and fulfillment. This approach helps us avoid the frustration and disappointment that come from pursuing goals that depend on external factors. The practice of focusing on what we can control also requires letting go of the need for approval and validation from others. Marcus Aurelius wrote about the importance of being true to oneself and not being swayed by others' opinions. By focusing on our own actions and integrity, we can cultivate a sense of self-worth and confidence that is not dependent on external validation. This mindset allows us to live more authentically and resiliently. Incorporating the decision to focus on what we can control into our daily lives requires mindfulness and reflection. It involves regularly assessing our thoughts and actions and making conscious choices to direct our energy toward what is within our power. This practice can be enhanced through meditation, journaling, or simply taking a moment each day to reflect on our priorities. The decision to focus on what you can control is a powerful step toward greater peace and resilience. By adopting Stoic principles and practices, we can navigate life's challenges with clarity and composure. This focus allows us to maintain a sense of agency and purpose, even in the face of uncertainty. The teachings of the Stoic philosophers offer timeless wisdom for focusing on what we can control. By integrating their insights into our daily lives, we can develop a mindset of strength and resilience. As we make this decision, let us remember that true power lies in our ability to direct our thoughts and actions toward what is within our control. Number 9. Seek wisdom. The decision to seek wisdom is a lifelong commitment to personal growth and self-improvement. Stoicism teaches us that wisdom is the highest virtue and the foundation for a fulfilling and meaningful life. By actively seeking wisdom, we can navigate life's complexities with greater clarity and understanding. Wisdom begins with the recognition of our own ignorance and the willingness to learn. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from understanding the nature of the world and our place in it. This involves continuous learning, self-reflection, and the pursuit of knowledge. By remaining open to new ideas and perspectives, we can deepen our understanding and develop a more nuanced view of the world. One practical way to seek wisdom is through reading and studying the works of great philosophers, writers, and thinkers. The Stoics themselves drew inspiration from earlier philosophers and sought to build on their teachings. By engaging with the wisdom of the past, we can gain valuable insights and apply them to our own lives. This practice not only broadens our knowledge, but also helps us develop critical thinking and discernment. Another important aspect of seeking wisdom is self-examination. The Stoics emphasized the importance of knowing oneself and reflecting on one's thoughts, actions, and motivations. This process of introspection allows us to identify our strengths and weaknesses, understand our values, and align our actions with our principles. By regularly examining ourselves, we can make more conscious and informed decisions, leading to greater personal growth and fulfillment. Seeking wisdom also involves learning from our experiences and the experiences of others. The Stoics believed that every experience, whether positive or negative, offers valuable lessons. By approaching life with a curious and open mind, we can extract wisdom from our successes and failures. This mindset encourages us to view challenges as opportunities for learning and growth, rather than as setbacks. In addition to personal reflection, seeking wisdom often involves seeking guidance from mentors, teachers, and peers. The Stoics valued the importance of community and believed that we can learn from the wisdom of others. By engaging in meaningful conversations, seeking advice, and being open to feedback, we can gain new perspectives and insights that enrich our understanding. This collaborative approach to wisdom fosters a sense of connection and mutual growth. The decision to seek wisdom also requires humility and the recognition that we are always learning and evolving. The Stoics taught that wisdom is not a destination, but a continuous journey. By embracing this mindset, we can approach each day with a sense of curiosity and wonder, always striving to deepen our understanding and improve ourselves. Incorporating the decision to seek wisdom into our daily lives requires intention and effort. It involves setting aside time for reading, reflection, and meaningful conversations. It also involves being open to new experiences and perspectives, even when they challenge our existing beliefs. By making the pursuit of wisdom a regular part of our routine, we can cultivate a deeper sense of purpose and fulfillment. The decision to seek wisdom is a powerful commitment to personal growth and enlightenment. By adopting Stoic principles and practices, we can develop a mindset of curiosity, reflection, and continuous learning. This pursuit of wisdom allows us to navigate life's complexities with greater clarity and insight, leading to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. The teachings of the Stoic philosophers offer timeless guidance for seeking wisdom. By integrating their insights into our daily lives, we can cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. As we make this decision, let us remember that wisdom is the foundation for a life of purpose and fulfillment. Number 10. Practice kindness. The decision to practice kindness is a commitment to living in accordance with the Stoic principle of virtue. The Stoics believed that kindness is a fundamental aspect of a virtuous life, and that by being kind to others, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and fulfillment. Kindness begins with the recognition of our shared humanity and the understanding that we are all interconnected. The Stoics taught that we are all part of the same community and that our actions impact others. By practicing kindness, we contribute to the well-being of those around us and create a more harmonious and compassionate world. One practical way to practice kindness is through small acts of generosity and compassion. This can involve simple gestures, such as offering a smile, a kind word, or a helping hand. These acts of kindness may seem small, but they can have a profound impact on others and create a ripple effect of positivity. By making kindness a regular part of our daily interactions, we can foster a sense of connection and goodwill. Another important aspect of practicing kindness is developing empathy and understanding. The Stoics believed that by understanding the perspectives and experiences of others, we can cultivate compassion and empathy. This involves actively listening to others, being present in our interactions, and seeking to understand their feelings and needs. By approaching others with empathy, we can build stronger and more meaningful relationships. Kindness also involves being patient and forgiving. The Stoics taught that everyone makes mistakes and that we should approach others with patience and understanding. By letting go of grudges and offering forgiveness, we free ourselves from the burden of resentment and create space for healing and reconciliation. This practice of forgiveness is an essential aspect of kindness and contributes to our own well-being and inner peace. In addition to personal interactions, practicing kindness can also involve contributing to the greater good. The Stoics believed that we have a responsibility to contribute to the well-being of our community and the world. This can involve volunteering, supporting charitable causes, or advocating for social justice. By taking action to support others, we live in accordance with the Stoic principle of virtue and make a positive impact on the world. The decision to practice kindness also requires self-compassion. The Stoics recognized that being kind to ourselves is essential for our overall well-being. This involves treating ourselves with the same compassion and understanding that we offer to others. By practicing self-compassion, we nurture our own well-being and create a strong foundation for extending kindness to others. Incorporating the decision to practice kindness into our daily lives requires mindfulness and intention. It involves being aware of our actions and their impact on others, and making conscious choices to act with kindness and compassion. This practice can be enhanced through regular reflection and mindfulness exercises, which help us stay connected to our values and intentions. The decision to practice kindness is a powerful commitment to living a virtuous and fulfilling life. By adopting Stoic principles and practices, we can cultivate a mindset of compassion, empathy, and generosity. This practice of kindness not only enhances our own well-being, but also contributes to the well-being of others and the world around us. The teachings of the Stoic philosophers offer timeless wisdom for practicing kindness. By integrating their insights into our daily lives, we can cultivate a deeper sense of connection and compassion. As we make this decision, let us remember that kindness is a fundamental aspect of a virtuous life, and that by practicing kindness, we create a more harmonious and compassionate world. Number 11. Embrace impermanence. The decision to embrace impermanence is a commitment to living in accordance with the Stoic understanding that everything in life is transient. The Stoics believed that recognizing and accepting the impermanent nature of all things allows us to live more fully and with greater appreciation for the present moment. Impermanence begins with the recognition that all things, including our experiences, relationships, and possessions, are subject to change. The Stoics taught that nothing lasts forever and that change is a natural part of life. By embracing this reality, we can develop a deeper appreciation for the present moment and the people and experiences that enrich our lives. One practical way to embrace impermanence is through the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in each moment and observing our thoughts and experiences without attachment or judgment. This practice helps us appreciate the fleeting nature of life and find beauty and meaning in the present. By cultivating mindfulness, we can develop a greater sense of gratitude and contentment. Adrian's name was known far and wide, a symbol of success in the vibrant markets of his city. As a prosperous merchant, he traded in goods from every corner of the known world: silks from the east, spices from the south, and precious gems that dazzled the eye. His life was one of luxury and influence, built on years of shrewd dealings and relentless ambition. But fate, as the Stoics often remind us, is beyond our control. In a single day, everything Adrian had built came crashing down. A sudden market collapse swept through the city like a storm, leaving devastation in its wake. The once bustling marketplaces were consumed by chaos, merchants scrambling to salvage what little they could. Adrian stood amidst the ruins of his empire, watching as the wealth he had painstakingly amassed evaporated before his eyes. His investments had failed, his ships lost at sea, and his trusted partners had turned away in fear and self-preservation. Overnight, Adrian was reduced to nothing. The luxurious home, the admiration of his peers, the power he wielded, it was all gone. Adrian found himself in a small, dimly lit room at a modest inn, the grandeur of his former life a distant memory. His hands trembled as he leafed through the pages of his ledger, the numbers now meaningless. He had built his identity on his wealth, and with its loss came a profound emptiness. In the silence of that humble room, Adrian was forced to confront a question he had long avoided. Who am I without my wealth? Before we continue, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, make sure to like the video and hit that subscribe button. Only 15% of my audience is currently subscribed, so if these insights resonate with you, I'd love for you to join our community and turn on the notification bell to stay updated. And exciting news, our channel now offers a 24/7 live stream, streaming Stoic wisdom and insights around the clock. Plus, by joining our members club, you'll unlock exclusive benefits, deeper content dives, and personal insights. Join us on this journey, and let's build a meaningful life together. Adrian could not bear to remain in the city where his downfall was a constant reminder. He packed what little he had left and set out on a journey, not knowing where it would lead, but driven by an urge to escape the shadows of his past. He wandered through vast landscapes, mountains that touched the sky, valleys that stretched endlessly, and villages where life moved at a simpler pace. Each step away from the city was a step toward a new beginning, though Adrian had yet to understand what that might be. In his travels, Adrian took on odd jobs, humbling himself in ways he never thought possible. He worked alongside farmers, tending to crops and livestock. He helped fishermen mend their nets and laborers repair crumbling structures. With each task, Adrian learned the value of effort untainted by ambition, finding a quiet satisfaction in simple work. One evening, as he rested by a campfire beneath a canopy of stars, Adrian met a man who would change his life forever. The old man introduced himself as Lucius, a wandering philosopher clad in simple robes, his eyes reflecting a profound serenity. "May I join you?" Lucius asked, his voice gentle but assured. Adrian, weary from his journey, nodded. "The road is long, and the nights are cold. Company is always welcome." As they shared the warmth of the fire, Lucius spoke of a philosophy that intrigued Adrian. He spoke of Stoicism, a way of life that sought peace not in external wealth, but in the strength of one's character and the mastery of one's emotions. "Adrian," Lucius began, "the greatest wealth is found within. Fortune comes and goes, but virtue remains steadfast. A man who anchors himself in virtue can weather any storm." Adrian listened intently, his heart heavy with the burden of his loss. He shared his story with Lucius, the rise to power, the sudden collapse, and the hollow shell he now felt himself to be. Lucius listened without judgment, nodding thoughtfully as Adrian poured out his soul. "You see," Lucius said, "what has happened to you is not a curse but an opportunity. You have been stripped of illusions, freed from the chains of material desire. Now, you can begin the true journey, the journey within." These words resonated deeply with Adrian. For the first time, he saw his loss not as an end, but as a new beginning. Over the following days, as they traveled together, Lucius imparted the core tenets of Stoicism: the importance of focusing on what is within one's control, the acceptance of life's inevitable hardships, and the cultivation of inner resilience. "Fortune tests us, Adrian," Lucius said one day. "It is not the loss of wealth that breaks a man, but his response to it. Embrace your fate, not with resignation, but with courage. This is what the Stoics call amor fati, the love of one's fate." Adrian began to internalize these lessons, finding a sense of calm he had never known before. The daily struggles of his journey became bearable, even enlightening. He learned to appreciate the beauty of a sunrise, the simplicity of a shared meal, and the strength that came from enduring hardships with grace. After months of wandering, Adrian found himself in a quaint village nestled in a fertile valley. The people were kind, their lives modest but fulfilling. Adrian decided to stay, offering his skills as a trader and craftsman. He rebuilt his life from the ground up, not in pursuit of wealth, but in the spirit of service and community. The villagers respected Adrian, not for his past riches, but for his wisdom and humility. He shared the lessons he had learned from Lucius, teaching the value of resilience and inner peace. The life Adrian built in the village was simple, yet rich in meaning, a stark contrast to the opulence he had once known. But fate had one more test in store for Adrian. One day, as he worked in the village square, a familiar figure appeared on the horizon. It was Felix, his closest friend from his days of wealth and power. Felix, who had been with him through the heights of his success, and who, as Adrian would soon discover, had played a pivotal role in his downfall. "Adrian," Felix called out, his voice filled with a mixture of relief and apprehension. "I've been searching for you." Adrian's heart skipped a beat. Memories of betrayal flooded back, though he did not yet know the full extent of it. That evening, over a simple meal, Felix revealed the truth that would shake Adrian to his core. "The market collapse," Felix confessed, his eyes avoiding Adrian's, "wasn't entirely due to bad luck. I orchestrated it." Adrian's world spun. The man he had trusted above all others had been the architect of his ruin. Felix had manipulated events, bringing down Adrian's empire to test his character, to see if he could rise above his attachment to wealth. "I saw how consumed you were," Felix explained, his voice heavy with guilt. "I feared that your success was destroying you. I thought, if you lost everything, you might find yourself." Adrian's mind raced. Anger surged, but so did the teachings of Lucius. He had learned to find peace in adversity, to embrace his fate with courage. Yet, betrayal by a trusted friend cut deeper than any loss of wealth. "Felix," Adrian finally said, his voice trembling, "you took everything from me. But in losing it, I found something greater. I found myself." The days that followed were filled with difficult conversations and introspection. Felix sought forgiveness, and Adrian grappled with his emotions. The lessons of Stoicism guided him, reminding him that clinging to anger would only prolong his suffering. One evening, as the sun set behind the hills, Adrian and Felix stood by the village stream. "Felix," Adrian said, "forgiveness is not about excusing what you did. It's about freeing myself from the chains of bitterness. I forgive you, not because you deserve it, but because I choose peace over resentment." Tears welled in Felix's eyes. "Thank you, Adrian. I will spend the rest of my life trying to earn your forgiveness." Together they began to rebuild, not an empire of wealth, but a community founded on trust and mutual respect. Adrian continued to teach the villagers the principles of Stoicism, fostering a spirit of resilience and compassion. Years passed, and Adrian's story became a beacon of hope in the village. He was no longer defined by his wealth or his loss, but by his wisdom and the strength of his character. The village thrived, not because of material riches, but because of the resilience and unity of its people. Adrian often reflected on his journey, the twists of fate that had brought him to this place. He had lost everything but gained so much more. In the quiet moments by the stream, with the village bustling in the distance, Adrian found peace, a peace rooted in the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Adrian sat by the stream, the sound of water soothing his soul. His journey had been one of loss and discovery, betrayal and forgiveness. He had faced the trials of fate and emerged not just as a survivor, but as a man transformed. In the end, Adrian realized that true wealth lies not in what we possess, but in how we live. Through resilience, forgiveness, and inner peace, he found a life of profound meaning. a life that would inspire generations to come. This story explores the Stoic themes of resilience, detachment from material wealth, and forgiveness. Adrian's journey reflects the Stoic belief that true wealth lies in virtue and inner peace, rather than external possessions. His ultimate forgiveness showcases the Stoic practice of controlling one's reactions to betrayal and focusing on what is within one's control. Now the second story, Lucia, a renowned Stoic philosopher, sat in quiet contemplation within the modest confines of her study. The walls were lined with scrolls and texts, each a testament to a life devoted to wisdom and inner peace. Her teachings had guided many through personal trials, offering solace and strength in a turbulent world. But today, her thoughts were disrupted by a summons, a call to an endeavor far beyond the usual confines of philosophical discourse. A messenger had arrived from the Senate bearing urgent news. The city teetered on the brink of war, tensions with a neighboring state escalating by the day. The fragile peace that had held for decades was under threat, and the Senate sought Lucia's counsel. Her reputation for unwavering principles and clear judgment had reached even the highest echelons of power. Lucia's heart was heavy with the weight of the task before her. She had always believed that philosophy was meant to guide one's actions, not just in personal matters, but in the affairs of the state. Now her beliefs would be tested in the most challenging arena of all, politics. Lucia stood before the Senate, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the anxious murmurs of the gathered officials. The room was grand, with towering columns and a domed ceiling that echoed every word spoken within. She listened intently as the senators outlined the dire situation. A dispute over territory had brought two powerful states to the brink of conflict. The neighboring states' emissaries had agreed to negotiations, but mistrust ran deep. "We need someone who can navigate this with wisdom and restraint," the head senator declared. "Someone who can remain composed under pressure, who values peace over personal gain. We need you, Lucia." Lucia bowed her head slightly. "I am honored by your trust. I will do all I can to guide these talks toward a peaceful resolution. But understand this, I will act not as a politician, but as a philosopher. My principles will guide me." The senators nodded, though unease lingered in the air. Politics was a game of power and persuasion, and the inclusion of a philosopher was an unconventional choice. But desperation often leads to unconventional paths. Lucia's mentor, Marcellus, a senior advisor to the Senate and a respected Stoic in his own right, stepped forward. His presence was reassuring, a reminder of the guidance that had shaped her philosophical journey. "Lucia," Marcellus said, his tone both warm and solemn, "remember, in the pursuit of peace, sometimes we must walk paths we would rather avoid. Stay true to your principles, but be mindful of the complexities you will face." Lucia met his gaze, her resolve unwavering. "I will do what is necessary, Marcellus, but I will not compromise the core tenets of our philosophy. Peace achieved through deceit is no peace at all." The negotiations were set to take place in a neutral city, a bustling hub where cultures and ideas mingled freely. The air was thick with anticipation as emissaries from both states gathered in a grand hall. The setting was opulent, yet the atmosphere was tense, the weight of potential conflict hanging heavily over the proceedings. Lucia entered the hall, her presence commanding yet serene. She wore a simple but elegant robe, a symbol of her commitment to the Stoic ideals of modesty and focus. The emissaries regarded her with curiosity and skepticism. What could a philosopher offer in such a high-stakes political game? Lucia's approach was deliberate. She began by fostering an environment of mutual respect, emphasizing the shared humanity of all parties involved. She quoted Stoic teachings, reminding the emissaries that true strength lies in self-control and that peace is the highest good. "Let us remember," she said, her voice steady, "that while we may differ in many ways, we all seek to protect and nurture our people. Let us not allow pride or fear to blind us to the greater good." Her words were met with a mix of admiration and caution. The emissaries, seasoned in the art of political maneuvering, were not easily swayed by philosophy alone. Yet, Lucia's sincerity and clarity planted seeds of doubt in their hardened hearts. Days turned into weeks as the negotiations progressed. Lucia employed Stoic principles to maintain her composure amidst the swirling tensions. She refrained from reacting impulsively, instead responding with thoughtful deliberation. When tempers flared, she remained a steadying force, reminding all present of the ultimate goal: peace. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better" every day, so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. As the talks inched closer to a resolution, a troubling revelation began to surface. Whispers reached Lucia's ears, rumors of secret dealings and manipulations behind the scenes. At first, she dismissed them as typical political intrigue, but the rumors persisted, growing more detailed and insistent. Driven by a sense of duty, Lucia sought the truth. She quietly began to investigate, speaking with those on the periphery of the negotiations, the servants, the guards, the lesser officials. What she uncovered shook her to her core. Marcellus, her trusted mentor and a guiding force in her life, was at the heart of the deception. He had been orchestrating events behind the scenes, manipulating both sides to ensure a particular outcome, one that would benefit him personally. His actions were not driven by a desire for peace, but by ambition and a quest for power. Lucia's mind raced. The mentor she had revered, the man who had taught her the virtues of integrity and self-control, had betrayed those very principles. She felt a deep sense of betrayal and disillusionment. Lucia now faced a profound moral dilemma. She could expose Marcellus, revealing the manipulations that had tainted the negotiations. Doing so would likely derail the talks, plunging both states back into the path of war. Or she could remain silent, allowing the peace talks to conclude, but at the cost of her integrity and the truth. Lucia sought solitude, retreating to a quiet chamber to reflect. She recalled the teachings of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, the wisdom that had guided her through life's challenges. She pondered the nature of justice and the importance of truth. Is peace built on lies true peace? Or is it a fragile illusion, destined to crumble under the weight of its false foundations? Can I betray my principles for the greater good? Or is such a betrayal a greater harm in itself? Lucia wrestled with these questions, the weight of her decision pressing heavily upon her. She knew that whatever choice she made, there would be consequences, both for herself and for the countless lives depending on the outcome of these talks. The following day, Lucia requested a private audience with Marcellus. The room was dimly lit, the tension palpable. Marcellus greeted her with a warm smile, though there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. "Lucia, my dear pupil," he began, "what troubles you?" Lucia met his gaze, her expression grave. "I know the truth, Marcellus. I know of your manipulations. You have betrayed the trust placed in you, and you have betrayed our philosophy." Marcellus sighed, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his actions. "Lucia, you must understand. The world of politics is not as simple as the world of philosophy. Sometimes we must make difficult choices to achieve a greater good. Lucia's voice was firm. You speak of a greater good, yet you have acted out of self-interest. You have compromised the very principles we hold dear. How can peace built on deceit be a true peace? Marcellus looked away, unable to meet her eyes. I did what I thought was necessary. Perhaps I have lost my way, but now you must decide what to do. Lucia's heart ached. She saw the conflict in Marcellus, the struggle between his ambition and the values he had once cherished. She knew that exposing him would not only ruin him, but also endanger the fragile peace they had worked so hard to achieve. After a long silence, Lucia spoke. I will not expose you, Marcellus, but I will not condone your actions either. We will proceed with the negotiations, but once they are concluded, I will step away from this world. I cannot be part of a system that compromises truth for expedience. Marcellus nodded, a tear rolling down his cheek. I understand. You are stronger than I, Lucia. I hope you will find peace in your decision. The negotiations reached a successful conclusion and a peace agreement was signed. The city celebrated, unaware of the shadows that had loomed over the talks. Lucia returned to her study, her heart heavy but her conscience clear. She had made a choice, one that reflected her commitment to Stoic principles, even in the face of great personal and moral complexity. Marcellus, too, retreated from public life, his ambitions tempered by the weight of his actions. He sought redemption in quiet contemplation, hoping to atone for his betrayal. Lucia continued her work as a philosopher, her teachings now enriched by her experiences in the political arena. She spoke not only of resilience and inner peace, but also of the challenges of living with integrity in a complex and often morally ambiguous world. In the quiet of her study, Lucia reflected on her journey. She had faced the ultimate test of her philosophy and emerged with her principles intact. The world of politics had shown her the limits and strengths of Stoicism, the importance of steadfastness in the face of adversity, and the necessity of compassion, even for those who falter. Life is filled with challenges that test our character and resolve, but in the end, it is our commitment to truth, integrity, and the greater good that defines us. Let us walk the path of virtue, not because it is easy, but because it is right. The story delves into the Stoic practice of duty, ethical decision-making, and the pursuit of justice. Lucia's moral dilemma highlights the Stoic challenge of balancing personal integrity with the greater good. Her internal conflict underscores the Stoic emphasis on acting in accordance with virtue, even in the face of profound external pressure. Now, the third story, Marcus was a dedicated scholar, a man deeply invested in the study of ancient philosophies. His days were filled with lectures, research, and the quiet companionship of dusty tomes. He found solace in the measured wisdom of the Stoics, drawing strength from their teachings on resilience, discipline, and inner peace. Yet beneath his composed exterior, Marcus wrestled with his own shadows, an unrelenting anger and a desire for justice that often bordered on vengeance. One evening, while perusing the stacks of a forgotten library, Marcus stumbled upon a journal. The leather-bound volume was aged and worn, its pages brittle yet legible. It bore no title, only an inscription on the inside cover. To those who seek to understand the cycle of life, may this serve as a guide. Intrigued, Marcus settled into a corner of the library and began to read. The journal chronicled the life of a Roman soldier named Lucius, a man condemned to a repeating cycle of death and rebirth. Each life offered Lucius a chance to master the principles of Stoicism, yet he continually fell prey to anger, revenge, and the lust for power. The soldier's journey mirrored the struggles of many, a battle not against external foes, but against the tumult within. Marcus felt an inexplicable connection to the soldier's plight. a resonance that stirred something deep within him. The journal recounted the first life of Lucius, a promising young soldier in the Roman army. His early years were marked by discipline and a strong sense of duty. He was brave, loyal, and driven by a desire to protect his homeland. Yet his courage often veered into recklessness, and his sense of justice was rigid, unforgiving. Lucius's first life ended tragically. Betrayed by a trusted ally, he was ambushed and left for dead on a remote battlefield. As his life ebbed away, Lucius was consumed by anger and a thirst for vengeance. His final thoughts were not of peace but of retribution. In his final moments, Lucius swore vengeance, a vow that would bind him to the cycle of rebirth. His soul, burdened by unresolved rage, could not move on. Lucius awoke in a new body, a new life, yet with faint memories of his past. He found himself once again on the path of a soldier, driven by a familiar sense of duty, but also by a lingering anger he could not fully understand. Each life followed a similar pattern, opportunities for growth marred by the inability to let go of past grievances. As Marcus delved deeper into the journal, he noticed peculiar details. The descriptions of places, events, and even personal reflections seemed eerily familiar. There were passages that echoed his own thoughts, his own struggles with anger and a desire for justice. The more he read, the more Marcus felt as though he were not merely an observer of Lucius' journey, but a participant. Could it be that this Roman soldier's tale was, in some inexplicable way, his own? The journal described Lucius's repeated failures to master his emotions and embrace the Stoic principles fully. Each life presented him with trials, a betrayal, a loss, a moral dilemma, designed to teach resilience, acceptance, and the futility of vengeance. Yet each time Lucius succumbed to anger, perpetuating the cycle, Marcus found himself reflecting on his own life. He recognized a pattern in his experiences, a series of events that seemed to test his capacity for forgiveness, his ability to rise above the desire for revenge. He began to suspect that the journal was more than a historical account. It was a chronicle of his own past lives. The revelation was both thrilling and terrifying. Marcus felt the weight of countless lifetimes, each filled with struggle and failure. He realized that his current life was yet another opportunity to break free from the cycle, to finally learn the lessons that had eluded him for so long. The journal detailed a particularly poignant life where Lucius had come close to mastering his anger. In this life, he had befriended a Stoic philosopher who guided him through the teachings of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. The philosopher's wisdom had a profound impact on Lucius, helping him see the futility of his vengeance and the peace that could be found in acceptance. Lucius learned that true strength lay not in the power to exact revenge, but in the courage to forgive. Yet, even in this life, old habits died hard, and Lucius faltered in the final moments. Marcus felt a deep empathy for Lucius, a kinship born of shared struggles. He resolved to take the lessons to heart, to apply the Stoic principles not as an academic exercise, but as a living practice. He began to observe his thoughts more closely, to question the impulses that drove him toward anger and vengeance. Marcus's resolve was soon tested. A betrayal in his professional life, a colleague who had taken credit for his research, stirred the familiar feelings of anger and a desire for retribution. The injustice burned within him, threatening to consume his newfound peace. He turned to the journal, seeking guidance. Lucius' experiences offered a mirror to his own dilemma. In one life, Lucius had faced a similar betrayal and had chosen to confront his betrayer with violence, only to find that it brought no satisfaction, only more pain and suffering. Marcus realized that to break the cycle, he would have to respond differently. He could not change the actions of others, but he could control his response. He chose to address the situation with calm and reason, confronting his colleague with honesty and a request for acknowledgement rather than retribution. Though the resolution was not perfect, Marcus felt a sense of liberation. He had resisted the pull of anger, choosing instead a path aligned with his principles. It was a small victory, but a significant step toward breaking the cycle. The journal's final entries detailed a moment of profound transformation for Lucius. In his last recorded life, he faced a situation that mirrored his original betrayal, a chance to confront the descendant of the ally who had once betrayed him. Lucius was given an opportunity for vengeance, but instead he chose forgiveness. In doing so, he broke the cycle of rebirth, finding peace in his final moments. The journal ended with a simple yet profound statement: "The cycle ends when the heart finds peace." Marcus closed the journal, his heart heavy with the weight of the journey, but lightened by the wisdom gained. He understood now that his life was a continuation of Lucius's story, and the choices he made would determine whether he, too, could break free from the cycle. The lessons of Stoicism were no longer just theoretical concepts, but living truths. Marcus knew that the path ahead would not be easy, but he was committed to walking it with courage, resilience, and an open heart. Marcus returned the journal to its place in the library, knowing that its lessons would stay with him forever. He continued his work as a scholar, but with a renewed purpose. He integrated the principles of Stoicism into his daily life, not as a distant philosophy, but as a guiding force. He also began sharing the story of Lucius with others, not revealing the personal connection, but using it as a teaching tool. He spoke of the cycles we all face, the struggles with anger, vengeance, and the pursuit of inner peace. And so, Marcus embarked on a new chapter of his life, not as a man bound by the past, but as one liberated by wisdom. He understood that the true journey was not in seeking external validation, but in mastering the inner landscape, finding peace amidst life's inevitable trials. As he walked through the bustling streets of the city, Marcus felt a quiet contentment. The cycle had not yet ended, but he was closer than ever to breaking free. Each step forward was a step toward peace, guided by the timeless wisdom of the Stoics and the hard-earned lessons of countless lives. This story intertwines the Stoic concepts of amor fati, love of fate, and the eternal recurrence. It reflects on the Stoic idea that life's challenges are opportunities for growth and mastery over one's passions. Marcus's realization and choice to embrace Stoicism as a way to end the cycle highlight the transformative power of accepting and thriving within the constraints of fate. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. As we embarked on this new year, we were given a fresh opportunity to write a new chapter in our lives. But have we really made the most of it? Have you stuck to the goals you set for yourself? Or have you found yourself giving in to the temptations of laziness, fatigue, or a lack of motivation? It's all too easy to fall into the comfort of procrastination, convincing ourselves that there's still plenty of time and delaying the actions we need to take. Yet we cannot expect significant changes if we continue with the same old habits and patterns. The transformation you desire will only come to fruition if you choose to act now. If you realize that you haven't been living up to your aspirations, it's time to make a change. This video is an invitation to challenge yourself over the next 30 days. I'll introduce 7 challenges, and your task is to choose one and commit to it starting today. Whether you're excelling or facing emotional hurdles, there's always room to grow. All it takes is the determination to start and the courage to follow through. Imagine the impact that small, consistent changes could have on your life. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Challenge 1. Practice deep gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful force that can transform your perspective on life. Reflect on the incredible ability we have to think, feel, enjoy, and love. This is where a journey of deep gratitude begins, inspired by the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. When you wake up in the morning, don't just focus on the day's routine, but also on the miracle of being alive. Breathe deeply, feel the life flowing through you, and recognize the extraordinary privilege of living. In times of dissatisfaction or difficulty, it's natural for our minds to focus on the negative aspects of life. We often forget to value what was once a dream and is now our reality. This is why practicing deep gratitude is essential. It's not just about polite expressions of thanks. It's about immersing yourself in genuine appreciation for everything that's already part of your life. Although the word gratitude is often used, we frequently perceive it superficially. This challenge invites us to express true and deep gratitude, seeking reasons to be thankful in every aspect of our lives, from meaningful relationships that support us during tough times to the small daily joys that brighten our path. It's also an opportunity to acknowledge our efforts and achievements, no matter how small they may seem. For example, the simple joy of a hot cup of coffee, which we often take for granted, can become a source of gratitude when we recognize the comfort it provides. Similarly, a meaningful conversation with a friend or support from a colleague at work are reasons to be grateful. Take time to reflect on your life and seek out that feeling of gratitude. Over the next 30 days, incorporate the practice of gratitude into your daily routine. Begin now by identifying something you're grateful for, something that fills your heart with gratitude. This simple act can redirect your attention to the good things already present in your life. With time, this practice will strengthen your connection with the present and help you adopt a Stoic mindset, leading to inner contentment regardless of external circumstances. Challenge 2. Refrain from complaining. This simple act has the power to profoundly change your life. Imagine going a few days without uttering a single complaint, negative comment, or piece of gossip. By becoming more mindful of your words and working to change them, you'll begin to shift your mindset, allowing you to rewrite your own story. Reflect on how often you complain each day. It might be over seemingly trivial things like running late, a talkative co-worker, rising prices, a headache, or the weather disrupting your plans. Individually, these may seem small, but together they can weigh you down. Changing this habit requires conscious effort. Commit to 30 days without allowing yourself to be led by the tendency to complain or think negatively. It's a challenge, but consider the benefits. Complaining is like nurturing the seeds of what we don't want in our lives. When we focus on problems, it's as if we're sinking into quicksand. The more we dwell on them, the deeper we go. Complaining gives power to our problems, allowing them to grow. Have you ever noticed how a small complaint can snowball into a cascade of negativity? This happens because what we focus on tends to expand. Our thoughts and words shape our reality. As Marcus Aurelius said in his meditations, our life is dyed by the color of our thoughts. It's up to us to choose whether to paint our lives in light or dark colors. That's why it's crucial to be mindful of our words. They reveal the deepest thoughts we hold within. Often, we don't realize how destructive our thoughts can be until we hear them spoken aloud. It's essential to maintain control over our minds if we want to progress and live well. So how can we tackle this challenge in practice? One way is through conscious vigilance. Choose an object, like a bracelet, ring or rubber band and wear it on your wrist. Each time you catch yourself about to complain, criticize, or gossip, switch the object to the other wrist. This small physical gesture can serve as a reminder to develop a new awareness of your words and thoughts. Throughout these 30 days, you'll notice something remarkable. When we stop complaining, we start to see the good things around us, the small joys that previously went unnoticed. You'll discover that you have more control over your happiness than you ever imagined. Complaining is like planting seeds of negativity. By choosing not to complain, you begin planting seeds of gratitude and positivity. Imagine waking up in the morning and, instead of worrying about the rain, enjoying a cozy moment at home with a movie you've always wanted to watch. Instead of getting irritated with a noisy co-worker, put on some relaxing music. When shopping, see high prices as motivation to find promotions or try more economical recipes. Seek to find beauty in each day, even when it brings challenges. On this first day of the challenge, observe yourself closely. Notice how often you're tempted to complain. You might be surprised at how automatic these reactions are, but by accepting this challenge, you'll begin to break the cycle. Every word you speak has power. They shape your reality and directly influence your life experience. So why not choose words that bring light and positivity? When you complain, you're using the incredible power of your mind to focus on what you don't want, attracting more of it into your life. If you don't like something, change it. If you can't change it, change your attitude. Stop complaining. Challenge 3. Take action. In life, taking decisive action is crucial, but transforming intentions into reality requires effort. Imagine your life as a giant puzzle where every piece must be placed with care and determination. Begin by assessing the events in your life with a rational perspective, focusing on what is within your control. For instance, while you may not control where you live, you can create a comfortable and orderly space. Even small daily decisions like dressing with confidence, respect, and courtesy depend entirely on you and the circumstances you face. When confronted with challenges, such as the illness of a loved one, although you may not be able to change the situation, you can offer your support and love. As an entrepreneur with limited resources, you have the power to deliver quality services and exceptional care. Even in the kitchen, cooking with simple ingredients can be a testament to your creativity and dedication. The same applies to professional environments, where our attitude and commitment are entirely under our control, regardless of external factors. By focusing on what you can influence, you ensure that adversity doesn't paralyze you. The journey through life often demands firm and secure decisions. While it's not always easy, requiring courage and commitment, facing your fears, such as speaking in public or changing careers, calls for immediate action. By embracing these challenges, you bolster your ability to handle problems as they arise, refusing to let fear or indecision rule you. It's like constructing an internal fortress that preserves your values and helps you act with integrity, even when life's storms, be they financial or personal, threaten your stability. When the winds of life rage, that fortress keeps your decisions firm and aligned with your deepest principles. In life, we see those who build and those who destroy. Some raise their values as pillars, while others allow their foundations to crumble. The choice between building or destroying lies in our hands. Strengthen your inner fortress by reinforcing your values, or let it weaken. It's a decision that defines the course of your life. Challenge 4. Cultivate inner control. Mastering our emotions is a key tenet of Stoicism. Daily, we encounter situations that test our emotional stability, whether it's a challenging work project, a family dispute, or unexpected events that throw us off balance. It's easy to let emotions take over, leading to impulsive reactions and loss of control. But what if we could change this dynamic and reclaim our emotional balance? I invite you to join a 30-day challenge aimed at practicing emotional balance. During this period, we'll focus on our reactions to life's challenges. The first step is developing self-awareness, recognizing our impulses and distancing ourselves from them, so our emotions don't control us. Consider a common scenario. You're at work with a looming deadline and stress is mounting. Instead of letting stress dominate, pause and observe the situation from a broader perspective. Recognize that the challenge is real and demands your best, but your response is entirely up to you. Panicking or blaming others won't solve the issue. Staying calm, reviewing your options and moving forward with determination will. This principle applies to other areas of life as well. If someone in your family or social circle provokes you, remember that their attempts to destabilize you will only succeed if you allow them to. You have the power to choose your response. Before reacting impulsively, practice the art of pausing and observing the situation. Then consciously choose your response. By practicing this approach consistently, you'll strengthen your emotional control. Over the next 30 days, commit to observing and managing your emotional reactions. When you master your inner self, external circumstances will no longer have the power to destabilize you. Challenge 5. Practice emotional and material detachment. This challenge involves learning to live without something you consider essential. It could be something small, like your favorite candy, or something more significant, like the time you spend on social media. The idea is simple. Explore the power of self-control, one of the greatest forms of freedom we can achieve. Think for a moment about what it would be like to give up something that brings you comfort or pleasure. It may seem like we are depriving ourselves of happiness, right? But in reality, we are training our inner strength to face discomfort and resist temptations that arise along the way. This makes us capable of doing what many do not dare to attempt. Expand your comfort zone and see how this can increase your resilience in the face of life's adversities. By doing this, you are strengthening your self-discipline and learning to say no to things that do not contribute to your personal growth. This journey is not just about giving up something temporarily, it's about changing your mindset and becoming a better version of yourself. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write, "I am enough," so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Think of this challenge more broadly. It's not just about giving up material goods, but also about dealing with harmful feelings, emotions, and habits. For example, consider the insecurity that often prevents us from moving forward and achieving our goals. It can act as a weight, preventing us from progressing. In the next 30 days, every time you face insecurity or a negative thought, stop and ask yourself, is this really true? Is there another way to see this situation? This simple act of questioning can help interrupt the cycle of negativity. Additionally, it's essential to learn to silence our inner critic, that voice that insists on reminding us of the mistakes we've made. Instead of feeling depressed, we need to learn to defend ourselves. This means remembering the moments when we were smart, brave, and resilient. We all make mistakes. After all, no one is perfect. We are all human, but we also have our moments of greatness, overcoming, and achievement. By seeking self-knowledge, we begin to see ourselves more completely, accepting our flaws as part of our personal growth. It's as if we were shaping a stronger and more confident version of ourselves. This journey is not easy. It is a winding path where we discover our true inner strength and the ability to shape our own happiness. Stoicism teaches us that we can change the way we see life and reshape our values, including the importance we place on ourselves. By accepting this challenge of emotional and material detachment, you will be taking a significant step toward your personal freedom and inner growth. You will start to realize that many of the things you considered indispensable were actually barriers to your true potential. You will understand that training our self-control is also training our mastery over our emotions and feelings. So, what do you choose to leave behind? What will be your first step toward a freer and more conscious life? Share your choice and commit to following this challenge. Together, we can support each other on this journey of transformation. Challenge 6. Free yourself from negative thoughts. Imagine starting each day by placing 2 bags full of stones in your backpack. Initially, the weight may seem bearable, but over time, days, weeks, or even months, carrying that burden would become exhausting. You'd feel drained of energy, with each step becoming increasingly difficult. Now consider the negative and disturbing thoughts you carry with you daily. They work the same way, slowly wearing you down, depleting your energy, and affecting your attitude toward life. This creates a vicious cycle of frustration, criticism, and loss of confidence, leaving you exhausted and unmotivated. Our challenge is to break this cycle of mental self-sabotage. You wouldn't carry all that physical weight in your backpack, so why burden your mind with it? We often prioritize material possessions over our mental health, but it's possible to reverse this. We need to learn to confront negative thoughts before they turn into mental monsters. For example, in relationships, when difficulties arise, instead of addressing the issue, we might dwell on thoughts like, "She's lost interest in me," or "He doesn't care anymore." These thoughts can create barriers that weaken communication and connection. Similarly, if your boss criticizes your work, instead of resolving the issue, you might think, "I never do anything right," or "He'll never appreciate my efforts." These thoughts accumulate, becoming significant obstacles to your well-being and performance. Almost every unpleasant experience has the potential to become a mental monster if fueled by repetitive negative thoughts. Romantic disappointments, professional failures, the end of friendships, mistakes, missed opportunities, or harsh words. All these can burden our minds, hindering our pursuit of happiness and fulfillment. Constantly reliving fears and failures paves the way for self-destruction. In the next 30 days, challenge yourself to interrupt this cycle of negative thoughts. Start by refusing to feed your mind with mental garbage. Stop reliving unpleasant experiences. Instead, redirect your focus to thoughts and events that uplift and inspire you. By eliminating negative thoughts, you create space for a lighter, more constructive mindset, enabling you to face challenges with greater serenity and confidence. One way to begin is by identifying negative thoughts as they arise and challenging them. When a negative thought appears, pause and ask yourself, "Is this really true? Is there another way to interpret this situation?" This simple questioning can help break the cycle of negativity. Moreover, it's essential to silence our inner critic, the voice that harshly judges our mistakes. Instead of feeling down, learn to be your own advocate by recalling moments when you were smart, brave, and resilient. We all make mistakes. No one is perfect. But we also have moments of greatness, overcoming, and success. Through self-knowledge, we begin to see ourselves more completely, accepting our flaws as part of our personal growth. It's like molding a stronger and more confident version of ourselves. This journey isn't easy. It's a winding path where we uncover our true inner strength and ability to shape our own happiness. Stoicism teaches us that we can change our outlook on life and redefine our values, including how we view ourselves. Challenge 7. Find an accountability partner. Personal growth is often a challenging journey, but having someone by your side can make all the difference. Finding an accountability partner, someone who shares your goals and commitments, can significantly boost your motivation and increase your chances of success. This challenge is about finding that special person who will help you stay focused and motivated along the way. An accountability partner is someone who keeps you on track with your goals. When we recognize the importance of self-awareness, having someone to encourage and support us becomes vital. This partner could be a friend, family member, or colleague. It's essential to choose someone who is equally committed to their growth, shares similar values, and has a genuine interest in your progress. The accountability relationship should be reciprocal, where both parties support and motivate each other in their respective journeys. Mutual accountability is a powerful tool. Knowing that someone who cares about your success is keeping track of your progress motivates you to stay committed, even when circumstances get tough. This emotional and energetic connection with your accountability partner reinforces your determination and helps you stay on course. Over the next 30 days, challenge yourself to find and collaborate with an accountability partner. Share this challenge with them, and together support each other in developing positive, lasting habits. This partnership will not only help you achieve your goals, but also strengthen bonds of friendship and cooperation, making the journey to success more enriching and rewarding. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. In this fascinating journey, we will delve into the depths of Stoicism, a philosophy that has endured through the ages and continues to resonate today with unwavering relevance. We will explore the timeless teachings of iconic figures such as Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, whose words offer us a beacon of wisdom amidst the storms of modern life. I invite you to stay until the end, where you will find valuable lessons to strengthen your plans against any adversity. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Now, let's start this transformative journey together. We will immerse ourselves in the practical lessons of Stoicism, learning how to face challenges with courage, accept what we cannot change, and cultivate deep inner tranquility, even in the midst of chaos. We will discover how these ancient teachings can illuminate our path towards a fuller and more meaningful existence, allowing us to find serenity in times of uncertainty and clarity in moments of confusion. Throughout this journey, we will explore exercises and practices that will help us integrate Stoic principles into our daily lives, strengthening our emotional resilience, nurturing our interpersonal relationships, and unlocking our potential for personal growth. From the art of acceptance to the importance of living in harmony with nature, each lesson brings us one step closer to realizing our true selves and achieving a more fulfilling and satisfying life. Let's begin. Remember that the present is all you have, so live it to the fullest. Accept what you cannot change and focus your energy on what you can control. Cultivate virtue as the only true good. Learn to see greatness in small things and keep a calm and serene mind in the midst of chaos. Practice self-discipline in all areas of your life. Accept the transitory nature of all things. Remember that death is inevitable and live each day as if it were your last. Practice empathy and compassion towards others. Do not worry about the judgment of others. Be true to yourself. Learn to live with little and appreciate what you have. Happiness lies in virtue, not in wealth or power. Cultivate gratitude for all life's experiences, even the adverse ones. Accept reality as it is and the inevitable changes. True freedom resides in inner freedom, not in external circumstances. Do not let fear rule your life. Face your fears with courage. Life is full of ups and downs. Learn to navigate them with wisdom and calm. Practice moderation in all things, even in the pursuit of knowledge. Do not cling to uncontrolled passions. Seek balance in everything. It is the best antidote against suffering and anxiety. Suffering comes from the interpretation we make of events, not the events themselves. Do not worry about what is beyond your control. Instead, focus on your own conduct. Cultivate indifference to things that do not depend on you. Do not judge others by their actions, but by their intentions. Happiness lies in wisdom and living in harmony with nature. Do not become too attached to your material possessions. They are fleeting. Virtue is its own reward. Do not seek external recognition. Practice mindfulness in every moment, concentrating on what is before you. Life is like a play. Learn to perform your role with grace and wisdom. Love humanity as a whole, but keep realistic expectations of individuals. Action is 10 times more valuable than reading and planning. Experience is the best teacher. There is never an interest-free relationship. In short, we are all selfish. If you are not dating to marry, you are dating to suffer. Let that sink in and have a serious relationship. Respect yourself because people can see if you do not. If you do not clear up misunderstandings in time, they become the reason for distance forever. Anyone you love can die at any moment. Cherish them. Nothing is as easy as it seems. There is no better way to save yourself than by saving money every day. Compound interest can work wonders. Good things come to those who wait and suffer. It may take time and be a long and difficult road, but it is completely and totally worth it. Whether a machine, a house, or a relationship, maintenance is always cheaper than repairs. Your respect in most places is directly proportional to your bank balance. We cry for people, but what about time? Time will not come back either. Time is everything, and one day it will define you. The things that will count are your health and your achievements. You make the best decisions when you are in pain, because the fear of experiencing that same pain again is the strongest motivator. In the darkest moments of your life, you will see more clearly. The harder your past was, the more beautiful your future will be. You may not lead a comfortable life with a single source of income. You need to build others. Most of the things you worry about never happen. You attract what you are. If you want to attract something better, become someone better. Learn to cook some basic dishes. It is a valuable life skill. Patience is power. Sometimes you have to let go of something good to make room for something better. Never tolerate disrespect, not even from yourself. Listen more than you speak, because wisdom often comes from silence. Create and stick to a personal budget. Kindness is a language that the deaf can hear and the blind can see. Worrying is like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do but does not get you anywhere. You cannot start the next chapter of your life if you keep rereading the last one. The best view comes after the hardest climb. Success does not always roar. Sometimes it is the quiet voice at the end of the day saying, "I will try again tomorrow." Never lose your sense of humor. Laughter is the best medicine for the soul. You will never find a rainbow if you are looking down. Always pay off your credit card debts. It will save you trouble later. The best revenge is massive success. The more you give, the more you receive. Tough times do not last, but tough people do. The most valuable currency is not money but time. Spend it wisely. A ship is safe in harbor, but that is not what ships are for. The way you treat others reflects who you are, not who they are. It is not about having what you want, but wanting what you have. Do not wait for the perfect moment. Take it and make it perfect. Believe in yourself, and the rest will fall into place. Do not be afraid to take risks and try new things. Life is too short to always play it safe. Always take responsibility for your actions. It is the mark of a mature person. Breathe deeply. It is just a bad day, not a bad life. Do not say someday, say now, because someday may never come. Donate to charities. Small acts change lives. A person who does not make mistakes does nothing at all. You cannot change the direction of the wind, but you can adjust your sails to reach your destination. One day, when things are right, you will look back and be proud you did not give up. Forgive your old self. You have changed. If you do not let go of the wrong people, you will never meet the right ones. God knows exactly when to send you what you need. No regrets. Just do better next time. There will always be someone who does not see your worth. Do not let it be you. Seek respect, not attention. It lasts longer. Be careful whom you trust. Salt and sugar look the same. Remember that some things must end for better things to begin. Time always exposes what you really mean to someone. Life will separate you from your friends, so cherish every moment you have together. Stay private, stay discreet, and do not tell everyone everything. It is self-care. Money is a tool, not the goal. Freedom is the goal. You are responsible for your own happiness. If you expect others to make you happy, you will always be disappointed. Do what no one else can do, and you will become what no one else can become. Stay calm. You have been through this before, and you will get through it again. A negative mind will never give you a positive life. If people treat you as an option, leave them as a choice. Value experience over possessions because memories are life's true treasures. Accept what is, let go of what was, and have faith in what will be. Many people love you. Do not focus on those who do not. You deserve it all. The career, the love, the family, the peace, the life. Your vision will be blurry, but it will become clear over time. Patience is your ally. Never forget who helped you in a difficult time. You are enough for yourself. You have nothing to prove to anyone. No matter how hard the past has been, you can always start again. Sometimes you have to go through the worst to get the best. Stay alone until you are valued. Take care of your body. Remember that health is another form of wealth. If you can make a girl laugh, you can make her do anything. Tough times will always reveal true friends. Better days are coming. You will not always wake up in the morning with a heavy heart. Your strongest muscle and worst enemy is your mind. Train it. Someone else's progress does not make your progress less valuable. Never let the same people disappoint you twice. Accept that some people love to point fingers and blame others. You will be blamed for things you have not done and for things that have not even happened. Stop complaining and lamenting. It is wasted energy. Who is listening anyway? Understand that you cannot control everything or everyone, but you can control yourself, and that is even better. Always move in your own direction, not according to society, friends, or family. Leave the house messy and the yard uncut over the weekend. You will remember the fun, not the clean house or yard. Make time for fun. Learn to say no. Be frugal. Eat only real foods, no wheat, and limit carbs. The more you know, the dumber you will sound to stupid people. Pay attention to the negative signals people emit and disconnect immediately. It will save you a lot of pain and, most importantly, wasted time. Never take on responsibilities that are not yours. Never sell yourself short, and trust your instincts. And most importantly, never take your loved ones for granted. Set firm boundaries and be selective about who you allow into your life. If you want to help yourself, find someone worthy to serve. Through service, you gain experience, contacts, and a reputation as a reliable and responsible ally. Only through practical learning does one become a master. In real estate, rent and buy what you can afford. The fewer possessions you have, the less burden you will have in your life. Life is often very ambiguous. Sometimes there is no right or wrong decision or choice. You may not get the answer, so sometimes you just have to improvise. Do not leave someone to teach them a lesson. Leave them because you learned yours. Life is far from over, but it is also very short. If you want to do something, do not delay, but do not sacrifice what you want for what you want now. When in doubt, just take the next small step. Make and keep friends with people you want to emulate, not with people you think are more likely to accept you. The people you associate with will shape your future. Be careful whom you marry, and even more careful whom you have children with. Stop and realize that mistakes are essential to learning anything. Get moving before you get older. The older you are, the harder it is to change. No one cares except family. Start saving your money. Do not spend it on houses you cannot afford, fancy cars, and maxed out credit cards. In the end, you will be much happier. Nothing is as bad as it seems, nor as great as you think it will be. Take good care of your health. Without health, nothing will matter. No amount of money can bring you joy if you are suffering. Get married before 30. Have children before 35. Work and earn actively and sufficiently until before 40. Make passive income viable before 50. Plan to retire from work before 60. Do everything for family, but expect nothing in return, not even from your spouse. The first duty of love is to listen. The courage to be is the courage to accept oneself despite being unacceptable. Health far surpasses all other blessings of life. A truly healthy beggar is happier than a sick king. Hope, in reality, is the worst of all evils because it prolongs the torments of man. No one can build for you the bridge upon which you must cross the river of life. No one but yourself. Willpower is to the mind as a blind strong man carrying a lame man who can see. Sleep is the interest we must pay on the capital called death, and the higher the rate of interest and the more regularly it is paid, the longer the redemption date is postponed. Dull your sensitivities so that life hurts you as little as possible. Employ your time in bettering yourself by other men's writings so that you can easily gain what others have worked hard for. Be careful with whom you associate. It is human to imitate the habits of those we interact with. We inadvertently adopt their interests, opinions, values, and their habit of interpreting events. In old age, we all regret not having killed the laziness in ourselves. When we talk senselessly about trivial things, we ourselves become trivial because our attention is focused on trivialities. You become what you pay attention to. In anger, we must abstain both from speech and action. The bravest sight in the world is to see a great man struggling against adversity. Choose not to be harmed, and you will not feel harmed. Do not feel harmed, and you have not been. Limit yourself to the present. The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul adopts the color of your thoughts. Do not indulge in dreams of having what you do not have, but value the main blessings you possess, and remember with gratitude how you would wish for them if they were not yours. Sometimes you must yield to win, and sometimes staying in a low place leads to winning. Excessive pride brings disaster for man. The superior man is modest in his speech but exceeds in his actions. Do your best to treat others as you would like to be treated, and you will find that this is the shortest path to benevolence. Longing is the agony of the nearness of the distant. He who has not tasted bitter things has not earned sweet things. Nothing is as difficult as not deceiving oneself. You cannot think decently if you are not willing to hurt yourself. People often know what they frequently do. They know why they do what they do, but what they do not know is what does what they do. Where there is power, there is resistance. Do not think that one must be sad to be militant, even though the thing one fights against is abominable. The sad truth is that most evil is done by people who never decide to be good or bad. Forgiveness is the key to action and freedom. To love at all is to be vulnerable. Love anything, and your heart will be wrung and possibly broken. If you want to make sure of keeping it intact, you must not give it to anyone, not even an animal. Crying is all right in its way while it lasts, but you must stop sooner or later, and then you will still have to decide what to do. I have learned now that while those who speak about one's miseries usually hurt, those who keep silent hurt more. A proud man is always looking down on things and people, and of course, as long as you're looking down, you cannot see something that is above you. Malicious words can hurt your feelings, but silence breaks your heart. An intelligent person never gives a second chance in three situations: when trust is broken, when love fades, and when time is wasted, recognizing these as the irreplaceable currencies of life's wealth. Pride does not derive pleasure from having something, but from having more of it than the next man. It is comparison that makes you proud, the pleasure of being above the rest. Once the element of competition disappears, pride disappears. The only true abundance is for those who do not desire more than they have. To save oneself from pain at all costs can only be achieved at the cost of total detachment that excludes the capacity to experience happiness. Man's main task in life is to give birth to himself, to become what he potentially is. The most important product of his effort is his own personality. There is no meaning in life except what man gives it by the development of his powers. I learned this at least by my experiment, that if one advances confidently in the direction of his dream and endeavors to live the life he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. The question is not what you look at, but what you see. Do not be overly moral. You may cheat yourself out of much life, so aim above morality. Do not be simply good. Be good for something. Our life is frittered away by detail. Simplify things. Do not change. We change. It is never too late to give up your prejudices. The heart has its reasons which reason knows not. People almost invariably arrive at their beliefs not on the basis of proof, but on the basis of what they find attractive. An intelligent person never shows emotions in three situations: when facing ignorance, during personal success, and in moments of deep disappointment. We always admire what we really do not understand. If you want people to think well of you, do not speak well of yourself. Distraction is the only thing that consoles us for our miseries, and yet it is the greatest of our miseries. A person must dream to see the meaning of life. Judge a man by his questions rather than by his answers. Life is a shipwreck, but we must not forget to sing in the lifeboats. Value those who seek the truth, but beware of those who find it. He who knows how to be poor knows everything. You will never be happy if you continue to search for what happiness consists of. You will never live if you are looking for the meaning of life. The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. To be happy, we must not be too concerned with others. To understand the world, sometimes one has to turn away from it. People rush to judge so as not to be judged themselves. You can never experience everything, so please do poetic justice to your soul and simply experience it. If you are content to start with doubts, you will end in certainties. Hope is a good breakfast, but it is a bad supper. For the light to shine brightly, darkness must be present. It is impossible to love and be wise. There is no comparison between what is lost by not succeeding and what is lost by not trying. We are like chameleons. We take our hue and the color of our moral character from those around us. No one's knowledge can go beyond their experience. What worries you masters you. The most precious possession of all is power over ourselves. Bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing. I have learned to seek my happiness by limiting my desires, rather than in attempting to satisfy them. Happy is he whose circumstances suit his temper, but he is more excellent who can suit his temper to any circumstances. The first thing you must know is yourself. A man who knows himself can step outside himself and watch his own reactions like an observer. Never complain about what is always within your power to remove. The problems worth attacking prove their worth by fighting back. Life is very short and anxious for those who forget the past, neglect the present, and fear the future. Life, if well lived, is long enough. A man who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence on the future. The mind that is anxious about the future is miserable. All cruelty springs from weakness. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. We fall in love when our imagination projects a perfection that does not exist onto another person. One day the fantasy evaporates, and with it, the love dies. Only he who attempts the absurd is capable of achieving the impossible. I have never dealt with anything more difficult than my own soul, which sometimes helps me and sometimes opposes me. Women want to be loved not because they are beautiful, good, well-educated or intelligent, but because they are themselves. Time is only the space between our memories. As soon as we cease to perceive this space, time has disappeared. Love ceases to be a demon only when it ceases to be a god. I'm amazed how sharing our weaknesses and difficulties is more nourishing to others than sharing our qualities and successes. Many people are good at talking about what they are doing, but in fact do little. Others do a lot but do not talk about it. They are the ones who make a community live. When we love and respect people revealing their value, they can begin to come out from behind the walls that protect them. People cannot accept their own evil if they do not feel at the same time love, respect, and confidence. If the path before you is clear, you are probably on someone else's. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Thinking is difficult. That is why most people judge. Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and the word happy would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. Man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health. Loneliness does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself, or from holding certain views which others find inadmissible. Life really begins at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research. The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown. Man can endure the most difficult trials if he sees meaning in them. The true difficulty lies in creating that meaning. Do not cling to those who leave, otherwise you will not meet those who come. Doubt is not the opposite of faith. It is an element of faith. The first duty of love is to listen. The courage to be is the courage to accept oneself, despite being unacceptable. Health far surpasses all other blessings of life. A truly healthy beggar is happier than a sick king. The first rule is to keep a calm spirit. The second is to look things in the face and know them for what they are. A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. Our plans fail because they have no aim. When a man does not know to what port he is steering, no wind is favorable. The most powerful is he who has himself in his own power. Beware of the man who urges an action in which he himself incurs no risk. Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Just because something seems difficult to you, do not think it impossible for anyone to achieve. Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what is left and live it properly. Nowhere can man find a quieter or less troubled retreat than in his own soul. The more honest a man is, the less he suspects dishonesty in others. A low soul always presupposes the most lowly motives for noble acts. Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize? Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears. 3 things never come back: the arrow shot, the word spoken, and the opportunity lost. Therefore, do not waste time, choose words wisely, and do not miss the opportunity. A healthy man wants 1,000 things. A sick man only wants one. Opportunities multiply as they are seized. It does not matter how slowly you go as long as you do not stop. If you make a mistake and do not correct it, this is called a mistake. Attack the evil that is within yourself instead of attacking the evil that is in others. Silence is a true friend who never betrays. What the superior man seeks is in himself. What the small man seeks is in others. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, while loving someone deeply gives you courage. Life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Do not resist them, that only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward in whatever way they like. Respond intelligently, even to unintelligent treatment. Act without expectations. Never allow someone to be your priority while allowing yourself to be their option. If you tell the truth, you do not have to remember anything. Do something every day that you do not want to do. This is the golden rule for acquiring the habit of doing your duty without pain. Never tell the truth to people who are not worthy of it. All you need in this life is ignorance and confidence. Then success is sure. From love arises hatred for those things that are contrary to what we love or that oppose and frustrate what delights us. The harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheaply, we esteem too lightly. I love the man who can smile in trouble, who can gather strength from distress, and grow brave by reflection. He who dares not offend cannot be honest. Character is much easier kept than recovered. Finish each day and be done with it. You have done what you could. Some blunders and absurdities have crept in. Forget them as soon as you can. Tomorrow is a new day. You shall begin it serenely and with too high a spirit to be encumbered with your old nonsense. The purpose of life is not to be happy. It is to be useful, to be honorable, to be compassionate, to have it make some difference that you have lived and lived well. Dare to live the life you have dreamed for yourself. Go forward and make your dreams come true. Action does not always bring happiness, but there is no happiness without action. The art of being wise is the art of knowing what to overlook. The greatest discovery of any generation is that a human being can alter his life by altering his attitude. Do not be afraid of life. Believe that life is worth living, and your belief will help create the fact. The great use of life is to spend it for something that will outlast it. Our view of the world is truly shaped by what we decide to see. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Those who do not seek happiness are the most likely to find it, because those who seek forget that the surest way to be happy is to seek happiness for others. If you want to be a true seeker of truth, It is necessary that at least once in your life you doubt, as far as possible, all things. Freedom is what we do with what is done to us. 3 o'clock is always too late or too early for anything you want to do. Every word has consequences, every silence too. Those who are most slow in making a promise are the most faithful in the performance of it. Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. Those who think themselves masters of others are indeed greater slaves than they. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury. Cease to be a slave of your mind, dragged by selfish impulses, rebelling against fate in the present and distrusting the future. It is not so much the help of our friends that helps us as the confidence of their help. Either be silent or let your words be worth more than silence. Respond to criticism with achievements. From the perspective of youth, life is an endless future. From the perspective of old age, it is a very short past. A wise person always hides 3 things about himself: his weaknesses, his sources of wisdom, and his true aspirations. When we lose one blessing, often another is most unexpectedly given in its place. Depression is like a woman in black. If she turns up, do not shoo her away. Invite her in, offer her a seat, and listen to what she wants to say. Improve yourself. That is the only thing you can do to improve the world. Everywhere, man the nature and fate. However, his fate is mostly only the echo of his character and passion, his errors and weaknesses. Life is a series of decisions regarding the future. It is not the sum of what we have been, but of what we long to be. Money is a great servant, but a bad master. People who know little are usually great talkers, while men who know much say little. Always do what you fear to do. There is never any need to get worked up or to torment your soul about things you cannot control. Those things do not ask for your judgment. Leave them alone. Things never happen the same way twice. Anger, if not restrained, is often more hurtful than the injury that provokes it. There is only one way to happiness, and that is to cease worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will. Man conquers the world by conquering himself. Form a very favorable opinion of a person at the beginning of your acquaintance. Otherwise, in most cases, you will be disappointed. A man who has not passed through the inferno of his passions has never overcome them. Happiness is the only thing that doubles when shared. He who attaches much value to the opinions of others pays them too much honor. If we suspect someone of lying, we should pretend to believe him, for then he becomes bold and lies more vigorously and is unmasked. Prayers do not change the world, but they change people, and people change the world. Rules for happiness: something to do, someone to love, something to look forward to. If you love something so much, let it go. If it comes back, it was meant to be. If not, it was never meant to be. Give a person everything they desire, and at that very moment they will feel that this is not everything. We are rich not by what we possess, but by what we can do without. The most spiritual people experience the most painful tragedies, but precisely because of this, they honor life because it provides their greatest adversities. The fault of young people is that they think they are more happy or unhappy than they actually are. A bad person cannot be happy for being alone with himself. He is left alone with the villain. Many people know they are unhappy, but even more people do not know they are happy. The kinder a person is, the less he notices bad in others. The future comes slowly, the present flies, and the past remains motionless forever. The intelligent do not seek solitude so much as they avoid the hustle created by fools. The greatest of follies is to sacrifice health for any other kind of happiness. A man can be himself only as long as he is alone, and if he does not love solitude, he will not love freedom, for it is only when he is alone that he is really free. To be entirely honest with oneself is a good exercise. We are never so defenseless against suffering as when we love. The virtuous man is content to dream what the wicked man does in actual life. You will find love only where you can show weakness without provoking strength. One cannot be deeply responsive to the world without being saddened very often. Man's main task is to give birth to himself. To be happy is to be able to become aware of oneself without fright. Only to those without hope is hope given. Intelligent people learn from everything and everyone. Average people from their experiences. Stupid people already have all the answers. Circumstances do not make the man. They only reveal him to himself. Do not chase happiness. It is always inside you. The right question is usually more important than the right answer. No man steps into the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. A confident person avoids two things in life: idle gossip and minor conflicts, choosing instead to cultivate understanding and foster harmony. Pretentious speeches are the first sign of weakness, and those capable of great things keep their mouths shut. There are things far, far better ahead than any we leave behind. The most harmful thing is to want to avoid mistakes. While a word remains unspoken, you are its master. Once you speak it, you are its slave. Act as if what you do makes a difference. It does. The more we dwell on our misfortunes, the greater is their power to harm us. Only two things we'll regret on our deathbed: that we are little loved and little traveled. Care about what other people think, and you will always be their prisoner. Eventually, all things fall into place. Until then, laugh at the confusion, live for the moments, and know that everything happens for a reason. Problems are not solved by giving new information, but by arranging what we have known for a long time. He will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. Happiness is nothing more than good health and a bad memory. Except for our own thoughts, there is nothing absolutely in our power. Do not tell your friend what your enemy should not know. One day, in retrospect, the years of struggle will strike you as the most beautiful. You are alone not because nobody needs you, but because you care who is by your side. Those who aspire to great things will also suffer greatly. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own. When you are content to be simply yourself and do not compare or compete, everyone will respect you. Why should you feel anger at the world as if the world noticed? We should try to be the parents of our future rather than the descendants of our past. The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. Stay away from people who try to belittle your ambitions. Small people always do that, but the really great ones make you feel that you too can become great. Only time can heal what reason cannot. Giving away someone else's secret is betrayal. Giving away your own is foolishness. We strive harder to persuade others that we are happy than in trying to think so ourselves. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. While we are postponing life, life speeds by. The true man smiles in trouble, gathers strength from distress, and grows brave by reflection. We feel more alive the more we are aware of life. Kind words do not cost much, but they accomplish much. Always go too far, because that is where you will find the truth. Without effort and willingness to experience pain and anxiety, no one grows. Indeed, no one achieves anything worthy of achievement. Adventures are never fun while you are having them. I do not feel that it is necessary to know exactly who I am. The main interest in life and work is to become someone else that you were not in the beginning. The real question about life after death is not whether or not it exists, but even if it does, what problem does this really solve? If you possess something but you cannot give it away, then you do not possess it. It possesses you. Where your fear is, there is your task. Do you want to know the art of living, my friend? It is contained in one phrase: make use of suffering. The man who has no inner life is a slave to his surroundings. Divide each difficulty into as many parts as is feasible and necessary to resolve it. Staying in the past means being dead. My friend is he who will tell me my faults in private. No evil propensity of the human heart is so powerful that it may not be subdued by discipline. No man ever threw away his life while it was worth keeping. Unexpressed emotions will never die. They are buried alive and will come forth later in uglier ways. You will never regret telling someone you love them. Do it before it is too late. Save a little every week or month. Nothing gives happiness like a financial cushion. Believe it or not, if it is not broken, do not fix it. Be loyal or stay single. It is that simple. Expect nothing. Appreciate everything. Be grateful for the little things in your life. To find inner peace, do your best and trust the process. The harder you work, the luckier you get. Never take anything personally. What others say and do is a projection of their own reality. Be forgiving, be understanding, but do not be a fool. Never say maybe if you mean no. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Your self-respect must be stronger than your feelings. Do not let success get to your head or failure get to your heart. The best way to respect yourself is to discipline yourself. If you are generous, remember to learn your limits because takers do not have any. Do not waste time explaining yourself. People only hear what they want to hear. Accept criticism, but never accept disrespect. Never give up on something you really want. Waiting is hard, but regretting is harder. When you are angry, stay silent. You have 3 choices in life. You can watch things happen, make things happen, or wonder what the hell happened. Stay strong, even when things start to fall apart. You are judged no matter what, so be who you want to be. You do not have to win every argument. Accept to agree to disagree. No regrets, just lessons. No worries, just acceptance. No expectations, just gratitude. Life is too short. The quieter you become, the more you can hear. The more interested you are in others, the more interesting you will find yourself. Be interesting by being interested. If you do not occasionally fall, you are just sliding. Hate is a curse that does not affect the hated. It only poisons the hater. Release a grudge as if it were poison. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. People change, love hurts, friends leave, and things go wrong. But remember that life goes on. Learn to say no without explaining yourself. Be a good person, but do not waste time proving it. Never tell your plans to your friends. Stop trusting them too much. Do not let anyone know what you are doing until it is done. If you want to be trusted, be honest. The only person who cares about your dreams and hopes is you. The only person who will make them come true is you. Forget what hurts you, but never forget what it taught you. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. Even the nicest people have their limits. Your direction is more important than your speed. Control your thoughts, or your thoughts will control you. Do not overshare personal information. Privacy is power. Do not make permanent decisions based on temporary emotions. To be the best, you must be able to handle the worst. As long as you are alive, no obstacle is permanent. You learn nothing from life if you think you are always right. Keep patience. The best things happen unexpectedly. Never regret a day in your life. Good days give happiness, bad days give experience, worst days give lessons, and the best days give memories. Life is a one-time offer. Use it well. Be yourself. People do not have to like you, and you do not have to care. Free yourself from society's advice. Most of them have no idea what they are doing. At first, it hurts, then it makes you stronger. Normalize walking some paths alone because goals are personal. The family you create is more important than the family you come from. Life is short, live it. Love is rare, grab it. Anger is bad, deal with it. Memories are sweet, cherish them. Just because you miss someone does not mean you need them back in your life. Missing is part of the process of moving on. Before you get old, attend as many funerals as you can bear, and listen. No one talks about the deceased's achievements. The only thing people will remember is what kind of person you were while achieving. Have at least one person in your life who gives you honest opinions. It is good to be generous, kind, and magnanimous, but there is a limit or you will be taken for granted. Holding on to things will always stress you out more. Things do not happen a certain way just because you want them to happen that way. Learn from what people do, not what they tell you. Do not react angrily right away. Wait for it to cool down. What is said or done in anger is irreversible. Do not overshare. Privacy is power. Do not regret the past, because at that time you did your best. People will see you for what you are, not for what you need them to be. Never jump to conclusions. Be insightful and let people show you their true colors. Never underestimate contempt. When someone looks at you with contempt and talks to you as if you were inferior, they are likely to harm you, whether in relationships, socially, or physically. Remove that person from your life. Never lend money because you can lend it to friends for a few days, but recovering it from fools takes years. Never share your problems with friends before finding a solution. No matter how challenging it is, do not show your weaknesses. People will enjoy the show. Do not be weak in front of them. Listen to people who tell you what you do not want to hear. Self-pity is dangerous. Stay away from it. Just because you are going through hell right now does not mean you will never smile again. Pain is purely temporary. You spend all your health initially for wealth, and then spend all your wealth for one day of good health. Holding grudges will never hurt the people you hate, only you. Time defines you. You will not be defined well by anything else but time. Time is the most powerful force. No matter how much you fight, it will do what it wants. The only constant in life is change. Embrace it and you will grow. Say please and thank you often. You cannot change the past, but you can shape your future by learning from it. The heaviest burden we carry is the weight of our expectations. It is better to be alone than in bad company. When you stop chasing the wrong things, the right things catch up to you. There are no shortcuts to any place worth going. You never know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have. Do not let what you cannot do interfere with what you can do. The best way to gain self-confidence is to do what you fear to do. A river cuts through rock, not because of its power, but because of its persistence. There is no elevator to success. You have to take the stairs. The greatest risk is not taking any. Happiness is not something you postpone for the future. It is something you design for the present. Your life does not get better by chance. It gets better by change. You are limited only by the walls you build yourself. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Focus on what you can control and let go of what you cannot. Take time to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. In these moments, we often find the greatest joy. Give without expecting anything in return. The only time you should look back is to see how far you have come. If the path before you is clear, you are probably following someone else's. Resentment is like drinking poison and hoping it kills your enemies. Life is not about having good cards, but about playing a poor hand well. Be careful who you call your friends. I would rather have 4 quarters than 100 pennies. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship. Whatever begins in anger ends in shame. He who laughs at himself never runs out of things to laugh at. Making decisions is like coffee, it needs a cooling process. People are excellent at keeping secrets they do not even know. The only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. Do not judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds you plant. If you want to get rich, think of saving as earning. Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Life can only be understood backward, but it must be lived forward. Great results can be achieved with small efforts. The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet. Everyone falls. Getting up is how you learn to walk. Be silent, or make your words worth more than silence. Spend your money on things money can buy. Spend your time on things money cannot buy. A busy man is rarely visited by idle friends. Flies do not go to a boiling pot. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Thousands of candles can be lit from a single candle, and its life will not be shortened. Happiness does not diminish when shared. People never lie so much as before an election, during a war, or after a hunt. Those who have a why to live can bear almost any how. Circumstances make the man, not man's circumstances. Within all of us, there are two wolves fighting. The first is bad, and the second is good. Which wolf will win? The one you feed. A goal is a dream with a deadline. Write your sad moments in the sand. Write your happy moments in stone. Do not put off until tomorrow what you can do today. Love your neighbor as yourself. Do not judge your greatness by your shadow at sunset. Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake. Being a friend to all is being a friend to none. Better a broken promise than none at all. Both optimists and pessimists contribute to society. The optimist invents the airplane, the pessimist the parachute. A woman's guess is much more accurate than a man's certainty. Ignorance is the root and stem of all evil. He who is not content with little will not be content with anything. The shadow is like a stranger on a sunny day. Run, it will not flee. On a cloudy day, seek it, you will not find it. Understanding a thing is half an answer. What we know is a drop. What we do not know is an ocean. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. Simplicity is the outcome of maturity. Never ruin an apology with an excuse. Education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It always seems impossible until it is done. How many things would you attempt if you knew you could not fail? Getting married means having rights and doubling your responsibilities. What does not kill us makes us stronger. Fear does not exist anywhere except in the mind. You cannot wait for inspiration. You have to go after it with a club. The life of the dead is placed in the memory of the living. Procrastination is the thief of time. If life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Judge a man by his questions rather than by his answers. Your ambition is bounded by your laziness. The noblest work of God is a man who has discovered the man. Be correct with everyone, sociable with many, close to the chosen friend of a few. When you were born, you cried and the world rejoiced. Live your life so that when you die, the world cries and you rejoice. One day, in retrospect, the years of struggle will strike you as the most beautiful. Where is your fear? There is your task. Those who are hardest to love are the ones who need it the most. If you can dream it, you can do it. Do not seek approval, except for the consciousness of doing better. It is better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Time is sufficient for anyone who uses it. Thinking is the hardest work there is. which is probably why so few people do it. Do what you can with what you have, where you are. We all love ourselves more than other people, but we care more about their opinion than our own. What the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. The punishment of the liar is not so much that he is not believed, but that he cannot believe anyone else. Experience is the teacher of all things. An abnormal reaction to an abnormal situation is normal behavior. The most important thing we learn in school is that the most important things cannot be learned in school. One who looks into a puddle sees dirt in it, the other sees stars reflected. A happy marriage is a long conversation that always seems too short. Anyone capable of angering you becomes your master. He can anger you only when you permit yourself to be disturbed by him. Nothing is impossible for him who tries. Time passes slowly when you follow it. Feel it is being followed. To think that someone else can make you happy or unhappy is ridiculous. Do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Words can be like X-rays. If used properly, they will go through anything you read, and you will pierce you. Through discipline comes freedom. Of all the liars in the world, sometimes the worst are our own fears. Everyone sees what you appear to be. Few experience what you really are. There are only 3 events in a man's life: to be born, to live, and to die. He is not conscious of being born. He dies with pain, and he forgets to live. A man who dares to waste 1 hour of time has not discovered the value of life. Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a harder battle. If your hate could be turned into electricity, it would light up the whole world. Do not spoil what you have by desiring what you do not have. Remember that what you now have was once among the things you only hoped for. Life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. Tact is the ability to make a point without making an enemy. Putting everything in balance is good. Putting everything in harmony is better. Live as if you were to die tomorrow. Learn as if you were to live forever. Only a fool learns from his own mistakes. The wise man learns from the mistakes of others. If you light a lamp for someone else, it will also brighten your path. If you can do what you do best and be happy, you are further along in life than most people. When your work speaks for itself, do not interrupt it. All progress occurs outside the comfort zone. I have learned that while those who comment on one's misfortunes usually hurt, those who opt for silence hurt more. An arrogant individual is always looking down on things and people, and of course, as long as you are looking down, you cannot appreciate what is above you. If it is not appropriate, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. Take control of your impulses. Derogatory words can hurt your feelings, but silence breaks your heart. A perceptive individual never shows emotions in 3 situations: when facing ignorance, during personal achievement, and in moments of deep disappointment. We always admire what we truly do not understand. If you want people to have a good opinion of you, do not speak well of yourself. Distraction is the only thing that consoles us for our miseries, yet it is the greatest of our miseries. A person must dream to discern the meaning of life. There are far, far better things ahead than any we leave behind. A goal without a plan is just a wish. The future comes slowly, the present flies, and the past remains still forever. The highest activity a human being can attain is learning for understanding, because to understand is to be free. He who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past. Appear weak when you are strong, strong when you are weak. Time is money. If you wish to forget anything instantly, make a note that this thing is to be remembered. Everyone, at some time or other, sits down to a banquet of consequences. He suffers more than necessary, who suffers before it is necessary. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. The fear of death increases in exact proportion to the increase in wealth. Whoever violates trust once loses it forever. Life was not intended to make us perfect. Whoever is perfect belongs in a museum. The reason worry kills more people than work is that more people worry than work. Everything happens for a reason, and everything that happens for a reason. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write mind over body so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. What happens before death is what counts. It is better to offer no excuse than a bad one. Men always want to be a woman's first love. Women prefer to be a man's last romance. Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. If you want to change others, why not start with yourself? It is much more productive and far less dangerous. The ability to forget means sanity. The secret to success is doing common things uncommonly well. Laws are like spider webs. They can catch small flies, but let wasps and hornets through. Your enemies can kill you, but only your friends can hurt you. Never close your lips to those to whom you have already opened your heart. You can only overcome bad habits today, not tomorrow. To lead people, walk behind them. The first one to arrive gets the oyster, the second one gets the shell. It is better to make an approximately right decision than to make a precisely wrong one. Never compete with someone who has nothing to lose. If you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. No woman or man really knows what perfect love is until they have been married for a quarter of a century. The world belongs to the patient. Seek wisdom, not knowledge. Knowledge is of the past, wisdom is of the future. The only person you have to compare yourself with is who you were in the past, and the only person better than you should be is who you are now. If a man knows more than others, he becomes lonely. Intelligent people learn from everything and everyone. Average people from their experiences. Stupid people already have all the answers. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. Things may come to those who wait, but only the things left by those who hustle. Success is stumbling from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. He who walks straight rarely stumbles. Nothing is particularly hard if you divide it into small jobs. Believe you can, and you're halfway there. What we do now echoes in eternity. If you can't do great things, do small things in a great way. Don't wait for the right opportunity. Create it. People willingly believe what they want to believe. The meaning of life is to give life meaning. You can hide memories, but you can't erase the history that produced them. Rules for happiness, something to do, someone to love, something to look forward to. A true woman loves a strong man because she knows his weaknesses. She protects him as much as she is protected. Nature gave us one tongue but two ears, so that we may listen twice as much as we speak. When we give someone our time, we are actually giving a part of our life that we will never get back. Fiction is the lie through which we tell the truth. Do not envy the good qualities of others, but cultivate them in yourself through admiration. Who of you, by worrying, can add a single hour to your life? Do not say a little in many words, but a lot in a few. If you want something done right, do it yourself. The secret of genius is to carry the spirit of the child into old age, which means never losing your enthusiasm. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Gardens are not made by singing, "Oh, how beautiful," and sitting in the shade. Nothing great was ever achieved without danger. The most exquisite pleasure is giving pleasure to others. We stopped looking for monsters under our bed when we realized they were inside us. Good people do not need laws to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around them. What one man calls God, another calls the laws of physics. Death does not concern us because, as long as we exist, death is not here. And when it does come, we no longer exist. I would rather be a swineherd understood by pigs than a poet misunderstood by men. It is nothing to die. It is dreadful not to live. Non-violence is a weapon of the strong. What we learn from history is that no one learns from history. True love begins when nothing is expected in return. He who dares nothing need hope for nothing. No matter how thinly you slice something, there will always be two sides. Victorious warriors win first and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. Love your enemies because they tell you your faults. Don't believe everything you hear and only half of what you see. Keep your fears to yourself, but share your courage with others. If a man does not know to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Lead from behind and let others believe they are in front. Wealth is like seawater. The more we drink, the thirstier we become. The same applies to fame. If a woman is angry, it means she is not only wrong but also knows it. Love is an irresistible desire to be irresistibly desired. Learning to let go should be learned before learning to get. True men despise battle but will never run from it. We live in an age where unnecessary things are our only necessities. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. Knowledge is not power until it is applied. How much money does it take to make a man happy? Just one more dollar. Being angry is punishing yourself for the mistakes of others. Any man can make mistakes, but only an idiot persists in his error. Don't ask questions and you won't be told lies. It is better to light a small candle than to curse the darkness. He who is content with his lot is rich. Do more. The race is won by the horse that outpaces its rivals by a head. If each of us sweeps right under our feet, the whole world will be clean. A wise man gets more use from his enemies than a fool from his friends. Wisdom is not wisdom when it is derived only from books. A joke explained is no longer a joke. The shortest distance between 2 points is often unbearable. Courage is resistance to fear, mastery of fear, not absence of fear. Don't shake the green apple tree. When the apple is ripe, it will fall by itself. It doesn't take many words to tell the truth. Before diagnosing yourself with depression or low self-esteem, make sure you are not, in fact, simply surrounded by idiots. Thinking is difficult, which is why most people judge. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. Anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new. If you are going through hell, keep going. If you always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always got. Courage is not having the strength to go on. It is going on when you have no strength. Do every act of your life as if it were your last. The man who does more than he is paid for will soon be paid for more than he does. People who say it cannot be done should not interrupt those who are doing it. A profession should initially be an act of love, not a marriage of convenience. Women make men more sophisticated. Above all, never be afraid. The enemy who forces you to retreat is afraid of you at that very moment. Wealth does not consist in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Fortune favors the brave. Genius is a mind that knows its limits. Drop by drop, the vessel fills with water. In the same way, the wise man, gathering it little by little, fills himself with goodness. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do not chase happiness. It is always within you. The best way to keep your word is not to give it. Experience is not what happens to a man. It is what a man does with what happens to him. What is a friend? A single soul dwelling in two bodies. He who travels fastest travels alone. It is better to act and regret than not to act and regret. Trying to forget someone means thinking about them all the time. There is nothing more unbearable than idleness. There is truth in wine and in children. The hard work of the future will be pressing buttons. The art of living well and the art of dying well are one. Live your life as an exclamation rather than an explanation. Your future self is watching you through your memories. You may not realize it when it happens, but a kick in the teeth may be the best thing for you. The trouble is, if you don't risk anything, you risk more. Hope itself is like a star. It is not seen in the sunshine of prosperity, only to be discovered in the night of adversity. You cannot turn back the clock, but you can wind it up again. One finds limits by pushing them. The past cannot be changed. The future is still in your power. If you hate starting over, stop giving up. Not all problems come to disrupt your life. Some come to clear your path. The limits of the possible can only be defined by going beyond them into the impossible. If you want to increase your success rate, double your failure rate. Adversity introduces a man to himself. If the path is beautiful, don't ask where it leads. All that we are is the result of all we have thought. The task ahead of you is never greater than the strength within you. The time you kill is not dead without exacting revenge. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. There are far better things ahead than any we leave behind. The future is always beginning now. Your best self has been waiting all your life. Don't keep it waiting any longer. One secret of success in life is for a man to be ready for his opportunity when it comes. There is meaning in every journey that is unknown to the traveler. Do not carry your mistakes around with you. Instead, place them under your feet and use them as stepping stones to rise above them. Once you realize you deserve a bright future, leaving behind your dark past is the best decision you will ever make. People are as happy as they decide to be. At some point, you have to divorce doing things other people want from you. The path to success and the path to failure are almost exactly the same. Wake up determined and go to bed satisfied. It is always too soon to quit. Growing up is losing some illusions to acquire others. You are always one decision away from a totally different life. Try not to become a man of success, but rather a man of value. Of all the sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these: it might have been. You cannot find peace by avoiding life. Do not be pushed around by the fears in your mind. Be led by the dreams in your heart. Your life is your story. Write it well and edit it often. No amount of regret can change the past, and no amount of worry can change the future. In 20 years, you will be more disappointed by the things you didn't do than by the ones you did. The bad news is time flies. The good news is you are the pilot. Tell the truth, or someone will tell it for you. Choosing doubt as a philosophy of life is akin to choosing immobility as a means of transportation. Life shrinks or expands in proportion to your courage. Letting go means realizing that some people are part of your history, but not a part of your destiny. Courage is like a muscle. We strengthen it by use. If you give up on your dreams, what's left? If we all did the things we are capable of, we would literally astound ourselves. We aim above the mark to hit the mark. You cannot live your life for other people. You have to do what's right for you, even if it hurts some people you love. Sometimes good things fall apart so better things can come together. The world is round, and the place that seems like the end may also be the beginning. Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better. Through it all, you are still you. Change the world by being yourself. Your talent determines what you can do. Your motivation determines how much you are willing to do. Your attitude determines how well you do it. You are always stronger and more resourceful than you think. Challenge and adversity are meant to help you know yourself. Storms hit your weaknesses, but unlock your true strength. Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. Worry does not empty tomorrow of its sorrow. It empties today of its strength. When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Begin each day by telling yourself, "Today I shall meet with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness, all due to the offender's ignorance of what is good or evil." Reflect on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Stop wasting time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. If anyone can show me that what I think or do is wrong, I will happily change, because I seek the truth, for which no one has ever been truly harmed. It is the person who continues in their self-deception and ignorance who is harmed. Hope is a waking dream. Excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. He who has overcome his fears will truly be free. He who delights in solitude is either a wild beast or a god. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. No great mind has ever existed without a touch of madness. Happiness depends upon ourselves. Anyone can become angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose, and in the right way, that is not within everyone's power and is not easy. The measure of a man is what he does with power. Ignorance is the root and stem of all evil. If women are expected to do the same work as men, we must teach them the same things. I am trying to think. Don't confuse me with the facts. There is truth in wine and children. Those who tell the stories rule society. Man is composed of three primary sources: desire, emotion, and knowledge. The madness of love is the greatest of heaven's blessings. To educate is to teach our children to desire the right things. Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a harder battle. Every heart sings a song incomplete until another heart whispers back. Those who wish to sing always find a song. With the touch of a lover, everyone becomes a poet. Wise men speak because they have something to say, fools because they have to say something. We can easily forgive a child who is afraid of the dark. The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of the light. Only the dead have seen the end of war. The price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. Do not train a child to learn by force or harshness, but direct them to it by what amuses their minds, so that you may be better able to discover with accuracy the peculiar bent of the genius of each. Wanting to be friends is quick work, but friendship is a slow ripening fruit. Happiness is the meaning and purpose of life, the whole aim and end of human existence. A friend to all is a friend to none. Patience is bitter, but its fruit is sweet. Those who educate children well are more to be honored than those who produce them, for these only gave life, those the art of living well. The greatest penalty for declining to rule is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. According to Greek mythology, humans were originally created with 4 arms, 4 legs, and a head with 2 faces. Fearing their power, Zeus split them into 2 separate parts, condemning them to spend their lives in search of their other halves. I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing. Never discourage anyone who continues to make progress, no matter how slow. Love is a serious mental disease. One of the penalties for refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. Good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. It takes very little to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all other men, but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinion of others. Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize? The object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears. There are three classes of men: lovers of wisdom, lovers of honor, and lovers of gain. Courage is knowing what not to fear. In politics, we presume that everyone who knows how to get votes knows how to administer a city or a state. When we are ill, we do not ask for the handsomest physician or the most eloquent one. You should not honor men more than truth. There are two things a person should never be angry at: what they can help and what they cannot. When men speak ill of you, live so as nobody may believe them. The beginning is the most important part of the work. How can you prove whether at this moment we are sleeping and all our thoughts are a dream, or whether we are awake and talking to one another in the waking state? The object of education is to teach us to love what is beautiful. A house that has a library in it has a soul. Necessity is the mother of invention. Those who can see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will never be understood, let alone believed, by the masses. Death is not the worst that can happen to men. The greatest wealth is to live content with little. Bodily exercise, when compulsory, does no harm to the body, but knowledge which is acquired under compulsion obtains no hold on the mind. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. No man should bring children into the world who is unwilling to persevere to the end in their nature and education. Characters are simply long habits continued. An empty vessel makes the loudest sound, so they that have the least wit are the greatest babblers. Excellence is not a gift, but a skill that takes practice. We do not act rightly because we are excellent. In fact, we achieve excellence by acting rightly. Musical innovation is full of danger to the state, for when modes of music change, the fundamental laws of the state always change with them. You are my star, also a stargazer, and I wish I were the sky with 1 billion eyes to look at you. Love is simply the name for the desire and pursuit of the whole. People are like dirt. They can either nourish you and help you grow as a person, or they can stunt your growth and make you wilt and die. Good actions give strength to ourselves and inspire good actions in others. The soul takes nothing with her to the next world but her education and her culture. At the beginning of the journey to the next world, one's education and culture can provide the greatest assistance or act as the greatest burden to the person who has just died. A hero is born among 100. A wise man is found among 1,000, but an accomplished one might not be found even among 100,000 men. I will teach children music, physics, and philosophy, but the most important is music, for in the patterns of music and all the arts are the keys to learning. Poets are the voice of great and wise things that they themselves do not understand. Perception is suffering. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. The energy of the mind is the essence of life. It is during our darkest moments that we must focus to see the light. He who cannot be a good follower cannot be a good leader. Without friends, no one would choose to live, even if he had all other goods. I count him braver who overcomes his desires than he who conquers his enemies, for the hardest victory is over oneself. Poverty is the mother of revolution and crime. The aim of art is to represent not the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance. It is not enough to win a war. It is more important to organize the peace. The antidote for 50 enemies is one friend. The high-minded man must care more for the truth than for what people think. Pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work. One swallow does not make a summer, neither does one fine day. Similarly, one day or a brief time of happiness does not make a person entirely happy. To write well, express yourself like the common people, but think like a wise man. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Learning is not child's play. We cannot learn without pain. Man is by nature a social animal. An individual who is unsocial naturally and not accidentally is either beneath our notice or more than human. Society precedes the individual. Anyone who either cannot lead the common life or is so self-sufficient as not to need to, and therefore does not partake in society, is either a beast or a god. All human actions have one or more of these 7 causes: chance, nature, compulsion, habit, reason, passion, and desire. It is not always the same thing to be a good man and a good citizen. Dignity does not consist in possessing honors, but in deserving them. Nature does nothing uselessly. All paid jobs absorb and degrade the mind. Wise men speak when they have something to say. Fools speak because they have to say something. Misfortune shows those who are not really friends. Your talents and the world's needs. There is your vocation. Learning is an ornament in prosperity, a refuge in adversity, and a provision in old age. Excellence is an art won by training and habituation. We do not act rightly because we have virtue or excellence, but we rather have those because we have acted rightly. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. The best revenge is not to be like your wrongdoer. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. It is not death that a man should fear, but never beginning to live. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which today arm you against the present. A goal is not always meant to be reached. It often serves simply as something to aim at. Always be yourself, express yourself, have faith in yourself. Do not go out and look for a successful personality and duplicate it. It is compassion, not the principle of justice, that can guard us against being unjust to our fellow men. Use only that which works, and take it from any place you find it. Do not be tense, but ready, not thinking but dreaming, not set, but flexible. Liberation from the uneasy sense of confinement. Be healthy and quietly alive, aware and alert, ready for whatever may come. A quick temper will make a fool of you quickly enough. Notice that the stiffest tree is most easily cracked, while the bamboo or willow survives by bending with the wind. A good teacher protects his pupils from his own influence. Empty your cup so that it may be filled. Become empty to gain totality. Defeat is not defeat unless accepted as a reality in your own mind. It is easy to criticize and break down the spirit of others, but knowing yourself takes a lifetime. The great mistake is to anticipate the outcome of the engagement. You ought not to be thinking whether it ends in victory or defeat. Let nature take its course, and your tools will strike at the right moment. When another blames you or hates you, or people voice similar criticisms, go to their souls, penetrate inside, and see what kind of people they are. You will realize that there is no need to be racked with anxiety that they should hold any particular opinion about you. The first rule is to keep an untroubled spirit. The second is to look things in the face and know them for what they are. The consequences of anger are more grievous than its causes. Do not act as if you were going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good. Look well into yourself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if you will always look. Always look. Here is a rule to remember in the future. When anything tempts you to be bitter, do not say, "This is misfortune," but to bear this worthily is good fortune. How much time he gains who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does or thinks, but only at what he does himself, to make it just and holy. I am not in this world to live up to your expectations, and you are not in this world to live up to mine. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Willing is not enough. We must do. Do not pray for an easy life. Pray for the strength to endure a difficult one. Life's battles do not always go to the stronger or faster man. But sooner or later, the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. It is not the daily increase, but the daily decrease. Hack away at the unessential. Adapt what is useful. Reject what is useless, and add what is specifically your own. Do not stay in one form. Adapt, be like water. If you love life, do not waste time, for time is what life is made of. Be happy, but never satisfied. The more we value things, the less we value ourselves. With circumstances, I create opportunities. The successful warrior is the average man with laser-like focus. Do not fear failure, not failure, but low aim is the crime. In great attempts, it is glorious even to fail. Time means a lot to me because, you see, I am also a learner and often lost in the joy of continually developing. No man was ever wise by chance. Until we begin to go without them, we fail to realize how unnecessary many things are. We have been using them not because we needed them, but because we had them. They lose the day in expectation of the night, and the night in fear of the dawn. So associate with people who are likely to improve you. He suffers more than necessary who suffers before it is necessary. I shall never be ashamed of citing a bad author if the line is good. Time heals what reason cannot. Ignorance is the cause of fear. Putting things off is the biggest waste of life. It snatches away each day as it comes and denies us the present by promising the future. The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which depends upon tomorrow and wastes today. You are arranging what is in fortune's control and abandoning what lies in yours. What are you looking at? To what goal are you straining? The whole future lies in uncertainty. Live immediately. As long as you live, keep learning how to live. The most powerful is he who has himself in his own power. Life is like a play. It is not the length, but the excellence of the acting that matters. Wealth is the slave of a wise man, the master of a fool. Enjoy present pleasures in such a way as not to injure future ones. If you live in harmony with nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to what others think, you will never be rich. The true life is living for others. The key to immortality is first living a life worth remembering. Having no way as a way, having no limitation as limitation. The idea is that flowing water never goes stale, so keep on flowing. Knowledge will give you power, but character respect. As you think, so shall you become. Mistakes are always forgivable if one has the courage to admit them. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. If you always put limits on everything you do, physical or anything else, it will spread into your work and into your life. There are no limits, there are only plateaus, and you must not stay there. You must go beyond them. If you spend too much time thinking about a thing, you'll never get it done. If you think something is impossible, you'll only make it impossible. The less effort, the faster and more powerful you will be. Love is like a friendship caught on fire. In the beginning, a flame, very pretty, often hot and fierce, but still only light and flickering. As love grows older, our hearts mature, and our love becomes as coals, deep burning and unquenchable. Many people dedicate their lives to actualizing a concept of what they should be, rather than actualizing themselves. This difference between self-actualization and self-image actualization is very important. Most people live only for their image. Self-knowledge involves relationship. To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Relationship is a process of self-revelation. The relationship is the mirror in which you discover yourself. To be is to be related. Now I see that I will never find the light unless, like the candle, I am my own fuel. Habits dominate. They take things as they are, strike when they must strike, and kick when they must kick. Showing off is the fool's idea of glory. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. Although we cannot control the roles we are assigned, it must be our business to act our given role as best as possible and to refrain from complaining about it. Wherever you are, whatever your circumstances, give an impeccable performance. First, learn the meaning of what you say, and then speak. Nothing great is created suddenly, any more than a bunch of grapes or a fig. If you tell me that you desire a fig, I answer that there must be time. Let it first blossom, then bear fruit, then ripen. People are not disturbed by things, but by the view they take of them. He is a wise man, who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has. When your thoughts, words, and actions form a seamless fabric, you simplify your efforts and thus eliminate worry and dread. It is time to stop being vague if you wish to be an extraordinary person. If you wish to be wise, then explicitly identify the kind of person you aspire to become. There is only one way to happiness, and that is to cease worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will. A prosperous life cannot be achieved until we moderate our desires and see how superficial and fleeting they are. No man is free who is not master of himself. Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. Don't explain your philosophy, embody it. You would not seek to gain a victory by all means, and when you have found the truth, you need not fear being defeated. Let silence be your general rule, or say only what is necessary and in few words. First, know who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly. First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Circumstances do not make the man. They only reveal him to himself. The term superstar is an illusion. Only the self-sufficient stand alone. Most people follow the crowd and imitate all fixed and established patterns. They are incapable of adaptability or pliability. The truth is outside all fixed patterns. The living creature, the creating individual, is always more important than any established style or system. One's self-consciousness is the real stumbling block to the proper execution of all physical action. Emptiness is that which stands right in the middle between this and that. The emptiness includes everything. It has no opposite, no exclusion. It is a living emptiness because all forms come out of it, and whoever realizes the emptiness is filled with life, power, and the love of all beings. Remember, no man is really defeated unless he is discouraged. Art reaches its greatest peak when devoid of self-consciousness. Freedom discovers the man the moment he loses concern over what impression he is making or is about to make. Emotion can be the enemy. If you give in to your emotion, you lose yourself. You must be at one with your emotion because the body always follows the mind. The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing. The unexamined life is not worth living. I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. There is only one good knowledge and one evil ignorance. Wonder is the beginning of wisdom. Strong minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Weak minds discuss people. To find yourself, think for yourself. Education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. He who is not contented with what he has would not be contented with what he would like to have. Be slow to fall into friendship, but when you are in, continue firm and constant. If you do not get what you want, you suffer. If you get what you do not want, you suffer. Even when you get exactly what you want, you still suffer because you cannot hold on to it forever. Your mind is your predicament. It wants to be free of change, free of pain, free of the obligations of life and death. But change is law, and no amount of pretending will alter that reality. The beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms. You must never return evil for evil, nor mistreat any man, no matter how he has treated you. The important thing is not to live, but to live well. And to live well means, along with more enjoyable things in life, to live according to your principles. The easiest and noblest way is not to be crushing others, but to be improving yourself. He is richest who is content with the least, for content is the wealth of nature. Sometimes you put up walls not to keep people out, but to see who cares enough to break them down. No man has the right to be an amateur in the matter of physical training. It is a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which his body is capable. When the debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser. The secret of happiness, you see, is not found in seeking more, but in developing the capacity to enjoy less. Know thyself. Let him who would move the world first move himself. Contentment is natural wealth. Luxury is artificial poverty. Employ your time in improving yourself by other men's writings, so that you shall gain easily what others have labored hard for. The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. Do not do to others what angers you if done to you by others. True wisdom comes to each of us when we realize how little we understand about life, ourselves, and the world around us. From the deepest desires often come the deadliest hate. Be kinder than necessary to everyone you meet. Everyone is fighting some kind of battle. If you want to be a good harness maker, pick the worst horse, for if you can control him, you can control them all. My friend, take care of your psyche. Know thyself, for once we know ourselves, we may learn how to care for ourselves. The hottest love has the coldest end. Life contains two tragedies. One is not to get your heart's desire, the other is to get it. Envy is the ulcer of the soul. The greatest way to live with honor in this world is to be what we pretend to be. I know that I am intelligent because I know that I know nothing. Every action has its pleasures and its price. Prefer knowledge to wealth, for the one is transitory, the other perpetual. We cannot live better than in seeking to become better. We can easily forgive a child who is afraid of the dark. The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of the light. Beware the barrenness of a busy life. Understanding a question is half an answer. Mortals act in all things too much from the fear of death, and too little from the love of life. Hold fast to youthful enthusiasms. You will be able to use them better when you are older. If a man does not know what port he is steering for, no wind is favorable. The power of the mind is to be unconquerable. It is not that we have so little time, but that we lose so much. The life we receive is not short, but we make it so. We are not ill-provided, but use what we have wastefully. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor. Begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. He who is brave is free. Why do we weep for parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears. If you really want to escape the things that harass you, what you're needing is not to be in a different place, but to be a different person. Sometimes, even living is an act of courage. True happiness is enjoying the present without anxious dependence on the future, not amusing ourselves with hopes or fears, but being satisfied with what we have, which is enough, for he who is content desires nothing. The greatest blessings of humanity are within us and at our reach. A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without desiring what he does not have. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. All cruelty springs from weakness. There is no easy path from earth to the stars. Difficulty strengthens the mind as labor does the body. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Life, like a story, doesn't matter how long it is, but how good it is. That is what matters. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddlesome, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous and surly. They are like this because they cannot distinguish good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature akin to mine, not of the same blood and birth, but of the same mind, and possessing a portion of the divine. So none of them can harm me. No one can implicate me in ugliness, nor can I feel angry at my relative or hate him. We were born to work together like feet, hands and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower. To obstruct each other is unnatural. To feel anger at someone, to turn your back on him, these are obstructions. The road to success is dotted with many tempting parking spaces. What makes you unique is what makes you attractive. It is important to forgive ourselves for making mistakes. We need to learn from our errors and move on. Pain makes you stronger, tears make you braver, heartache makes you wiser. So thank the past for a better future. Most people spend more time and energy avoiding problems than trying to solve them. Absorb what is useful, discard what is not, and add what is uniquely your own. Just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, it became a butterfly. It is the small details that are vital. Little things make big things happen. We build too many walls and not enough bridges. I don't believe you have to be better than everyone else. I believe you have to be better than you ever thought you could be. Your past does not define you. It just gives you the starting point for who you're going to be. Sometimes you will never know the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. The only place where success comes before work is in the dictionary. Often, any decision, even the wrong decision, is better than no decision. Raise your words, not your voice. It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder. We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. I am not a product of my circumstances. I am a product of my decisions. Truth is not for all men, but only for those who seek it. The first duty of a man is to think for himself. To be successful, jump quickly at opportunities as you do at conclusions. You cannot change what you are, only what you do. Resilience is knowing that you are the only one that has the power and the responsibility to pick yourself up. True wisdom requires both thinking with your head and understanding with your heart. Our anxiety does not come from thinking about the future, but from wanting to control it. You are the best thing you have. Start by doing what's necessary, Then do what's possible, and suddenly you are doing the impossible. The world you desire can be won. It exists, it is real, it is possible, it is yours. If a goal is worth having, it's worth blocking out the time in your day-to-day life necessary to achieve it. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Never let yesterday consume today. We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. You must learn to let go, release the stress. You were never in control anyway. Opportunities do not happen, you create them. You have to fight through some bad days to earn the best days of your life. Life is just a race against time, so have fun. Life is a performance. It is not the length but the excellence of the acting that matters. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. Let your intention be pure. We should each night call ourselves to account. What weakness did I master today? What passions opposed? What temptations resisted? What virtue acquired? Our vices will abate of themselves if they are brought every day to the bar of self-examination. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. The people you deal with today will be meddlesome, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are this way because they cannot distinguish good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to mine, not of the same blood or birth, but possessing a part of the divine. So none of them can harm me. No one can implicate me in ugliness, nor can I feel angry at my relative or hate him. We were born to work together like the feet, hands, and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower. To obstruct each other is unnatural. To feel anger at someone, to turn your back on him, these are obstructions. In every place, at every moment, you have the option. Accept this event with humility. Treat this person as he should be treated. Deal with this thought with care so that nothing irrational creeps in. We shouldn't follow the herd of creatures in front of us like sheep, making our own way where others go, not where we ought to go. When people injure you, ask what good or harm they thought would come of it. If you understand that, you will feel sympathy rather than anger or resentment. Your sense of good and evil may be the same as theirs or close to it, in which case you should excuse them, or your sense of good and evil may differ from theirs, in which case they are mistaken and deserve your compassion. Is that so hard? Do everything as if you were being watched by another. Even if you are going to live 3,000 more years or 10 times that, remember that you cannot lose another life than the one you are living now, nor live another than the one you are losing. The longest life and the shortest amount to the same. The present is the same for everyone, and its loss is the same for everyone. It should be clear that a brief instant is all that is lost, for you cannot lose either the past or the future. How could you lose what is not yours? Remember two things. One, that everything has always been the same and keeps recurring, and it makes no difference whether you see the same things recur in 100 years or 200 or in an infinite period. Two, that the longest lived and those who will die soonest lose the same thing. The present is all that they can give up, since that is all they have, and what they do not have, they cannot lose. The first step, don't be anxious. The nature controls it all, and before long you will be nobody nowhere, as Hadrian, as Augustus. The second step, concentrate on what you have to do. Fix your eyes on it. Remind yourself that your task is to be a good human being. Remind yourself what nature demands of people. Then do it without hesitation and speak the truth as you see it, but with kindness, with humility, without hypocrisy. On the verge of dying and still weighed down, still turbulent, still convinced that external things can harm you, still rude to other people, still not recognizing that the virtue is justice. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor. Yes, keep on degrading yourself, soul, but soon your chance at dignity will be gone. Everyone gets one life. Yours is almost over, and instead of treating yourself with respect, you have entrusted your own happiness to the souls of others. At feasts, the Spartans put their guest seats in the shade, but they sit anywhere. Therefore, two elements must be rooted out once and for all: the fear of future suffering and the memory of past suffering, for the latter no longer concerns me, and the former concerns me not yet. Look at who they really are, whose approval you crave, and what their minds are like. Then you won't blame those who make mistakes that they cannot help, nor will you feel the need for their approval. You will have seen the sources of both their judgments and their actions. Ignorant people see life as either existence or non-existence, but the wise see beyond both, beyond existence and non-existence, to something that transcends them both. This is an observation of the middle way. When you need encouragement, think of the qualities the people around you possess: the energy of one, the modesty of another, the generosity of another, and so on. Nothing is so encouraging as when virtues are visibly embodied in the people around us, when we practically see them filled with them. It is good to keep this in mind. We should give as we would receive, cheerfully, quickly, and without hesitation. But there is no grace in a benefit that sticks to the fingers. The mind that is anxious about the future is miserable. Your ability to control your thoughts, treat it with respect. It is all that protects your mind from false perceptions, false to your nature and that of all rational beings. It is what makes possible the reflection, affection for others, and submission to the divine. How to act? Never under compulsion, out of selfishness, without forethought, with misgivings. Do not dress your thoughts in fancy words or actions. Let the spirit within you represent a man, an adult, a citizen, a Roman, a ruler, taking up his post like a soldier and waiting for his recall from life, needing no oath or witnesses. Cheerfulness without requiring other people's help, or serenity supplied by others. Stand up straight, not straightened. Nothing is so wretched or foolish as to anticipate misfortunes. What madness it is to be expecting evil before it comes. Nothing happens to anybody which he is not fitted by nature to bear. The same thing happens to others, and they weather it unscathed, either through sheer ignorance or because they want to display character. Is their wisdom really so much weaker than your ignorance and vanity? Whatever any one of us reproves in another, each one will find in his own heart. If you perform the task in a principled way, with diligence, energy, and patience, if you keep yourself free of distractions and keep the spirit within you undamaged, as if you might have to give it back at any moment, if you embrace this without fear or expectation, fulfilling what you are doing now as nature intended and with a superhuman truthfulness in every word and sound, then your life will be happy. No one can prevent that. We have the potential for greatness present in all rational creatures, as in the very nature of rationality. And this is one of them. Just as nature takes every obstacle, every impediment and works around it, turns it to its purposes, incorporates it into itself, so too can a rational being turn each setback into raw material and use it to achieve its goal. Consult your friends in all things, especially in those that concern yourself. Their counsel may be useful where your own self-love might impair your judgment. Entering their minds, you will find the judges they fear and how they judge themselves wisely. Feeling affection for people, even when they make mistakes, is uniquely human. You can do it if you simply recognize that they are human too, that they act out of ignorance, against their will, and that both of you will be dead before long, and most of all, that they really have not done you any harm. They have not diminished your ability to choose. Expectation is the greatest impediment to living. In anticipation of tomorrow, it loses today. Have I done something for the common good so that I share in the benefits? Stay centered on that. Don't give up. A punishment to some is a sum, a gift, and to many a favor. Many incense pieces on the same altar. One crumbles now and another later, but it makes no difference. Life is the fire that burns and the sun that gives light. Life is the wind and the rain and the thunder in the sky. Life is matter and earth, what it is and what it is not, and what is beyond in eternity. Nothing that happens in the mind of any other person can harm you, nor can the shifts and changes of the world around you. Then where is the harm in your ability to see it? Stop doing that, and everything will be fine. Let the part of you that makes judgments remain silent, even if the body it is attached to is stabbed or burned, or reeks of pus or consumed by cancer. Or to put it another way, it needs to realize that what happens to everyone, good and bad alike, is neither good nor bad. That what happens in every life, lived naturally or not, is neither natural nor unnatural. He who does not prevent a crime when he can, encourages it. It's time to realize that you have something in you more powerful and miraculous than the things that affect you and make you dance like a puppet. What is in my thoughts at this moment? Fear, jealousy, desire, feelings like those. Stop what you're doing for a moment and ask yourself, am I afraid of death because I won't be able to do this anymore? If an action or word is appropriate, then it is appropriate for you. Don't be influenced by the comments and criticisms of others. If it is right to say or do, then it is the right thing for you to say or do. Others obey their own leadership, follow their own impulses. Do not be distracted, keep moving forward. Follow your own nature and follow nature along the path they share. The mind is the ruler of the soul. It should remain undisturbed by the agitations of the flesh, both gentle and violent, not mixing with them, but enclosing them and keeping those feelings in place. When they make their way into your thoughts through the sympathetic bond between mind and body, don't try to resist the sensation. The sensation is natural, but don't let the mind start with judgments, calling it good or bad. We should always allow some time to pass, for time reveals the truth. If you do not have a consistent goal in life, you cannot live in a consistent way. It is not useful unless you specify an objective. There is no common benchmark for all the things people consider good, except for some, the ones that affect us all. So the goal should be common, one civic. If you direct your energies towards that, your actions will be consistent and so will you. Someone despises me, that's his problem. Mine is not to do or say anything despicable. Someone hates me, his problem. Mine is to be patient and cheerful with everyone, including him. Be ready to show him his mistake, not with resentment or to show off my self-control, but honestly and straightforwardly like Foci. If I weren't pretending, this is how we should be inside, never allowing the gods to catch us feeling anger or resentment. Whenever you do what is proper to your nature and accept what the nature of the world has in store, whenever you work for the good of others by all means possible, what can harm you? He who does good to another also does good to himself. The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes on the color of your thoughts. Color it with a series of thoughts like these. In any way you can live your life, you can live a good one. Lives are lived in the court. Then good ones can be two things. Things gravitate towards what they were meant for, towards their goal. The goal of a thing is what benefits it. It is good. The good of a rational being is selflessness. What we were born for, that is nothing new. Remember the humble things for the sake of the superior, and the superior for the sake of each other. Things that have consciousness are higher than those that do not, and those with logos are even higher. Everything that happens is bearable or not. If it is bearable, then bear it. Stop complaining. If it is unbearable, then stop complaining. your destruction will mean its end too. Just remember that you can enjoy anything your mind can make bearable by treating it as in your interest to do so, in your interest or in your nature. If you seek tranquility, do less, or more precisely, do what is essential, what the logos of a social being requires, and in the necessary way, which brings a double satisfaction. Doing less better, because most of what we say and do is not essential. If you can eliminate it, you will have more time and more tranquility. Ask yourself at every moment, is this necessary? But we also need to eliminate unnecessary assumptions, as well as the unnecessary actions that follow. Don't let your imagination be crushed by life as a whole. Don't try to imagine everything bad that could happen. Focus on the present situation and ask, why is this so unbearable? Why can't I endure it? You will be embarrassed to answer. Then remind your mind that neither the past nor the future has any power over you, only the present, and even that can be minimized simply by setting its limits. And if your mind tries to assert that it cannot resist that, then keep it ashamed. We become wiser through adversity. Prosperity destroys our appreciation of what is right. Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. It is normal to feel pain in your hands and feet if you are using your feet as feet and your hands as hands. And for a human being, feeling stress is normal if he is living a human life. And if it is normal, how can it be bad? There is no pleasure in having something that is not shared. To erase false perceptions, tell yourself, I have within me the capacity to keep my soul away from evil lust and all confusion, to see things as they are and treat them as they deserve. Do not overlook this innate ability. While we postpone, life speeds by. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. Have you ever encountered a difficult person? Someone who always thinks they are right, who considers themselves smarter or superior to everyone else? And what about when that person is in our circle or part of our family? Sometimes we can't simply walk away or abandon the situation. And to live well, we have to learn to manage these relationships without allowing ourselves to be contaminated and without caring, that is, bringing within ourselves the depreciative view that these people may have of us and others, to maintain this pattern of always being right. The answer can be found in Stoic philosophy, which offers tools to prepare us for life. Often, the knowledge we learn in school does not prepare us for life's situations. The early Stoics said that the sole function of this philosophy was to facilitate and improve the lives of all who practiced it. Regardless of our age, social class, physical or financial condition, we can progress in our lives and move forward. We just need the will and the tools to teach us how to improve. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Now let's start this transformative journey together. Are you ready? 1. Understand what you will find. Epictetus used the example of public bathrooms in his lectures to teach an important lesson about mental preparation. In ancient Rome, these places were frequented by people of all social classes, where not only physical needs occurred, but also social interactions and debates. And people behaved in various ways. Some respected the space, while others splashed water, left their belongings scattered on the floor, and still others attended only to commit petty thefts and misdemeanors. Epictetus emphasized that by knowing what to expect and mentally preparing for it, we can maintain calm and emotional control, even in potentially stressful or unpleasant situations. Even though public bathrooms no longer exist, the advice is valid and applicable in many situations in our lives. People who always think they are right are insecure and generally need constant affirmation of what they say and think to sustain their self-image. Being right is the foundation they need to feel secure about themselves. For these people, being right comes first and becomes more important than the truth, than an easier way to do something, or the common good, because this feeling of always being right reinforces their sense of security. Therefore, when you contradict them, present something new, or somehow disagree with what the person says or thinks, even on simple matters, it already causes so much discussion and friction. The need to feel good and secure must come from looking at ourselves and not from others. Epictetus tells us that true happiness comes from not worrying about things we cannot control, such as the opinions of others. We do not control other people's opinions, but we control our own. We have the ability to control what we think and how we react. When dealing with people who always want to be right, it is useful to understand that they need this approval very much. This helps us not to take it personally and to maintain our calm. For these people, being right is more important than the truth itself. It is more important to be right than to learn a new way of doing something or to know a new point of view. That is, even if you use an argument or present an easier way to get results, they will not listen to you. Understanding this prepares us so that when we encounter people like this, we know how to deal with the situation, responding in a balanced way and without letting it disturb us emotionally. A person who always thinks they are right needs others to agree with their opinion. Their security depends on that validation, and this means they do not accept any kind of opinion contrary to theirs. It is important to emphasize that Stoicism teaches us the opposite of this, to practice emotional flexibility and to be constantly humble to learn, progress, and improve ourselves. As confirmed by the words of Marcus Aurelius, "If someone can prove that I am wrong and show me my error in any thought or action, I will gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone." Evil is persisting in one's own self-deception and ignorance. 2. Know your worth. Some people who always need to be right often think they are superior to others and can make us doubt ourselves. They insist so much on their own ideas that they are right, that we can start to feel that our opinions are wrong, that we are less intelligent, or even that we have learning difficulties. They completely reverse the situation. When you don't know your worth, it becomes easy to fall into this kind of trap, especially due to the convincing power of these people. This can be very detrimental, as it affects our self-confidence and our ability to trust our own judgments and abilities. There are ways to deal with people who always need to be right, and one of them is to remember that despite our external differences, such as being thin, fat, tall, short, rich, poor, we all share the same human nature. We all have fears, insecurities, and desires, which puts us on fundamental equality. When encountering someone like this, keep these 2 points in mind. First, that the other person is important, but so are you. All of us as human beings are important. Sometimes we put people on a pedestal, and by doing so, we diminish ourselves. We recognize that such a person is extraordinary, but we forget that we have similar capacities within us. Moral and cognitive development is within reach of all who dedicate themselves to it. It is not exclusive to some people. They do not belong only to some, but are accessible to all who seek and cultivate them. Understanding this causes you to awaken, to look at yourself and discover your own worth. Not only admire this value in others, but also learn to build and develop your potential. So, When talking and interacting with someone who insists on always being right, think, we are two important people discussing something that benefits both. This helps to maintain a balanced perspective and to respect both your opinion and others. 3. Keep the dialogue light. People who always want to be right can make us lose our temper and destabilize us, but that only happens if we let it. We need to remember that people can only affect us to the extent that we allow them to. As Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself in Meditations, "Do not feel harmed, and you will not be harmed." A useful strategy that Epictetus suggests is to use humor. When someone tries to dominate the conversation by insisting they are always right, responding lightly can help reduce tension. At this moment, pay attention to your body language. If you're crossing your arms or feeling too tense, try to relax a bit. Adopt a more open posture and respond calmly and lightly. This can help prevent the conversation from turning into an endless argument. Maintaining a welcoming posture and speaking calmly are effective ways to control the situation. It's easy to get stressed during an argument, especially when emotions start to take over. In those moments, conversations can quickly turn into exchanges of insults. Stress doesn't help when we're trying to talk to someone who thinks they're superior. These people often cross boundaries, trying to impose their opinions. To truly achieve a productive outcome in a discussion, it's crucial to stay calm. This allows us to focus on what really matters and not get carried away by provocations. In Stoicism, using humor is seen as a sign of intelligence and a way to keep calm in the face of problems. The Stoics believed that laughing and making jokes helped accept things we cannot change and emotionally detach from the problems happening around us. With humor, they faced challenges in a calmer and more relaxed manner, without letting themselves be excessively shaken by the problems. Choosing a more serene and thoughtful response, rather than directly confronting, helps control the situation without turning it into an ego battle. 4. Avoid pointless disputes. Before starting a debate, ask yourself, what is the purpose of this discussion? Is it worth investing my time and energy in this? Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, advises that all actions should have a clear purpose. Asking yourself if it's worth starting a discussion is understanding if you're doing something productive or just wasting time. People who believe they are always right are usually stubborn, convinced they possess all knowledge, or worse, that their truth is the only one that matters. Most of the time, these people adopt an arrogant attitude. They speak as if they were superior and treat others as if they were less intelligent or as if they needed them to learn something. These attitudes show how arrogant they are. Epictetus reminds us of a fundamental truth. It's impossible to learn something new if you believe you already know everything. A person who sees themselves as always right rarely learns or allows themselves to move away from this position of false superiority they have created and believe in. Matching strengths with someone like this ends up being exhausting and completely useless. And it's important for us to understand that just because someone thinks they're better than others doesn't make it true. It's just their opinion, and probably unfounded. This reminds me of a true story from the US Navy, which happened in October 1995 between a US Navy ship and Canadian coast authorities near the coast of Newfoundland. The conversation started with the Americans calmly requesting, "Please alter your course 15 degrees to the north to avoid a collision with our vessel." The Canadians immediately responded, "I suggest you change your course 15 degrees to the south." The American became irritated and replied, "This is the captain of a US Navy ship. I repeat, change your course." But the Canadian held their ground. "No, change your current course." The situation began to escalate. The American captain shouted into the microphone, "This is the aircraft carrier USS Lincoln, the second largest ship in the American fleet in the Atlantic. We are accompanied by 3 destroyers, 3 frigates and several support ships. I demand that you change your course 15 degrees to the north, or we will take measures to ensure the safety of our ship." And the Canadian responded, "This is a lighthouse, over." The American captain had no choice but to change course, as a lighthouse cannot move. Sometimes our arrogance makes us blind. How often do we criticize the actions of others or demand that the people around us change their behavior, when in fact it's us who should change our own path? A person who always believes they are right adopts the posture of the captain. Their insecurity and arrogance prevent them from seeing things as they are, but rather through the false idea of greatness they have built for themselves. Learn to identify when an argument becomes futile and know when it's time to withdraw. Avoiding unnecessary disputes helps maintain your inner peace and focus your energy where it really matters. Now a word from our sponsor, the Genius Wave. Tap into the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and the cutting-edge breakthroughs of modern science with their unique brainwave optimization program designed to enhance mental clarity, focus, and cognitive power. As supported by extensive NASA research, this program revitalizes the often neglected theta brainwave, fostering profound learning and intuitive insights. Discover how embracing the Stoic virtues of self-control and wisdom can be amplified through neuroscience, allowing you to access untapped mental reserves. By clicking on the link in the comments section, you not only journey towards personal growth, but also gain exclusive access to this transformative tool. Unlock the secrets to heightened brain function. Don't let this opportunity pass. Embrace the Stoic path to a sharper, more resilient mind today. Every minute we waste needlessly is a minute we could dedicate to our personal development. Be understanding. Trying to understand another person's point of view is a valuable way to show empathy. You can ask, "Why do you think that way?" or "How did you come to this conclusion?" These questions help understand how they formed their opinions and beliefs. Another aspect of being understanding is practicing active listening, listening attentively while showing respect for the other person's ideas and viewpoints. What someone who thinks they know it all does best is not respecting others' opinions or knowledge. By listening carefully, you show respect and willingness to engage in conversation. And as Marcus Aurelius reminds us, the best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury. This means sticking to our principles even when we don't agree with what others do. Start by encouraging constructive dialogue and seek to value the contributions each person can bring, regardless of their background. This is part of Stoicism, a philosophy that says we all have something to teach. It's important to consider that often someone's stubbornness comes from feeling insecure. These people use what they know as protection against their own weaknesses. If contradicted, these insecurities can be hit, leading to exaggerated reactions, ranging from speaking louder to, in extreme situations, physical aggression. Stubbornness is also common among people who believe they know everything. This behavior often appears with an arrogant attitude, acting as if everyone around knows less or depends on them to gain knowledge. Some people may also feel the need to control everything around them, which often is a manifestation of insecurity. By trying to control what others think, they want to avoid any opinion that might hurt them or challenge their belief system they've fought so hard to build. And, as we know from Stoicism, it's impossible to control others' opinions, so engaging in dialogue with people who believe they know everything, learn better than everyone, or understand the world better is so difficult. Whether it's in a work meeting, in a college class, or at home, dealing with these people requires a lot of patience and understanding. They seek security in external approval and try to control what people think and believe to feel good about themselves, protecting their weaknesses and fears rather than confronting them. Every time we look within ourselves, we gain the opportunity to know ourselves better, to understand and learn to deal with our emotions, our depressive feelings, our anger. Every time we seek something external to fill these answers, we give our power to whomever it may be. Finally, it's important to consider whether it's worth arguing with people like this. Often, it's better to recognize when the conversation won't lead to anything and step back, maintaining peace of mind and using your energy more effectively. Reflect on your own beliefs. Sometimes we learn wrong and continue doing something wrong for a lifetime. As Epictetus told us, there are two ways to see the same situation. We can also use the challenge of a conversation with someone who always thinks they're right to examine and strengthen our own beliefs. Reflecting on what we believe is very important for us to grow as people. Often, without realizing it, we follow ideas or behaviors without questioning if they are really good or right, simply because that's how we learned since we were young. We are shaped by our environment and influenced by the character of those around us. When we talk to someone who always thinks they are right, we can use this situation as an opportunity to rethink our own ideas. The philosopher Epictetus taught us that we can see the same situation in different ways. This means that even if someone seems not to change their mind, we can take the chance to review and strengthen what we ourselves believe. Listening to what the other person has to say and thinking about it can help us see if we are wrong in any aspect or if there's something we can improve. It's good to keep an open mind and always be willing to learn from others. When you're talking to someone who seems to know everything, try not to judge quickly or think, "This person thinks they're better than everyone else." Knowing this is their way, prepare yourself for what's coming and approach the conversation differently. Listen carefully and see if there's something useful you can learn or understand better during the discussion. Even though it may seem difficult, this approach can bring valuable insights and help you grow. It's also essential to know when our beliefs are right and need to be defended. Talking to someone who believes they are always right serves not only to doubt our ideas or test our judgment, but also can be a confirmation of our values and principles. If after thinking and debating with a know-it-all, you see that your ideas still make sense, it reinforces our confidence in them. Ultimately, being open to changing your mind when necessary shows that we are mature and have emotional intelligence. Viewing challenges as opportunities to learn, not as threats, significantly transforms our way of thinking and also makes us more balanced and aware in our lives. Use reason. According to Seneca, using reason is essential to achieve clarity of thought. This helps maintain emotional stability, no matter how difficult a conversation or interaction with someone who always wants to be right is. There's an important Stoic principle that says, no one can disturb or destabilize us unless we allow it. Although Stoic philosophy is very ancient, its wisdom is surprisingly modern and relevant. It helps us build resilience and strength to face the challenges of everyday life, and it can help you become emotionally resilient so you don't let external events disturb you nor allow anyone to irritate you. Stoic philosophy can teach you to control yourself and maintain tranquility in the midst of a difficult conversation or argument. It can assist you in decision-making and, therefore, dramatically simplify your daily life. The key here is to use logical and rational arguments rather than emotional ones to discuss different viewpoints, striving to maintain serenity no matter what happens around you. But remember that, while for us, this may be a learning experience, for others, it may seem like an attack on their self-esteem. The power of silence. Often, When we try to explain our point of view to people who think they are always right, it seems like they never really listen to us. This can happen because it's difficult for these people to accept others' ideas. Even if they hear us, they won't respond or engage in the conversation. What for us is learning, for them is an attack on their self-esteem. For example, if someone criticizes us for something we do, like eating meat or supporting a certain political movement, it makes us reflect. We consider the criticism, think about the reasons behind it, and decide whether or not to incorporate this new perspective into our beliefs. This is part of a healthy process of learning and adaptation. On the other hand, with an insecure person, if we give them the same information, they won't listen and will always impose their arguments in a way that nothing changes their way of thinking. This behavior creates communication barriers and often makes a simple conversation difficult. Knowing this, we can choose the best strategy in response: silence. Silence can be very useful, especially when dealing with someone who always thinks they're right. Often, choosing not to engage in an argument can help us avoid fights and maintain calm. Stoic philosophy teaches us that valuing silence helps maintain our inner peace. The Stoics believed that we should control our reactions to the situations around us to remain calm. When we decide to stay quiet in moments of tension, we are practicing self-control. Choosing not to speak doesn't mean we are passive, cowardly, or that we agree with everything. It shows that we are strong and aware. Knowing when to speak and when to stay quiet is an important skill that helps us deal with difficult situations. It's not always worth the price of opening our mouths and arguing with the know-it-all. Silence also allows us to observe more and think more clearly about what is happening. Instead of wasting energy on endless arguments, we can use this time to reflect and try to better understand others. This can open our minds to new ideas and perspectives that we wouldn't see if we were arguing. Therefore, using silence is not just a way to avoid conflicts, it's a way to grow personally. We learn about patience, about setting boundaries, and choosing our battles. In a world full of opinions, knowing when to stay quiet can be a powerful way to assert our position and maintain our peace of mind. Dealing with people who think they are always right can be very difficult and tiring. It's important to learn to handle it intelligently. In all the strategies you saw in the video, it's important to understand their value. Master your ability to react through reason and have emotional intelligence to deal with the stress these people try to cause in us. This balanced way of acting helps you stay firm and respectful while avoiding unnecessary arguments. Thus, you strengthen your confidence and learn to deal better with complicated situations. Most importantly, don't negate yourself, lose your identity, or diminish yourself all the time just to avoid fights. When you decide to yield, do it strategically so that the price of your peace is not your self-esteem or you giving your power to others. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. If you don't know what to say, just type mind over body. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. In a world that constantly demands more from us, whether at work, home, or within ourselves, we often find our emotional and physical resilience tested. Yet, resilience, the ability to recover and thrive in the face of adversity, isn't something we are born with, it's something we can build. What if we told you that there are 8 powerful habits shaped by history's greatest minds and grounded in time-tested philosophical wisdom that can help you cultivate both emotional and physical strength? These habits go beyond mere grit or fitness. They focus on building a balanced form of resilience, strengthening your mind and body in harmony. Emotional resilience allows us to face life's challenges with composure and insight, while physical strength gives us the vitality and endurance needed to persist. In this video, we'll walk you through these 8 transformative habits. Drawing inspiration from historical figures who embodied resilience and philosophical traditions that have guided human growth for centuries, we'll provide you with practical steps to integrate these habits into your life. What sets this guide apart is the diversity of perspectives we'll explore. While Stoicism offers invaluable lessons, we'll also pull from existentialism, Epicureanism, and Renaissance humanism, philosophies that broaden our understanding of strength and resilience. Whether you're aiming to improve your emotional fortitude or build physical stamina, these habits will help you thrive. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Now, let's begin with the first habit. The Satati. Habit 1. Daily physical movement. Movement is the foundation of life. Regular physical activity doesn't just keep you physically fit, it also plays a crucial role in emotional well-being. Exercise is known to release endorphins, often referred to as feel-good chemicals, which boost your mood and reduce stress. By engaging in daily movement, you not only build physical strength, but you also cultivate emotional resilience. Physical movement fosters emotional clarity. Whether it's a 10-minute walk, a yoga session, or a high-intensity workout, moving your body helps clear your mind, enabling you to approach problems with fresh perspectives. Studies have shown that regular exercise reduces the risk of depression, anxiety, and stress, and helps build a more resilient mind. Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th President of the United States, is a prime example of how physical movement can transform both body and mind. As a child, Roosevelt suffered from severe asthma and was often sick. Doctors doubted that he would ever lead a physically active life, but rather than accepting this limitation, Roosevelt adopted what he called the strenuous life. Roosevelt took up boxing, hiking, horseback riding, and other physically demanding activities. By pushing his body to its limits, he not only strengthened his physique, but also developed an unshakable emotional resilience. His experiences in the wilderness, where he often faced dangerous conditions, gave him the strength to face political and personal adversity later in life. Roosevelt's life is a testament to the power of physical activity in fostering emotional resilience. He famously said, "The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood." For him, physical movement was not just a means of staying fit, it was a way to prepare for life's many battles. Musonius Rufus, a lesser-known Stoic philosopher, was one of the first to emphasize the importance of physical health in living a virtuous life. According to Rufus, physical exercise is essential because it strengthens both the body and the soul. He argued that if the body is weak, the soul's ability to function is hindered. Physical strength, therefore, is not just about aesthetics or athletic performance. It's about cultivating resilience that permeates both body and mind. In Stoicism, the mind and body are interconnected. Musonius believed that if you want to withstand emotional hardships, you must first train your body to endure physical discomfort. This physical endurance, in turn, strengthens your capacity to face emotional and psychological challenges with greater composure and stability. So how can you adopt this habit? You don't need to engage in extreme activities like Roosevelt did, but daily movement, even in small doses, can be transformative. Here are a few suggestions. Walking. Start with a simple 20-minute walk each day. It clears the mind and gets your blood flowing, helping both mental and physical clarity. Yoga or stretching. These gentle forms of exercise increase flexibility and promote relaxation, which reduces stress and anxiety. Strength training or cardio. If you're looking to challenge yourself physically, consider adding some strength training or cardio exercises to your routine. This will not only build physical endurance, but also improve your mental resilience. The key is consistency. Daily movement, no matter how small, will gradually build up your strength, both emotional and physical. Over time, you'll find that your ability to handle stress, anxiety, and adversity improves in tandem with your physical fitness. Habit 2. Practicing silence and solitude. In today's hyper-connected world, silence and solitude are rare commodities. We're constantly bombarded with information, notifications, and distractions that keep us from hearing our own thoughts. Yet, silence and solitude are crucial for emotional strength. They give us the space to reflect, process emotions, and develop a deeper understanding of ourselves. Practicing silence allows you to step away from the chaos and find clarity. It creates a buffer zone where you can recharge emotionally, prepare for future challenges, and engage in deep self-reflection. Solitude also fosters creativity, emotional resilience, and personal growth. Søren Kierkegaard, often regarded as the father of existentialism, believed that solitude was essential for self-reflection and understanding one's true self. Kierkegaard often retreated into silence to contemplate the deeper questions of existence. He spent much of his life alone, writing prolifically about the human condition and the complexities of living an authentic life. Through solitude, Kierkegaard developed the emotional strength to confront life's existential questions head-on. His famous works, such as Fear and Trembling, explore the tension between freedom, responsibility, and the human experience. It was through these periods of deep introspection that Kierkegaard gained clarity on his philosophy of life, developing resilience that helped him navigate personal struggles. Kierkegaard taught that solitude is not something to be feared or avoided, but rather embraced. He believed that only by withdrawing from societal noise can individuals truly confront themselves and their authentic desires. In silence, we strip away the external expectations of others and face our own truths, often uncomfortable but ultimately empowering. For Kierkegaard, silence was an essential tool for cultivating emotional resilience. By giving yourself the space to think deeply, you can confront fears, overcome emotional obstacles, and gain a better understanding of your own purpose. To integrate this habit into your life, you don't need to retreat to a remote cabin like Kierkegaard, but you can create moments of silence and solitude in your daily routine. Digital detox. Set aside specific times each day to disconnect from all digital devices. This creates space for uninterrupted reflection. Meditation. Even 5 to 10 minutes of meditation in silence can help center your thoughts and emotions, giving you mental clarity. Solo walks. Take a walk by yourself without any distractions, such as music or podcasts. Use this time to reflect on your thoughts or simply enjoy the quiet. Practicing silence and solitude can have profound effects on your emotional well-being. It gives you the mental space to process challenges, confront your fears, and develop a deeper understanding of yourself, making you emotionally stronger in the process. Habit 3. Cultivating contentment and simple living. In a world that often equates success with accumulation, whether it's wealth, possessions, or social status, contentment can feel elusive. Yet, contentment is crucial for emotional stability. By cultivating contentment, you free yourself from the constant striving and stress that come with wanting more. A simpler, more intentional life brings peace and reduces emotional turbulence. Contentment isn't about complacency. It's about finding joy and satisfaction in the present moment. It allows you to focus on what truly matters, rather than constantly chasing after the next goal or possession. Simple living, in turn, reduces physical and emotional clutter, helping you create a more peaceful environment for yourself. Henry David Thoreau, the famous American transcendentalist, embodied the principles of contentment and simple living in his experiment at Walden Pond. Thoreau lived in a small cabin for 2 years, away from the distractions of modern society, where he practiced self-sufficiency and simplicity. Thoreau's time at Walden was a deliberate attempt to strip away the excesses of life and focus on the essentials. He believed that by living simply, one could attain greater emotional clarity and personal freedom. His book, Walden, reflects his philosophy of minimalism and contentment, showing how a life of simplicity leads to deeper self-awareness and happiness. Epictetus, the ancient Greek philosopher, advocated for a life focused on simple pleasures. He believed that happiness comes not from extravagant wealth or indulgence, but from appreciating the small, natural joys in life, such as friendship, tranquility, and self-reflection. According to Epictetus, reducing one's desires leads to greater contentment and freedom from anxiety. Epictetus taught that by eliminating unnecessary desires, we can live a more peaceful, fulfilling life. He encouraged people to focus on what they genuinely need, rather than constantly pursuing superficial pleasures, which often lead to emotional distress. You can cultivate contentment and embrace simplicity in your own life by making small, intentional changes. Gratitude practice. Focus on the things you already have rather than what you lack. This shift in perspective can help reduce feelings of dissatisfaction. Declutter. Simplify your living space by removing possessions that no longer serve you. A clutter-free environment promotes emotional calmness. Slow down. Practice mindfulness in daily activities like eating, walking, or spending time with loved ones. Savor each moment instead of rushing through life. By focusing on contentment and simple living, you can cultivate a deeper sense of peace, reduce stress, and improve your emotional resilience. A simpler, more intentional life allows you to navigate challenges with greater clarity and strength. Habit 4. Engaging in creative expression. Creativity is not just about producing art, it is a powerful tool for emotional and psychological resilience. Engaging in creative activities helps you process emotions, reduce stress, and gain new perspectives on life's challenges. Whether through writing, painting, music, or any other form of creative expression, channeling your emotions into creative outlets fosters emotional growth and strength. Creative expression allows you to externalize and explore your emotions in a way that other activities may not. It helps you make sense of complex feelings, resolve internal conflicts, and see problems from new angles. Beyond emotional benefits, creative activities often have physical benefits as well, promoting relaxation and lowering stress-related hormones in the body. Leonardo da Vinci, one of the greatest polymaths in history, is a prime example of how engaging in creativity can build emotional and intellectual strength. He didn't limit himself to just one form of expression. His genius spanned painting, sculpture, engineering, anatomy, and philosophy. His curiosity and creative pursuits shaped his resilience by fostering an open, inquisitive mindset that allowed him to face challenges with confidence. Da Vinci's approach to life was rooted in constant creation and exploration. Whether he was painting The Last Supper or sketching ideas for inventions, his creative work helped him process and express his ideas about humanity and nature. His relentless creativity gave him the emotional and intellectual flexibility to innovate and adapt, even in the face of societal and personal obstacles. The Renaissance period, of which Da Vinci was a key figure, emphasized the development of the whole person, intellectually, emotionally, and creatively. Humanism, the philosophical backbone of the Renaissance, focused on the importance of human creativity, education, and expression. It encouraged people to cultivate their talents and explore their potential in various fields, believing that creative endeavors strengthen both the mind and the spirit. Renaissance humanists like Petrarch and Erasmus championed the idea that by engaging in creative pursuits, people could lead fuller, more balanced lives. They argued that the arts, literature, and science were not just luxuries, but essential for human flourishing. Incorporating creative expression into your life doesn't mean you have to be a world-class artist. The goal is to engage with creativity in whatever form resonates with you. Journaling or writing. Writing down your thoughts, ideas, or feelings can be an excellent way to process emotions and clarify your thinking. Whether it's poetry, storytelling, or just a reflective journal, writing is a powerful tool for emotional expression. Artistic hobbies. Painting, drawing, or sculpting are all great ways to express creativity. You don't need to be skilled at it. What matters is the process of creating and expressing emotions through art. Music or dance. Playing an instrument, singing or dancing are all forms of creative expression that can help release pent-up emotions and foster joy. By regularly engaging in creative activities, you give yourself the opportunity to process your emotions in a healthy way, reducing stress and promoting emotional resilience. Creative expression isn't just about making art. It's about making sense of the world and your place in it. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better every day" so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. Habit 5. Continuous learning and curiosity. Lifelong learning and curiosity are essential for maintaining emotional flexibility and intellectual resilience. The more you learn, the more adaptable you become, and adaptability is key to emotional strength. A curious mind is an open mind, ready to face new challenges, absorb different perspectives, and grow in understanding. Continuous learning helps keep your brain sharp, increases your ability to solve problems creatively, and enhances your emotional intelligence. By constantly seeking new knowledge, you expand your capacity to understand both yourself and the world around you. This process of discovery and growth equips you to handle adversity with a balanced, thoughtful approach. Leonardo da Vinci was not just a master of creative expression, he was also a lifelong learner. Da Vinci's curiosity was boundless, and his intellectual pursuits spanned numerous fields, from anatomy to engineering to botany. His insatiable desire to learn kept him emotionally and intellectually resilient. Da Vinci's learning was not just academic, it was hands-on, immersive, and deeply connected to his creative work. Da Vinci's notebooks, filled with sketches, notes, and ideas, are a testament to his relentless curiosity. Whether dissecting a human body to better understand anatomy or studying the flight of birds to design flying machines, Da Vinci never stopped learning. His intellectual resilience allowed him to innovate and think outside the box, traits that contributed to his lasting legacy. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, emphasized the pursuit of wisdom as a lifelong endeavor. In the Stoic tradition, knowledge and virtue are deeply intertwined. Stoics believe that wisdom, the ability to navigate life's challenges with reason and integrity, is the highest virtue. Continuous learning is essential to developing wisdom and living a resilient, virtuous life. Stoicism teaches that no matter how much we think we know, there is always more to learn. This humility and commitment to growth help build emotional strength by fostering an adaptable mindset that is open to change and new perspectives. Integrating lifelong learning into your daily routine is easier than you might think. Here are some practical ways to stay curious and engaged. Read daily. Whether it's books, articles, or blogs, reading is one of the easiest ways to expand your knowledge and expose yourself to new ideas. Listen to podcasts or audiobooks. If you're short on time, listening to educational podcasts or audiobooks while commuting or exercising can keep your curiosity alive. Take online courses. There are many free or affordable online courses that cover a wide range of topics, from philosophy to science to art. Engage in conversations. Talk to people with different perspectives and experiences. Asking questions and being genuinely curious about others' lives can help you see the world in new ways. By fostering a habit of continuous learning, you become more adaptable, emotionally flexible, and intellectually resilient. Curiosity not only makes you more knowledgeable, but also strengthens your ability to handle life's uncertainties with grace and poise. Habit 6. Reflective journaling. Reflective journaling is a powerful tool for developing emotional self-awareness, processing feelings, and building resilience. By regularly writing down your thoughts and experiences, you create a space to reflect on your actions, emotions, and challenges. This habit allows you to see patterns in your behavior, track your progress, and develop strategies for improvement. Journaling is particularly effective for emotional resilience because it gives you a way to externalize your thoughts. When emotions remain internalized, they can become overwhelming and difficult to manage. Writing them down helps clarify those feelings, making it easier to process and understand them. Benjamin Franklin was an avid journaler, using the practice as a tool for self-improvement. Every day, Franklin would write about his experiences, goals, and virtues, carefully tracking his progress toward becoming a better person. His journal served as both a record of his personal growth and a way to reflect on his emotional and intellectual challenges. Franklin's commitment to self-reflection helped him cultivate emotional resilience. By regularly assessing his actions and emotions, he developed a deeper understanding of his strengths and weaknesses, allowing him to navigate both personal and professional obstacles with confidence. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, is another great example of the power of journaling. His book, Meditations, is essentially a personal journal where he reflected on his thoughts, emotions, and challenges. Through his writing, Aurelius sought to remind himself of Stoic principles, such as the importance of virtue, the inevitability of change, and the need for emotional control. For Marcus Aurelius, journaling was not just a way to vent or record his thoughts, it was a tool for self-improvement. His reflections helped him stay grounded during the immense pressures of ruling an empire, and his writings continue to inspire people today. Here's how you can start a reflective journaling practice to build emotional strength. Set aside time. Daily. Even just 10 to 15 minutes of journaling each day can have a significant impact. Find a time when you're least likely to be interrupted, whether it's first thing in the morning or right before bed. Write freely. Don't worry about spelling, grammar, or structure. The goal is to get your thoughts and feelings on paper not to produce polished writing. Ask yourself questions. To deepen your reflection, ask yourself questions such as, what challenges did I face today? How did I respond? What can I learn from this experience? Track progress. Look back on past entries periodically to track your emotional growth and recognize patterns in your behavior. Reflective journaling gives you the opportunity to pause, take stock of your emotions, and learn from your experiences. This self-awareness is key to developing emotional resilience, as it allows you to better understand and navigate your internal world. Habit 7. Serving others and practicing empathy. Serving others and practicing empathy are essential for building emotional resilience. When you focus on helping others, you shift the focus away from your own problems and gain a broader perspective on life. Acts of kindness and service foster a sense of purpose and fulfillment, which in turn strengthens your emotional well-being. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, deepens your emotional intelligence and helps you build stronger, more meaningful connections. This social support is crucial for emotional resilience, as it provides a network of care and understanding that you can draw on during difficult times. Mother Teresa dedicated her life to serving others, particularly the sick and poor. Despite the immense emotional and physical challenges she faced, Mother Teresa's commitment to helping those in need gave her a sense of purpose and emotional strength. Her ability to empathize with others, even in the most difficult circumstances, allowed her to remain resilient in the face of suffering. Mother Teresa's legacy of service is a testament to the power of helping others. By focusing on the needs of those around her, she developed an unshakable emotional fortitude that enabled her to carry out her mission, even in the face of personal hardship. Confucianism, one of the oldest philosophical traditions, emphasizes the importance of empathy, kindness, and serving others as fundamental virtues. Confucius taught that cultivating ren, benevolence or humanity, is essential for personal and social harmony. According to Confucian teachings, serving others is not just a moral duty, but a way to cultivate inner peace and emotional strength. Confucius believed that by practicing empathy and kindness, we build stronger relationships and create a more harmonious society. This, in turn, fosters emotional resilience, as we are more likely to feel supported and fulfilled when we are connected to others through acts of service. Here are some ways to integrate service and empathy into your daily life. Volunteer. Whether it's at a local shelter, food bank, or community organization, volunteering your time to help others is a powerful way to cultivate empathy and emotional strength. Practice small acts of kindness. Helping others doesn't have to be grandiose. Small acts of kindness, like offering a listening ear to a friend, helping a neighbor, or being kind to a stranger, can have a profound impact on both you and the recipient. Empathetic listening. When talking with others, practice truly listening to understand their perspective, rather than simply waiting for your turn to speak. This deepens your empathy and builds stronger emotional connections. By focusing on serving others and practicing empathy, you not only contribute to the well-being of those around you, but you also strengthen your own emotional resilience. Franklin's commitment to self-reflection helped him cultivate emotional resilience. By regularly assessing his actions and emotions, he developed a deeper understanding of his strengths and weaknesses, allowing him to navigate both personal and professional obstacles with confidence. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, is another great example of the power of journaling. His book, Meditations, is essentially a personal journal where he reflected on his thoughts, emotions, and challenges. Through his writing, Aurelius sought to remind himself of Stoic principles, such as the importance of virtue, the inevitability of change, and the need for emotional control. For Marcus Aurelius, journaling was not just a way to vent or record his thoughts, it was a tool for self-improvement. His reflections helped him stay grounded during the immense pressures of ruling an empire, and his writings continue to inspire people today. Here's how you can start a reflective journaling practice to build emotional strength. Set aside time. Daily. Even just 10 to 15 minutes of journaling each day can have a significant impact. Find a time when you're least likely to be interrupted, whether it's first thing in the morning or right before bed. Write freely. Don't worry about spelling, grammar, or structure. The goal is to get your thoughts and feelings on paper, not to produce polished writing. Ask yourself questions. To deepen your reflection, ask yourself questions such as, what challenges did I face today? How did I respond? What can I learn from this experience? Track progress. Look back on past entries periodically to track your emotional growth and recognize patterns in your behavior. Reflective journaling gives you the opportunity to pause, take stock of your emotions, and learn from your experiences. This self-awareness is key to developing emotional resilience, as it allows you to better understand and navigate your internal world. Habit 7. Serving others and practicing empathy. Serving others and practicing empathy are essential for building emotional resilience. When you focus on helping others, you shift the focus away from your own problems and gain a broader perspective on life. Acts of kindness and service foster a sense of purpose and fulfillment, which in turn strengthens your emotional well-being. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, deepens your emotional intelligence and helps you build stronger, more meaningful connections. This social support is crucial for emotional resilience, as it provides a network of care and understanding that you can draw on during difficult times. Mother Teresa dedicated her life to serving others, particularly the sick and poor. Despite the immense emotional and physical challenges she faced, Mother Teresa's commitment to helping those in need gave her a sense of purpose and emotional strength. Her ability to empathize with others, even in the most difficult circumstances, allowed her to remain resilient in the face of suffering. Mother Teresa's legacy of service is a testament to the power of helping others. By focusing on the needs of those around her, she developed an unshakable emotional fortitude that enabled her to carry out her mission, even in the face of personal hardship. Confucianism, one of the oldest philosophical traditions, emphasizes the importance of empathy, kindness, and serving others as fundamental virtues. Confucius taught that cultivating ren, benevolence or humanity, is essential for personal and social harmony. According to Confucian teachings, serving others is not just a moral duty, but a way to cultivate inner peace and emotional strength. Confucius believed that by practicing empathy and kindness, we build stronger relationships and create a more harmonious society. This, in turn, fosters emotional resilience, as we are more likely to feel supported and fulfilled when we are connected to others through acts of service. Here are some ways to integrate service and empathy into your daily life. Volunteer. Whether it's at a local shelter, food bank, or community organization, volunteering your time to help others is a powerful way to cultivate empathy and emotional strength. Practice small acts of kindness. Helping others doesn't have to be grandiose. Small acts of kindness, like offering a listening ear to a friend, helping a neighbor, or being kind to a stranger, can have a profound impact on both you and the recipient. Empathetic listening. When talking with others, practice truly listening to understand their perspective. rather than simply waiting for your turn to speak. This deepens your empathy and builds stronger emotional connections. By focusing on serving others and practicing empathy, you not only contribute to the well-being of those around you, but you also strengthen your own emotional resilience. By appreciating what you have and focusing on life's simple pleasures, you can reduce anxiety and build emotional stability. Habit 4. Engaging in creative expression. Creative expression allows you to process emotions and gain new perspectives on life's challenges. Whether through writing, painting, music, or other forms of art, creativity helps you build emotional resilience. Habit 5. Continuous learning and curiosity. Lifelong learning keeps your mind sharp and adaptable. Curiosity helps you face uncertainty with an open mind, allowing you to learn and grow from every experience. Habit 6. Reflective journaling. Reflective journaling gives you a space to process your emotions, track your progress, and develop self-awareness. This practice strengthens your emotional intelligence and resilience. Habit 7. Serving others and practicing empathy. Serving others and practicing empathy build a sense of purpose and emotional strength. By focusing on the needs of others, you develop deeper connections and enhance your emotional well-being. Habit 8. Acceptance and letting go. By accepting what you cannot control and focusing on what you can, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional turmoil. Letting go of attachment to outcomes helps you build inner peace and emotional resilience. Building emotional and physical strength is a lifelong journey. These 8 habits, inspired by the wisdom of great historical figures and the teachings of ancient philosophy, offer a roadmap to becoming more resilient, both mentally and physically. As you integrate these habits into your daily life, remember that progress is gradual. The key is consistency, patience, and self-compassion. As you start your journey, consider focusing on just one habit at a time. Slowly, you'll begin to see how these practices reinforce each other, creating a stronger, more balanced version of yourself. Emotional resilience isn't something you're born with. It's something you build, brick by brick, through intentional action and reflection. Which habit resonates with you the most? Share in the comments below how you plan to incorporate one of these habits into your life. And if you found this guide helpful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more content on personal growth and resilience. Thank you for watching, and remember, resilience is within your reach. You have the power to cultivate both emotional and physical strength, no matter where you are on your journey. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. Welcome to this video, where we'll be exploring 9 life-changing philosophies that every man and woman should hear before they die. In our fast-paced world, it can be easy to lose sight of what really matters: living with intention, wisdom, and purpose. And while many of us may be familiar with Stoicism, there are many other philosophical systems that have just as much to offer, each with its own unique way of guiding us through the challenges of life. Philosophy isn't just abstract theory, it's a practical tool to help us live better lives. Over the centuries, some of the greatest minds have developed ideas and principles that can shape the way we approach our day-to-day decisions, our relationships, and even how we view our place in the world. These philosophies, when applied, can help us live more fully, make better decisions, and find deeper meaning. Today, we'll be diving into 9 essential philosophies that, if embraced, can transform the way you see the world. From ancient wisdom to modern thought, these philosophies have shaped the lives of many great historical figures, and they can help you too. Let's begin. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel, so if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. The term 1. Existentialism, embracing freedom and responsibility. Our first philosophy is existentialism, a philosophy that might sound intimidating, but it offers profound insights into human freedom and responsibility. Existentialism is often associated with philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, and Friedrich Nietzsche. At its core, existentialism argues that life has no inherent meaning, and because of that, we are entirely free to create our own purpose and direction. This freedom, however, comes with a heavy burden: responsibility. Existentialists believe that we are responsible for shaping our lives through our choices. There's no preordained path or destiny to follow. Instead, we must embrace our freedom and the consequences that come with it. This philosophy encourages us to accept that while life may seem absurd and unpredictable, we have the power to define what it means for us. Existentialism is empowering because it reminds us that, despite external circumstances, we always have the freedom to choose how we respond to life's challenges. It frees us from the need to search for meaning in external sources like religion or societal expectations, and instead asks us to focus on our personal growth and autonomy. You can practice existentialism by making conscious, intentional choices in your life. For example, instead of feeling stuck in a job you dislike, you can take ownership of your career path by actively seeking opportunities that align with your personal values. Remember, even doing nothing is a choice, so take responsibility for what you do and how you live. A great example of existentialism in action is Simone de Beauvoir, a pioneering feminist and existentialist philosopher. She applied existentialism to challenge traditional gender roles, arguing that women are not inherently tied to societal expectations and should be free to define their own identities. Her work empowered countless women to take control of their lives, and her philosophy continues to inspire feminist movements around the world. Another figure is Nelson Mandela, who, during his 27 years in prison, could have succumbed to despair, but instead chose to rise above his circumstances. He embraced his freedom of thought and his responsibility to fight for justice, ultimately leading his country to reconciliation. Mandela's life shows us that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, we can choose to act in alignment with our principles. Existentialism teaches us to live with authenticity. Instead of passively accepting the roles society assigns us, we can choose to live on our own terms. This philosophy helps you develop a strong sense of personal responsibility, reminding you that your choices, not fate, determine your life's trajectory. With this mindset, you can shape your life according to your values and goals, no matter how overwhelming the world around you may seem. 2. Taoism, going with the flow of life. Next, we turn to an ancient Eastern philosophy, Taoism, which is attributed to the sage Lao Tzu. Taoism is all about harmony with the natural world and aligning with the flow of life, often referred to as the Tao or the Way. Central to Taoism is the principle of Wu Wei, which translates to non-action or effortless action. Contrary to how it sounds, Wu Wei doesn't mean doing nothing. Instead, it means allowing things to unfold naturally without forcing outcomes or fighting against the current of life. Taoism encourages a deep sense of trust in the universe, teaching that the more we try to control and manipulate everything, the more we disrupt the natural flow of life. Instead of forcing our will on situations, we should learn to let go and adapt, flowing like water around obstacles rather than breaking ourselves against them. In today's high-stress, fast-paced society, Taoism offers a refreshing perspective that helps reduce anxiety and frustration. By learning to go with the flow, you can cultivate inner peace and resilience. This philosophy teaches you to focus on what you can control while letting go of the rest, which can be incredibly liberating. One way to practice Taoism in your life is through mindfulness and adaptability. If you find yourself stressed out at work or in a relationship, instead of trying to control every little detail, try taking a step back. Ask yourself, am I forcing something here? If the answer is yes, try to release that need for control and let things unfold naturally. Sometimes the best action is inaction, or simply allowing life to move forward without interference. A great example of Taoism in practice is Bruce Lee, the martial artist and philosopher who famously said, "Be water, my friend." Lee believed that, like water, we should adapt to the situations we encounter without resistance. He applied Taoist principles not only in martial arts, but also in his personal philosophy, advocating for flexibility and open-mindedness. Another figure influenced by Taoist ideas was Alan Watts, a British philosopher who helped popularize Eastern philosophy in the West. Watts often emphasized the importance of accepting life as it is and flowing with it rather than against it, which resonated deeply with people seeking peace in an increasingly complex world. Taoism teaches you to live in harmony with the natural rhythms of life. Instead of constantly fighting to achieve your goals through force, you learn to trust the process and let things unfold in their own time. This reduces stress and creates a sense of inner peace, making it easier to navigate life's challenges without getting caught up in anxiety or frustration. 3. Epicureanism, the pursuit of simple pleasures. Moving on to our third philosophy, we explore Epicureanism, founded by the ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus. Though often misunderstood as a philosophy of indulgence, Epicureanism actually teaches the pursuit of modest, sustainable pleasures as the key to a happy life. Epicurus believed that true happiness comes from simple pleasures like friendship, self-reflection, and a life free from unnecessary pain or anxiety. He advocated for moderation in all things, arguing that excessive indulgence leads to suffering. Epicurus's idea of pleasure was not about materialism or hedonism, but about living a life of tranquility, ataraxia, and freedom from fear. He encouraged people to seek out pleasures that would lead to lasting contentment rather than temporary satisfaction. By focusing on the small, simple joys in life, Epicureanism promotes a peaceful, happy existence. In a consumer-driven world that encourages us to constantly seek more money, more success, more material things, Epicureanism offers a refreshing alternative. This philosophy helps you focus on what really matters: your health, relationships, and inner peace. By seeking satisfaction in moderation and simplicity, you can avoid the emotional roller coaster that comes with excessive desires and unattainable goals. Practicing Epicureanism means learning to find joy in everyday moments rather than constantly chasing after the next big thing. For example, instead of always striving for a higher salary or a bigger house, focus on cultivating deep, meaningful relationships with friends and family. Enjoy a simple meal, take a peaceful walk, or spend time reflecting on the things you're grateful for. These small pleasures lead to a more content and stable life. One of the most notable historical figures influenced by Epicureanism was Thomas Jefferson, one of the founding fathers of the United States. Jefferson was a devoted follower of Epictetus and famously wrote that the pursuit of happiness was a fundamental right. For Jefferson, happiness wasn't about wealth or luxury. It was about personal fulfillment, freedom, and the enjoyment of life's simple pleasures. Another historical figure who embodied this philosophy was Lucretius, a Roman poet and philosopher who wrote about Epicurean principles in his famous work On the Nature of Things. Lucretius championed the idea that a life of moderation, intellectual reflection, and simple pleasures was the best path to true happiness. By embracing Epicureanism, you can break free from the endless cycle of consumerism and find joy in the present moment. This philosophy teaches you to prioritize relationships, health, and inner peace over material wealth, leading to a more balanced, fulfilling life. Instead of constantly striving for more, you learn to appreciate what you already have and find contentment in life's simple pleasures. 4. Pragmatism, focusing on what works. Our next philosophy is pragmatism, which originated in the United States in the late 19th century. This philosophy was developed by thinkers like Charles Sanders Peirce at William James and John Dewey at. Pragmatism is all about focusing on what works in practice rather than getting bogged down in abstract theories or ideals. It emphasizes that the truth or value of an idea is determined by its practical effects and usefulness. Pragmatism challenges the notion of absolute truths and instead argues that ideas are valuable only if they prove effective in solving problems or helping us achieve our goals. Rather than being dogmatic about beliefs, pragmatists are open to adjusting their views based on new experiences and outcomes. It's a philosophy that prioritizes flexibility, problem-solving, and results. Pragmatism helps you cut through unnecessary complexity and focus on what actually works in your life. It encourages you to be adaptable, open-minded, and solution-oriented, which is especially useful in our constantly changing world. Pragmatism is a practical approach to life, helping you make decisions that lead to tangible, positive outcomes without getting lost in theoretical debates. In daily life, you can apply pragmatism by focusing on solutions rather than problems. If you encounter a challenge at work or in your personal life, ask yourself, what actions can I take right now that will lead to the best result? Instead of clinging to preconceived ideas, be willing to experiment and adapt based on what actually gets results. For example, if you're struggling with a project at work, don't be afraid to try new approaches until you find what works best. One of the best-known advocates of pragmatism was William James. A pioneering psychologist and philosopher, James applied pragmatic thinking to areas like psychology and religion, arguing that beliefs are valuable if they positively affect our lives. For example, he believed that religious faith could be true if it provided individuals with meaning, comfort, and motivation, regardless of whether its metaphysical claims could be proven. Another famous pragmatist was John Dewey, who revolutionized education by applying pragmatic principles to learning. Dewey believed that education should be practical and experiential, emphasizing problem-solving and critical thinking rather than rote memorization. His ideas helped shape modern education, promoting learning that is both engaging and applicable to real-life situations. Pragmatism encourages you to focus on practical outcomes rather than getting caught up in theoretical debates or rigid beliefs. It reminds you to stay flexible, open-minded, and results-driven, which can lead to more effective decision-making in all areas of life. By focusing on what works, pragmatism helps you adapt to new challenges and stay productive no matter what obstacles you face. 5. Ubuntu. I am. Because we are moving on to a philosophy that comes from the African continent, Ubuntu is a powerful idea rooted in the interconnectedness of all people. Ubuntu is a Nguni Bantu term that means "I am because we are." It emphasizes the importance of community, compassion, and the belief that our humanity is tied to how we treat others. While Ubuntu is not typically categorized as a formal philosophy in the Western sense, its teachings have deeply influenced social justice movements and leadership approaches, particularly in South Africa. Ubuntu teaches that an individual's well-being is bound up with the well-being of the community. It stresses the importance of empathy, kindness, and mutual respect, suggesting that our humanity is not something we possess individually, but something we share with others. This principle is particularly useful in an age where individualism often takes precedence over community values. Ubuntu encourages us to see beyond our own self-interests and focus on building strong, supportive relationships with those around us. It fosters empathy, generosity, and social cohesion, which can lead to a greater sense of belonging and fulfillment. By practicing Ubuntu, you can cultivate a more meaningful life by contributing to the well-being of others, which in turn enhances your own sense of purpose. To practice Ubuntu in your everyday life, start by making a conscious effort to foster kindness and compassion in your interactions with others. This could mean offering support to someone in need, actively listening to a friend, or participating in community service. Ubuntu teaches that our personal success and happiness are closely tied to the success and happiness of the people around us. By uplifting others, you uplift yourself. One of the most famous advocates of Ubuntu is Nelson Mandela, who often spoke about the philosophy as a guiding principle for building a new, united South Africa after the end of apartheid. Mandela believed that reconciliation, rather than revenge, was the key to healing his country's deep wounds, and he embodied Ubuntu by promoting forgiveness, understanding, and unity. Another figure who practiced Ubuntu was Desmond Tutu, the South African Anglican bishop and social rights activist. Tutu worked tirelessly to promote peace, equality, and justice, often drawing on the concept of Ubuntu to encourage empathy and solidarity across racial and social divides. His belief in Ubuntu helped shape South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which sought to heal the country through forgiveness and collective responsibility. Ubuntu reminds you that you are not an island. Your happiness and success are deeply connected to the well-being of others. By fostering a sense of community and compassion, Ubuntu can help you build stronger, more fulfilling relationships. It also promotes empathy and kindness, which are essential for creating a more peaceful and supportive society. In a world that often values individualism over community, Ubuntu teaches us the importance of lifting each other up. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better every day," so I know you reached this far, and don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. 6. Transcendentalism, finding truth in nature and the self. Our sixth philosophy, Transcendentalism, originated in 19th century America and was spearheaded by thinkers like Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau. Transcendentalism is rooted in the belief that truth and meaning are found not in organized religion or societal norms, but in nature, intuition, and the inner self. It advocates for personal independence, self-reliance, and a deep connection with the natural world, as a path to enlightenment. Transcendentalists believe that each individual has the capacity for profound spiritual insight, and that true knowledge comes from within. They argue that societal conventions and materialism often obscure our true nature, and by distancing ourselves from these external distractions, we can connect more deeply with our inner selves and the universe. In today's hyper-connected, materialistic world, Transcendentalism offers a refreshing reminder to slow down, look inward, and reconnect with nature. This philosophy encourages you to trust your instincts, prioritize your inner wisdom, and live authentically. It also promotes self-reliance and independence, helping you become more confident and self-sufficient. You can apply Transcendentalism in your daily life by setting aside time for quiet reflection and spending time in nature. Whether it's taking a walk in the woods, meditating by the water, or simply sitting in your backyard, connecting with nature can help you clear your mind and find deeper meaning. Additionally, practice trusting your intuition and making decisions that align with your true self, even if they go against societal expectations. One of the most famous advocates of Transcendentalism was Henry David Thoreau, who lived in solitude for 2 years at Walden Pond to explore the deeper truths of life through simplicity and nature. His experience formed the basis for his classic work, Walden, which encourages readers to live deliberately, reject materialism, and find spiritual fulfillment in the natural world. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Another key figure in the Transcendentalist movement, wrote extensively about the importance of self-reliance and individualism. Emerson believed that each person has the capacity for spiritual insight, and that by trusting ourselves, we can live more authentically. His famous essay, Self-Reliance, encourages individuals to trust their inner voice and not conform to societal pressures. Transcendentalism teaches you to prioritize your inner wisdom and personal growth over external approval or material success. By cultivating a connection with nature and practicing self-reliance, you can gain clarity, reduce stress, and live a more authentic life. This philosophy reminds you to trust yourself and seek truth within, rather than being swayed by societal expectations or distractions. Certainly. Let's continue with the remaining philosophies in the video script. 7. Taoism, embracing the flow of life. Taoism, or Taoism, is an ancient Chinese philosophy that emphasizes living in harmony with the Tao, often translated as the way. Taoism was founded by the sage Laozi, who wrote the foundational text Tao Te Ching around the 6th century BCE. The Tao is the natural order of the universe, a force that flows through all life, and Taoists believe that by aligning with the Tao, we can live a peaceful and fulfilling life. Taoism teaches that instead of resisting life's changes and challenges, we should embrace them with flexibility and adaptability. It values simplicity, spontaneity, and humility, and advocates for Wu Wei Ai, often translated as non-action or effortless action. Wu Wei doesn't mean inactivity. Rather, it's about aligning your actions with the natural flow of things, acting in harmony with the world rather than against it. Taoism provides a powerful antidote to the stresses of modern life. By practicing Taoist principles, you can learn to go with the flow, letting go of the need to control everything and allowing life to unfold naturally. It teaches you how to find balance, embrace change, and reduce stress by accepting things as they are. In daily life, you can apply Taoism by practicing acceptance. When faced with challenges, instead of fighting against them, ask yourself how you can adapt and flow with the situation. This could mean finding creative solutions to problems or simply adjusting your mindset. Practice letting go of the need to control every detail and trust in the natural order of things. Another practical way to live Taoism is by simplifying your life, cutting out unnecessary complications and living with humility and contentment. One of the most well-known figures in Taoist history is Lao Tzu himself, whose teachings have influenced countless generations. His idea of living in accordance with the Tao has helped people reduce stress, find inner peace, and live in harmony with the world around them. Another influential figure is Zhuangzi, a Taoist philosopher who expanded on Lao Tzu's teachings. Zhuangzi used parables and stories to illustrate the importance of embracing change, finding joy in spontaneity, and not taking life too seriously. His teachings emphasize the value of humor and humility, reminding us that life is unpredictable and the best approach is to stay flexible and open to whatever comes. Taoism teaches you to let go of the need for control and embrace the natural flow of life. By practicing acceptance and aligning with the Tao, you can reduce stress and find a sense of peace and balance, even in difficult times. This philosophy encourages you to trust that life will unfold as it should, and it helps you develop the resilience needed to navigate life's ups and downs with grace. 8. Existentialism, creating meaning in a chaotic world. Existentialism is a modern philosophy that arose in the 19th and 20th centuries with key figures like Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, and Friedrich Nietzsche. Existentialism explores the meaning of life in a world that can often seem chaotic, meaningless, or indifferent. It emphasizes individual freedom, choice, and responsibility, teaching that life has no inherent meaning except for what we create ourselves. Existentialists argue that while life may not come with a predetermined purpose, we have the power and the responsibility to define our own purpose. This can be both empowering and daunting, as it places the burden of meaning squarely on our shoulders. Existentialism challenges us to confront uncomfortable truths about existence, such as death, isolation, and freedom, and to find ways to live authentically despite them. Existentialism helps you confront life's uncertainties and challenges head-on. It encourages you to embrace the freedom to create your own meaning and purpose, even in the face of an indifferent universe. By adopting an existentialist mindset, you can become more self-aware, take ownership of your life, and live with greater intentionality. In your daily life, you can apply existentialism by embracing the idea that you are free to shape your own path. This means making conscious decisions that align with your personal values and taking responsibility for those choices. Existentialism also encourages you to reflect on the impermanence of life, which can motivate you to live more fully in the present moment and make the most of your time. Whether it's in your career, relationships, or personal growth, take ownership of your actions and create a life that feels meaningful to you. Jean-Paul Sartre, one of the most famous existentialists, taught that existence precedes essence, meaning that we are not born with a preordained purpose, but rather we create our purpose through our actions. Sartre applied existentialist principles to his own life, advocating for personal freedom and social responsibility, which helped shape his work as a philosopher and political activist. Simone de Beauvoir, another prominent existentialist, applied these ideas to issues of gender and personal freedom. In her book, The Second Sex, she explored how existentialist principles could be used to liberate individuals from societal expectations, particularly those placed on women. Her work inspired movements for women's rights and personal autonomy. Existentialism helps you take control of your life by encouraging you to create your own meaning and purpose. It teaches you to embrace freedom and responsibility and to live authentically, regardless of external circumstances. By accepting that life may not have an inherent meaning, you are free to design a life that aligns with your values and brings you fulfillment. Chapter 9. Epicureanism, the pursuit of simple pleasures. Finally, we turn to Epicureanism, a philosophy founded by Epicurus in ancient Greece around 307 BCE. Epicureanism is often misunderstood as a philosophy of hedonism or indulgence, but in reality, it advocates for the pursuit of simple, moderate pleasures. Epicurus believed that the key to a happy life was minimizing pain and maximizing pleasure, but he emphasized that true pleasure comes not from excess or indulgence, but from living a simple, balanced life free from unnecessary desires. Epicurus taught that the greatest pleasures are often the simplest: friendship, contemplation, and a peaceful state of mind. He argued that by avoiding the pursuit of material wealth or power and focusing on what brings genuine contentment, we can live more satisfying and fulfilling lives. Epicureanism helps you shift your focus away from materialism and excess and toward the pursuit of simple, meaningful pleasures. It teaches you that true happiness doesn't come from acquiring more things, but from cultivating contentment, gratitude, and balance in your life. By focusing on what truly matters, relationships, health, and peace of mind, you can live a happier, more fulfilling life. To apply Epicureanism in your daily life, focus on simplifying your lifestyle and avoiding unnecessary stress and desires. Spend time with loved ones, practice mindfulness, and appreciate the small joys in life. Epicurus also recommended reflecting on your desires and asking yourself whether they are truly necessary for your happiness. By minimizing materialism and focusing on experiences that bring peace and contentment, you can live more harmoniously. Epicurus himself lived out his philosophy by establishing the garden, a community of friends who lived simply and shared their lives in pursuit of knowledge, friendship, and tranquility. His teachings inspired many throughout history to seek a balanced life, free from the pursuit of excess. Thomas Jefferson, one of the founding fathers of the United States, was a known admirer of Epicureanism. He adopted many of its principles in his personal life, including his focus on simplicity, happiness, and the pursuit of wisdom. Jefferson believed that the ultimate goal of life was to achieve happiness through self-sufficiency, balance, and virtue, all of which are central to Epicurean thought. Epicureanism teaches you to find happiness in simplicity, relationships, and inner peace. It helps you cultivate a mindset of gratitude and contentment, steering you away from the endless pursuit of material success and encouraging you to focus on what truly brings you joy. By living a life of moderation and mindfulness, you can achieve a deeper sense of fulfillment. Conclusion. In this video, we've explored 9 powerful philosophies that can profoundly impact your life: Stoicism, Buddhism, Pragmatism, Ubuntu, Transcendentalism, Taoism, Existentialism, and Epicureanism. Each of these philosophies offers unique insights and practical tools for living a more intentional, fulfilling life. Whether you're seeking wisdom to guide your personal development, improve your relationships, or navigate life's challenges, these philosophies provide timeless principles that can help you on your journey. From the Stoic emphasis on controlling what you can to the Epicurean pursuit of simple pleasures, there is a philosophy here for everyone. I encourage you to reflect on the teachings that resonate most with you and find ways to apply them in your daily life. By doing so, you'll not only deepen your understanding of these powerful ideas, but also enhance your ability to live a life of purpose, balance, and joy. Thank you for watching, and if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more content on philosophy, personal growth, and wisdom from across the ages. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos. And if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. As we journey through life, we're often taught that helping others is a key part of being virtuous, compassionate, and kind. Whether it's through cultural expectations, personal relationships, or social norms, we're encouraged to lend a hand when someone is in need. But there's a critical truth that many overlook. Helping others should not come at the cost of your own well-being. There's a fine line between supporting someone in a meaningful, healthy way and becoming trapped in a cycle of toxicity that harms you both. Helping certain types of people doesn't just lead to frustration. It can erode your mental health, drain your energy, and pull you away from the virtues that Stoic philosophy holds dear. The ancient Stoics, philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca, emphasized living in accordance with nature, cultivating inner peace, and exercising wisdom in all our relationships. Helping toxic people is not only futile, but also contradictory to these teachings. The Stoics believed that our responsibility is to ourselves first, to protect our tranquility, live with integrity, and avoid being swayed by destructive forces. In this guide, we'll explore 9 types of toxic people you should never help, why it's important to distance yourself from them, and how Stoic principles can guide you in navigating these relationships. Whether you're dealing with a manipulative friend, a narcissistic coworker, or a chronic complainer in your family, the wisdom of the Stoics can help you maintain your peace while still acting with compassion and integrity. Now, if you are new here, please like the video and subscribe. Statistics show that only 15% of my audience is subscribed to the channel. So if this content has helped you in any way, I ask you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Before diving into the specific types of toxic individuals, let's take a moment to understand how Stoicism views relationships and the boundaries we should set. Stoicism is grounded in the idea that our happiness and inner peace come from within. We can't control external circumstances, whether it's the behavior of others, misfortune, or the opinions of society, but we can control our reactions and how we engage with the world. When dealing with toxic people, Stoicism doesn't encourage passivity or avoidance of responsibility. It teaches discernment. Helping someone should come from a place of virtue, not obligation or fear of how others might perceive us. Toxic individuals drain our emotional resources, disrupt our peace of mind, and violate the Stoic principle of self-mastery. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Helping toxic people doesn't make you a better person. It simply traps you in their dysfunction. Tantu. The emotional manipulator, 2,500 words. The emotional manipulator is skilled at exploiting the feelings of others to get what they want. They twist situations, play the victim, and use guilt or fear to control those around them. These manipulators often come across as helpless, always needing your assistance, sympathy, or emotional support. However, beneath the surface, they are experts at steering the narrative to keep you in their orbit of dependency. They thrive on making you feel responsible for their happiness, sadness, or the problems they encounter. Take the example of a friend who consistently creates situations where you feel obligated to help, even when you have your own problems to handle. They might say, "If you were a true friend, you'd be here for me right now." Or, "I just don't know what I'd do without you. No one else understands me." The emotional manipulator never outright demands help, but makes you feel guilty for not offering it. Stoicism teaches us that we must cultivate self-discipline and not allow others to control our emotions. The Stoics emphasize the importance of emotional resilience, and emotional manipulators challenge this principle by forcing us into emotional entanglement. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Emotional manipulators thrive when we forget this truth, when we allow their external drama to cloud our judgment and inner calm. The emotional manipulator's behavior is the opposite of Stoic rationality. Stoicism encourages self-control and the ability to navigate life's challenges with serenity. In contrast, emotional manipulators seek to destabilize those around them, creating a world of anxiety, dependency, and guilt. For the Stoic, helping such individuals is not a virtuous act, but rather a distraction from one's own pursuit of tranquility and wisdom. Helping an emotional manipulator is like trying to fill a bucket that has a hole in the bottom. It's never enough. No matter how much emotional support you provide, it will never fill the void they have created within themselves. By continuously offering help, you reinforce their belief that they cannot solve their own problems, leading to a cycle of dependency where they rely on you for validation, emotional stability, and decision-making. From a Stoic standpoint, this type of help is damaging not only to them, but also to you. Helping them pulls you away from your own growth, peace of mind, and virtuous living. Stoicism teaches us to take responsibility for ourselves and our emotions, not for the emotions of others. Each time you give in to their manipulations, you weaken your own emotional boundaries and strengthen their toxic behavior. Moreover, emotional manipulators are skilled at making you feel guilty for maintaining boundaries. But remember Epictetus's words, "No man is free who is not master of himself." You are responsible for your emotional well-being, and allowing someone else to dictate how you feel, think, or act is a form of emotional enslavement. The Stoic solution to dealing with emotional manipulators is rooted in emotional detachment and clear boundaries. First, recognize that their emotional state is not your responsibility. You can offer support, but only in ways that align with your principles and do not compromise your emotional balance. If they continually ask for more, gently but firmly reinforce your boundaries. For instance, if they guilt-trip you into staying late on the phone to listen to their problems, you can respond with empathy, but limit the interaction. "I understand you're going through a tough time, but I also need to take care of myself. I'm available for a conversation, but it can't be right now." This affirms their feelings without allowing them to control your time or emotional energy. Epictetus also said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Focus on what you can control, your reactions, your emotional state, and how much time you're willing to offer. By maintaining this mindset, you avoid becoming entangled in the manipulator's emotional web. In more extreme cases, emotional manipulators may need to be removed from your life altogether. The Stoics understood that there is no virtue in sacrificing your inner peace for the sake of those who refuse to help themselves. Seneca once wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Helping someone who constantly manipulates you wastes your time and prevents you from living fully according to your values. Helping an emotional manipulator is like trying to carry someone who insists on walking with crutches, even though their legs are perfectly fine. They lean on you, creating a false narrative that they need your support to walk. But the truth is, they choose dependency because it's easier than taking responsibility for their own life. The narcissist, 2,500 words. Narcissists are self-centered individuals who have an inflated sense of their own importance. They require constant admiration and attention, and often manipulate those around them to maintain their position at the center of everyone's universe. Narcissists lack empathy and are quick to diminish the value of others, especially when those people pose a threat to their sense of superiority. Narcissists view others as mere tools to serve their needs and ambitions. They are expert charmers, initially drawing people in with their charisma and confidence, but over time they reveal their true nature. Their relationships are one-sided, and they have little interest in the feelings or needs of others unless those needs align with their own desires. A classic example of narcissistic behavior is the boss who takes credit for a team's hard work, or a friend who only reaches out when they need something, never reciprocating the emotional or practical support they receive. Narcissists will always find ways to position themselves as the hero or the victim, and everyone else becomes a supporting actor in their personal drama. In contrast to the narcissist's obsession with external validation, Stoicism teaches the importance of humility and self-improvement. The Stoics believed that one's worth comes from within, not from the praise or recognition of others. Epictetus once said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." Narcissists operate from the exact opposite perspective. They want more admiration, more attention, more validation, and their happiness depends entirely on these external sources. Helping a narcissist goes against Stoic principles because it reinforces their need for validation and feeds their unhealthy ego. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, wrote, "How much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the causes of it?" This statement holds true for narcissists who, when faced with criticism or the withdrawal of attention, often lash out in anger or emotional manipulation to regain control. From a Stoic perspective, narcissists represent an extreme attachment to the external, constantly chasing the opinions of others and building their identity on shaky foundations. Helping them only perpetuates this destructive behavior, preventing them from developing the inner strength and self-awareness that Stoicism encourages. Helping a narcissist is like feeding a monster that never gets full. The more you give, the more they'll take, and they'll never show genuine gratitude. Narcissists are incapable of forming meaningful, balanced relationships because they see everyone as inferior. Your help will never be enough, and any attempt to support them will only lead to further manipulation. Narcissists are quick to discard those who no longer serve their needs. The moment you stop feeding their ego, they'll move on to someone else who will. This creates a toxic cycle where you're constantly trying to meet their impossible demands, sacrificing your own well-being in the process. From a Stoic perspective, this type of relationship is detrimental to your pursuit of virtue and tranquility. The Stoics believed that we should act with kindness and compassion, but never at the expense of our own inner peace. Helping a narcissist erodes your peace because it keeps you locked in a cycle of validation, fear, and frustration. Setting boundaries is crucial when dealing with narcissists. The Stoic approach to dealing with such individuals is to maintain your integrity without being drawn into their manipulative games. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." In other words, don't allow the narcissist's self-centeredness and manipulation to drag you down to their level. Instead of reacting emotionally or trying to appease them, stay grounded in your own values. Narcissists thrive on emotional reactions, so one of the most effective ways to disarm them is through calm detachment. When they try to manipulate you or demand more than you're willing to give, respond with rationality and composure. This might sound like, "I understand that you feel this way, but I'm not able to help with that right now." Stay firm in your boundaries, and don't engage in their attempts to provoke or guilt you. Epictetus also said, "It is not things that disturb us, but our interpretation of their significance." Remember that a narcissist's demands, insults, or manipulation only have power over you if you allow them to. By viewing their behavior through a Stoic lens, you can detach emotionally and see their tactics for what they are: empty attempts to control others. If a narcissist refuses to respect your boundaries or continues to manipulate you, it may be time to remove them from your life entirely. Stoicism teaches that our time is limited, and wasting it on people who don't respect us or contribute positively to our well-being is a disservice to ourselves. As Seneca wisely said, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." Narcissists will never improve your life, only deplete it. Helping a narcissist is like feeding a bottomless pit. No matter how much you give, it's never enough. They'll always demand more admiration, more attention, more of your time and energy, but they'll never reciprocate or acknowledge the value you bring to the relationship. Over time, this one-sided dynamic will leave you feeling exhausted, devalued, and resentful. The chronic complainer, 2,500 words. Chronic complainers are those individuals who always seem to find fault in every situation. No matter how good things are, they'll always find something to complain about. These people live in a state of perpetual dissatisfaction, and their negativity can be incredibly draining for those around them. A chronic complainer is often someone who fixates on what's wrong rather than what's right. They are the type who, after attending a wonderful event, will focus on the long line at the buffet or the minor inconvenience of parking. Nothing is ever good enough, and no solution is ever satisfactory. Instead of seeking ways to improve their situation, chronic complainers prefer to wallow in negativity, often dragging others down with them. An example of this might be a co-worker who constantly gripes about the boss, the workload, and the office environment, even when improvements have been made. No matter what positive changes occur, they remain entrenched in their complaints, creating a toxic atmosphere for those around them. Stoicism teaches us that we should focus on what is within our control and accept what is beyond it. Chronic complainers fail to live by this principle because they focus entirely on the things they cannot control, such as minor inconveniences or external circumstances. Instead of adopting a Stoic mindset of acceptance and resilience, they allow themselves to be consumed by negativity. Epictetus said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Chronic complainers live in a state of imagined suffering, where they magnify every small discomfort or challenge into something far greater than it actually is. Their constant focus on the negative prevents them from experiencing the joy and peace that come from accepting life's imperfections and focusing on what truly matters. Helping a chronic complainer goes against the Stoic principle of emotional resilience. Chronic complainers thrive on the attention they receive when they share their grievances. Instead of finding solutions, they seek validation for their complaints, and when you try to help them, they resist any efforts to change. Helping a chronic complainer is like trying to empty a leaking boat. No matter how many solutions you offer or how much support you provide, they'll always find something else to complain about. Their negativity is a bottomless pit, and any attempt to alleviate their complaints will only lead to more dissatisfaction. From a Stoic perspective, engaging with a chronic complainer undermines your own emotional balance. The Stoics believed that maintaining a calm and rational mind is essential for living a virtuous life. Chronic complainers, however, pull you into their world of negativity and pessimism, disrupting your peace of mind. Additionally, by constantly offering help to a chronic complainer, you reinforce their habit of complaining. Instead of encouraging them to focus on solutions or to accept what they cannot change, you enable their negativity, making it harder for them to break free from their toxic mindset. When dealing with a chronic complainer, it's important to empathize without absorbing their negativity. You can listen to their complaints, but you should avoid being drawn into their cycle of dissatisfaction. The Stoic approach to dealing with chronic complainers is to maintain emotional detachment and stay focused on your own inner tranquility. As Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Chronic complainers allow their thoughts to be dominated by negativity, but you don't have to follow them down that path. When they share their complaints, you can acknowledge their feelings without validating their pessimism. For example, if a chronic complainer at work is venting about a project, you might respond by saying, "I understand this is frustrating, but what can we do to make it better?" By shifting the conversation towards solutions, you encourage the chronic complainer to take a more proactive and positive approach. If they resist, that's a sign that they're not interested in finding solutions. They're more interested in complaining for the sake of complaining. At this point, it's important to recognize that your responsibility is not to fix their mindset, but to protect your own. Epictetus reminds us, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." Chronic complainers often believe that they are justified in their negativity, and no amount of logic or problem-solving will change that. In such cases, the best course of action is to limit your exposure to their complaints and focus on maintaining your own emotional balance. If the chronic complainer is a close friend or family member, it may be necessary to have a candid conversation about how their constant negativity is affecting you. You can approach this conversation with kindness but firmness, explaining that while you value the relationship, you need to set boundaries to protect your own well-being. For example, you might say, "I care about you, but it's difficult for me to constantly hear complaints without any solutions. Can we focus on finding ways to improve things instead of just focusing on what's wrong?" Helping a chronic complainer is like trying to clean a window that's constantly being dirtied by the rain. No matter how much effort you put into clearing the glass, the rain will keep coming, and the view will always be clouded by their negativity. Instead of wasting your energy, it's better to step back and let the storm pass. The user, 2,500 words. Users are individuals who only come around when they need something. They don't invest in relationships out of genuine care or connection. Instead, they exploit others for their own gain. Users see people as resources to be tapped into, whether it's for money, time, favors, or emotional support, and they rarely, if ever, offer anything in return. A classic example of a user is the friend who only calls when they need a favor, or the family member who shows up unexpectedly asking for help with something, only to disappear once they've gotten what they wanted. These people are not interested in reciprocal relationships. They're focused solely on what they can take from others, and once they've extracted what they need, they're gone until the next time they require assistance. The Stoics valued mutual respect and reciprocity in relationships. Seneca, in his letters, frequently emphasized the importance of maintaining relationships that are based on virtue, trust, and mutual benefit. Helping someone should not feel like an obligation or a transaction. It should be an act of virtue that benefits both parties. Users violate this principle by turning relationships into one-sided exchanges where they take without giving. From a Stoic perspective, helping a user is not a virtuous act because it reinforces their exploitative behavior and drains your own resources without contributing to your growth or well-being. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Do not act as if you had 10,000 years to throw away. Death stands at your elbow. Be good for something while you live, and it is in your power." In other words, your time and energy are precious, and they should not be wasted on people who only seek to use you for their own purposes. Helping users prevents you from investing your time and energy in more meaningful, virtuous pursuits. Helping a user is like pouring water into a sieve. No matter how much you give, it will never be enough to satisfy them. Users are not interested in building meaningful relationships or fostering genuine connections. Their focus is on what they can extract from you, and once they've gotten what they want, they move on without a second thought. From a Stoic perspective, this type of relationship is inherently unbalanced and unsustainable. Stoicism teaches us to act with virtue and to engage in relationships that are built on mutual respect and benefit. Helping a user not only drains your emotional, financial, or practical resources, but also prevents you from focusing on relationships that are genuinely fulfilling and reciprocal. Moreover, helping users reinforces their entitlement and encourages them to continue exploiting others. By giving in to their demands, you enable their behavior, making it harder for them to learn the value of self-sufficiency or to engage in relationships that are based on mutual respect. When dealing with users, it's important to set clear boundaries and limit how much time, energy, or resources you're willing to offer. The Stoic approach to handling users is to recognize that your help should not come at the expense of your own well-being or virtue. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to control how and when you offer help, and you are under no obligation to assist someone who is only interested in taking advantage of you. For example, if a user friend constantly asks for favors without ever offering anything in return, you might respond by saying, "I've noticed that you often ask for help, but I don't feel like there's a balance in our relationship. I'm happy to help when it's mutual, but I can't continue to offer support without reciprocity." This sets a clear expectation that you value mutual respect and will not allow yourself to be used. If the user continues to ask for help without making any effort to reciprocate or change their behavior, it may be necessary to distance yourself from the relationship. Seneca said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." Users create anxiety and stress by constantly making demands on your time and resources. Removing them from your life can bring a sense of peace and allow you to focus on more meaningful relationships. Helping a user is like planting seeds in barren soil. No matter how much effort you put into nurturing the relationship, it will never bear fruit. Users are not interested in cultivating a garden of mutual support and care. They're only focused on taking what they can for themselves. The drama magnet, 2,500 words. Drama magnets are individuals who seem to thrive on chaos and conflict. They constantly create or attract drama, blowing minor issues out of proportion and stirring up unnecessary conflict wherever they go. These people live for the excitement of emotional upheaval and often drag others into their turbulent world, leaving everyone around them exhausted and stressed. A drama magnet might be the friend who is always involved in some kind of crisis, whether it's a relationship drama, a work dispute, or a family feud. They exaggerate the importance of every problem and expect others to drop everything to help them resolve their latest catastrophe. The truth, however, is that drama magnets are not interested in finding solutions. They're interested in maintaining the attention that comes with being at the center of the storm. The Stoics valued emotional stability and inner peace above all else. Stoicism teaches us to remain calm in the face of adversity and to avoid being swept up in external events that are beyond our control. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Drama magnets represent the antithesis of this philosophy, as they are constantly pulled into external chaos and emotional upheaval. Helping a drama magnet goes against the Stoic principle of maintaining emotional resilience. Drama magnets thrive on the attention and emotional energy they receive from others during times of crisis. By engaging with their drama, you allow yourself to be dragged into their world of chaos, which disrupts your own sense of tranquility and balance. Helping a drama magnet is like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. No matter how much effort you put into resolving their problems, they'll always find a way to create more drama. Drama magnets are not interested in finding solutions or resolving conflicts. They're interested in the emotional energy and attention that drama brings. From a Stoic perspective, helping drama magnets pulls you away from your own path of virtue and wisdom. The Stoics believed in focusing on what truly matters, living a life of integrity, emotional balance, and rationality. Drama magnets, however, are constantly distracted by trivial conflicts and emotional outbursts, which prevents them from engaging with life in a meaningful or virtuous way. Additionally, helping drama magnets reinforces their belief that their problems are worth the attention and energy of others. By indulging their need for drama, you encourage them to continue creating conflict rather than finding peace or resolution. When dealing with a drama magnet, it's important to maintain emotional detachment and avoid getting swept up in their chaos. The Stoic approach to handling drama magnets is to stay focused on your own inner calm and to refuse to engage in their emotional turmoil. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This principle is key when dealing with drama magnets. You cannot control their behavior, but you can control how you respond. When a drama magnet tries to pull you into their latest crisis, respond with calm detachment and avoid getting emotionally involved. For example, if a drama magnet friend calls you in a panic about a minor issue, you might respond by saying, "I understand that this is upsetting for you, but I'm not able to get involved right now. I hope you can find a solution soon." By refusing to engage in their emotional outbursts, you protect your own peace of mind and discourage them from relying on you for attention during times of crisis. Over time, drama magnets will learn that you are not a source of emotional fuel for their chaotic behavior. In some cases, it may be necessary to distance yourself from a drama magnet altogether. If their constant need for attention and conflict is causing significant stress or disruption in your life, it may be time to cut ties and focus on relationships that are more balanced and supportive. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Drama magnets cloud your thoughts with their constant turmoil, preventing you from finding the peace and clarity that Stoicism encourages. Helping a drama magnet is like trying to calm a raging storm with a paper fan. No matter how much effort you put into bringing order to their chaos, the storm will continue to rage, and your attempts to help will be futile. Drama magnets live for the emotional energy that comes with conflict, and they'll continue creating drama as long as they have an audience. You have now reached the halfway mark of the video. I congratulate you for trying to become a better version of yourself, and I also humbly ask you to leave a comment, as it helps my channel immensely. If you do not know what to comment, just write "better" every day, so I know you reached this far. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, I've linked some books on Stoicism that helped me become the man I am today, and will also help you achieve a Stoic mindset. The Victim, 2,500 words. Victims are individuals who never take responsibility for their own actions or circumstances. They constantly blame external factors, other people, bad luck, or unfair situations, for their problems, and they refuse to acknowledge their own role in the challenges they face. Victims live in a state of perpetual helplessness, and they expect others to fix their problems for them. A classic example of a victim is the co-worker who constantly complains about not being promoted, despite never taking initiative or improving their skills. Instead of recognizing their own role in their lack of progress, they blame the company, their boss, or their co-workers for holding them back. Victims often feel entitled to help and support from others, believing that their problems are not their fault and that someone else should fix them. Stoicism teaches radical accountability, taking responsibility for your own thoughts, actions, and circumstances. And the Stoics believed that while we cannot control everything that happens to us, we can always control how we respond to challenges. Victims, however, reject this principle by placing the blame for their problems on external forces and refusing to take ownership of their lives. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the challenges we face in life are opportunities for growth and self-improvement. Victims, however, see challenges as obstacles that prevent them from living the life they want, and they expect others to remove these obstacles for them. Helping a victim goes against the Stoic principle of personal responsibility. By taking on their burdens and trying to fix their problems, you reinforce their belief that they are powerless and that others are responsible for their well-being. Helping a victim is like trying to carry someone who refuses to walk on their own. No matter how much support you offer, they'll continue to rely on others to solve their problems, and they'll never take responsibility for their own life. Victims drain your energy and time without making any effort to improve their situation, creating a one-sided dynamic where you're constantly giving and they're constantly taking. From a Stoic perspective, this type of relationship is unhealthy and unsustainable. Stoicism teaches that we should act with kindness and compassion, but never at the expense of our own well-being. Helping a victim erodes your peace because it keeps you locked in a cycle of dependency, where the victim relies on you for solutions and you feel obligated to provide them. Additionally, helping a victim prevents them from developing the resilience and self-reliance that are essential for living a virtuous life. By constantly rescuing them from their problems, you rob them of the opportunity to learn from their challenges and grow as individuals. When dealing with victims, it's important to encourage them to take responsibility for their own lives while maintaining your own emotional boundaries. The Stoic approach to handling victims is to offer support without enabling their dependency. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Victims need to learn that they are in control of their own lives, but this won't happen if you continue to solve their problems for them. Instead of jumping in to fix the victim's problems, offer guidance and encourage them to take action. For example, if a victim friend is constantly complaining about their job, you might say, "I understand that you're frustrated, but what can you do to improve the situation? Have you considered learning new skills or talking to your boss about your concerns?" By shifting the focus to their own actions, you empower them to take control of their life rather than relying on others to fix their problems. If the victim continues to refuse responsibility and relies on you to solve their problems, it may be necessary to set firmer boundaries. You can explain that while you're willing to offer advice, you're not able to take on the burden of fixing their life. As Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Helping a victim who refuses to help themselves is a waste of your time and energy. In some cases, victims may resist any effort to encourage self-reliance, preferring to remain in a state of helplessness. If this happens, it may be necessary to distance yourself from the relationship to protect your own well-being. Stoicism teaches that our time and energy should be spent on virtuous pursuits, and enabling a victim's dependency is neither virtuous nor productive. Helping a victim is like trying to push a boulder uphill, only for them to let it roll back down at every opportunity. No matter how much effort you put into helping them, they'll continue to rely on others for support and refuse to take responsibility for their own life. The envious, 2,500 words. Envious people are constantly comparing themselves to others and feeling resentful of anyone who seems more successful, happier, or better off than they are. Instead of focusing on their own path and achievements, envious individuals fixate on what others have, leading to feelings of inadequacy, jealousy, and bitterness. An example of an envious person is the co-worker who downplays your achievements or subtly tries to undermine your success. They may make backhanded compliments or criticize you in ways that highlight their own insecurities. Envious people often project their dissatisfaction onto others, creating tension in relationships and fostering a toxic environment of competition and resentment. Stoicism teaches that true happiness comes from within, not from external achievements or comparisons with others. The Stoics believed that envy is a destructive emotion that prevents personal growth and inner peace. Epictetus said, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." Envious people, however, do the opposite. They focus entirely on what they don't have, which fuels their resentment toward others. Helping an envious person goes against the Stoic principle of focusing on your own path and avoiding unnecessary comparisons. Envious people are trapped in a cycle of dissatisfaction because they measure their worth by external factors, such as wealth, status, or success, rather than cultivating inner contentment and self-acceptance. Helping an envious person is like trying to fill a void that can never be filled. No matter how much success or happiness they achieve, they'll always find someone else to compare themselves to, and their feelings of inadequacy will persist. Envious people are never satisfied because their sense of self-worth is tied to external validation, and helping them only reinforces their unhealthy obsession with comparison. From a Stoic perspective, envy is a toxic emotion that clouds one's ability to experience gratitude and peace. By helping envious people, you encourage their focus on external achievements rather than helping them cultivate inner contentment. This dynamic is harmful to both the envious person and yourself, as it creates an environment of competition and resentment rather than mutual support and growth. Additionally, envious people often project their insecurities onto others, leading to tension and conflict in relationships. Helping them can lead to feelings of guilt or inadequacy, as they subtly undermine your success or try to bring you down to their level. When dealing with envious people, it's important to maintain emotional boundaries and avoid engaging in their comparisons or insecurities. The Stoic approach to handling envy is to focus on gratitude and self-acceptance, rather than getting caught up in the envious person's negative mindset. Epictetus said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This principle is key when dealing with envious people. Instead of trying to help them achieve more external success or validation, encourage them to focus on what they already have and to cultivate gratitude for their own accomplishments. For example, if an envious friend constantly compares themselves to others, you might respond by saying, "I understand that you feel this way, but have you thought about focusing on your own strengths and achievements? Comparing yourself to others will only bring you more frustration." By shifting the conversation towards self-acceptance and gratitude, you help the envious person move away from their destructive comparisons and focus on their own path. If the envious person continues to project their insecurities onto you or undermines your success, it may be necessary to distance yourself from the relationship. Stoicism teaches that we should associate with people who elevate our thoughts and actions, not those who bring us down with negativity and resentment. As Seneca said, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Helping an envious person is like trying to climb a ladder with someone constantly pulling you down. No matter how high you go, they'll always try to bring you back to their level because they're not focused on their own progress. They're obsessed with yours. The liar, 2,500 words. Liars are individuals who deceive others to manipulate situations, protect themselves, or gain an advantage. They create webs of lies that eventually entangle everyone around them, leading to confusion, mistrust, and emotional harm. Liars often justify their dishonesty by claiming that they're protecting others or avoiding conflict, but in reality, their lies serve to protect themselves or manipulate those around them. An example of a liar is a co-worker who takes credit for someone else's work, or a friend who lies about their whereabouts to avoid confrontation. Liars create an environment of distrust, where it's impossible to know whether they're being honest or manipulating the truth to suit their own agenda. Stoicism teaches that truth is a core value in any virtuous life. The Stoics believed that honesty and integrity are essential for maintaining genuine relationships and living in accordance with nature. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Liars, however, violate this principle by distorting reality and creating confusion. Helping a liar goes against the Stoic principle of integrity. By enabling their dishonesty or overlooking their lies, you contribute to an environment of deception and mistrust, which ultimately undermines your own emotional well-being and moral integrity. Helping a liar is like building a house on a foundation of sand. No matter how much effort you put into supporting them, their dishonesty will eventually cause everything to collapse. Liars create an environment of mistrust, where you can never be sure of their true intentions or whether they're manipulating you for their own gain. From a Stoic perspective, helping liars compromises your own integrity. Stoicism teaches that we should act with honesty and virtue, and enabling a liar's deceit goes against these values. Additionally, helping liars often means becoming complicit in their lies, which not only damages your own reputation, but also prevents the liar from facing the consequences of their actions. Furthermore, helping a liar often leads to emotional harm, as their dishonesty creates confusion and mistrust in relationships. Over time, you may find yourself questioning their every word and wondering whether you can truly trust them, which disrupts your own peace of mind and emotional stability. When dealing with liars, it's important to maintain your own integrity and refuse to engage in their deceit. The Stoic approach to handling liars is to practice honesty in all interactions and to distance yourself from individuals who repeatedly lie or manipulate the truth. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "The best revenge is to be unlike your enemy." In other words, don't allow the liar's dishonesty to drag you down to their level. Instead, stay committed to your own principles of truth and integrity, even when dealing with someone who lacks these values. For example, if a friend repeatedly lies to you about small things, you might say, "I value honesty in my relationships, and it's important to me that we can trust each other. If you're not willing to be truthful, I'm not sure this friendship can continue." By setting this boundary, you make it clear that honesty is a non-negotiable value in your relationships. If the liar continues to deceive you or refuses to take responsibility for their dishonesty, it may be necessary to end the relationship. Stoicism teaches that we should associate with people who share our values and contribute to our personal growth. As Seneca said, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Liars do the opposite. They undermine your emotional stability and create an environment of mistrust. Helping a liar is like trying to navigate a maze where the walls are constantly shifting. No matter how hard you try to find your way, their lies will continue to confuse and mislead you, making it impossible to build a relationship based on trust and honesty. The Control Freak, 2,500 words. Control freaks are individuals who need to dominate every situation and expect everyone around them to conform to their expectations. They manipulate, micromanage, and impose their will on others, leaving little room for autonomy or individuality. Control freaks often justify their behavior by claiming that they're simply trying to help or that they know what's best. But in reality, their need for control stems from their own insecurities and fear of uncertainty. An example of a control freak is the boss who insists on overseeing every minor detail of a project, or the friend who constantly tries to dictate how you should live your life. Control freaks have a deep-seated need to feel in control of their environment and the people around them, and they often use manipulation or guilt to maintain their dominance. Stoicism teaches that the only thing we can truly control is our own mind and actions. Control freaks, however, operate from the belief that they can and should control the actions and behaviors of others. This need for control goes against the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control and focusing on self-mastery. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Control freaks violate this principle by constantly trying to manipulate and dominate the people around them. Helping them only reinforces their unhealthy obsession with control and prevents them from developing the emotional resilience that Stoicism encourages. Helping a control freak is like trying to navigate a ship with someone constantly grabbing the wheel. No matter how capable you are, they'll never trust you to do things your way. Control freaks undermine your autonomy and well-being by imposing their will on you, creating a dynamic where you feel trapped and powerless. From a Stoic perspective, helping control freaks pulls you away from your own path of self-mastery and emotional freedom. Stoicism teaches that we should focus on what we can control, our own thoughts, actions, and reactions, and let go of the need to control others. Helping a control freak only reinforces their belief that they have the right to dominate others, which undermines your own autonomy and emotional well-being. Additionally, helping a control freak often means sacrificing your own needs and desires to accommodate theirs. This creates a one-sided dynamic where your individuality is suppressed in favor of their need for control. When dealing with control freaks, it's important to set firm boundaries and refuse to allow them to control your actions or decisions. The Stoic approach to handling control freaks is to maintain your autonomy and focus on your own self-mastery, rather than trying to appease their need for dominance. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Control freaks undermine your freedom by constantly trying to dictate how you should think, act, or live. To protect your freedom, you must assert your boundaries and refuse to allow them to control you. For example, if a control freak friend insists on telling you how to handle your personal life, you might say, "I appreciate your concern, but I need to make my own decisions about this. I'll ask for advice if I need it." This response sets a clear boundary while maintaining your autonomy. If the control freak continues to push their agenda or refuses to respect your boundaries, it may be necessary to distance yourself from the relationship. Stoicism teaches that our time and energy should be spent on relationships that foster mutual respect and growth, not on those that stifle our individuality and autonomy. Helping a control freak is like trying to walk a tightrope with someone constantly pulling on the rope. No matter how well you balance, their need for control will keep throwing you off course. Conclusion: applying Stoic wisdom to your life. Throughout this guide, we've explored 9 types of toxic people you should never help. Whether it's the emotional manipulator, the narcissist, or the chronic complainer, these individuals disrupt your peace of mind, drain your energy, and pull you away from your higher purpose. Stoicism provides the tools to navigate these toxic relationships by teaching us to maintain emotional detachment, set boundaries, and focus on what truly matters. At the core of Stoic philosophy is the belief that we are responsible for our own lives, thoughts, and actions. Toxic people try to pull us into their chaos, but we must remain grounded in our values and protect our inner peace. By recognizing when helping becomes harmful, we can maintain our emotional well-being and live according to Stoic virtues. Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Don't let toxic people poison your mind with their negativity, manipulation, or control. Instead, live virtuously, maintain your peace, and focus on helping those who truly deserve it. Remember, the most important person you can help is yourself. By practicing Stoic wisdom, you'll cultivate resilience, emotional clarity, and a life of true fulfillment. Now, if any part of this message has been helpful to you, leave us your like and comment, helping the algorithm recommend it to someone who needs it at this time. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss new videos, and if you look through the videos we've already uploaded, you're sure to find something to take with you. Have a good day. In a world where social media has transformed privacy into a luxury good, the wisdom of keeping certain things secret has become an almost forgotten art. Many of us have fallen into the trap of believing that total openness is an act of authenticity without realizing that this transparency can be our own undoing. The uncomfortable truth is that although many celebrate our achievements out loud, a significant number might be secretly harboring envy, ready to use any piece of shared information against us. Sharing moments and achievements can be a source of joy and connection, but the line between sharing and overexposing oneself is subtler than ever. We live in an era where discretion is not just a choice, but a necessity. Intelligence lies not only in accumulating knowledge or achieving notable successes, but also in discerning what should be kept secret. Choosing what to reveal and what to keep to oneself is more than a precaution. It's a protection strategy. Privacy becomes a shield, a safe haven where our ambitions can grow away from prying eyes. This concept is at the heart of modern wisdom, understanding that in a hyper-connected world, our peace and privacy are treasures that must be zealously protected. So, what do truly intelligent people do to protect their peace, security, and personal progress? Get ready, because in this video, we will explore the 9 things that a truly wise person never reveals to the world. Before we dive in, if it's your first time on my channel, please help me by subscribing and liking the video. This way I can continue creating more content like this in the future. Now let's start this transformative journey together. Are you ready? 1. Financial details. Venturing into the topic of financial details means entering a territory where prudence and discretion become your best allies. Openly discussing your bank account balance, your smart investments, your perhaps not-so-prudent debts, or your ambitious future financial plans may seem like a genuine way to connect with those around you. However, this financial transparency carries risks not so evident at first glance. Stoic philosophers advocated for moderation and prudence in all areas of life, including finances. For them, discretion in economic matters was essential to maintain inner tranquility and avoid the dangers of envy and greed. For example, Seneca stated that true wealth lies in the self-sufficiency of the soul, not in the accumulation of material goods. By inadvertently revealing details about your financial situation, you are providing ammunition for envy. This corrosive feeling, often hidden under layers of smiles and congratulations, can undermine relationships, turning mutual respect into veiled rivalry, even among close people. Personal financial success can be interpreted as a mirror reflecting their own insecurities or failures, leading to toxic comparisons and resentments. Discretion in this case is not just a safety measure, but armor against these invisible threats. On the other hand, talking about debts can be delicate territory to tread. Revealing financial struggles can lead to hasty judgments, creating an image of oneself that might not be accurate. Although sharing can provide some emotional relief, the cost may be excessively high, impacting how others perceive and treat us. Lastly, our future financial plans represent our most valuable assets, ideas that, when prematurely exposed, can be misunderstood, devalued, or even sabotaged. Stoics also addressed the importance of prudence and moderation in finances. For example, Epictetus emphasized the need to handle money carefully and avoid excessive spending. Keeping financial details private is not so much about hiding information as it is about wisely choosing what to share, thus protecting our financial path from envy, scams, and unwanted judgments. This discretion is crucial for successfully navigating the complex world of personal finances. 2. Future plans. Revealing future plans is like opening a book whose pages are still being written. Every dream and goal is like seeds that, if exposed prematurely, might not germinate under the critical or envious gaze of others. Revealing them too soon can lead to unwanted interference, diluting the magic of surprise and the impact they hold when they finally blossom. We live in a world where others' opinions often weigh more than they should. As Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius pointed out, prudence in managing our future projects is essential. Keeping them secret until they are well underway is a way to preserve our inner peace and avoid the interference of external opinions. By sharing your future plans, you are unwittingly inviting all kinds of energy to the party, from the good to the truly toxic. There are people who, even with good intentions, can project their own insecurities and fears onto you, questioning or discouraging your plans before they have a chance to take off. Then there are those driven by envy or the desire to compete, who may try to sabotage or surpass your plans with the information you inadvertently provided. In an ideal world, we would share our aspirations without fear of negative repercussions. However, the reality is that while some wish for our success, others see our ascent as a threat to their own sense of worth. Keeping future plans secret until they are solidly on the path to realization is a strategy for preservation and strength. This approach not only protects your aspirations from unnecessary external influences, but also gives you space to adjust and change direction without the burden of public judgment. The power of surprising by revealing your achievements when they are ready and not before is a powerful tool in building a personal narrative that is entirely yours. Moreover, there is something deeply gratifying about working in silence, allowing your actions to speak louder than your words. This is where the true magic happens, behind the scenes, away from the spotlights, where your plans can grow and develop without interference, preparing to blossom at the right time. In summary, protecting your future plans is protecting the essence of your journey. It's a declaration of faith in yourself and your ability to turn dreams into reality, far from the shadows of doubts and discouragement from others. Keep your eyes on the guiding star of your dreams, and when the right time comes, the world will be amazed at how far you have come. 3. Family problems. Navigating the complexities of family problems is like walking a tightrope over an abyss of emotions and expectations. Sharing these challenges outside the intimate circle may seem like a quest for support and understanding, but it often ends up exposing vulnerabilities that can be misinterpreted or worse, exploited. Family problems are delicately intertwined with deep stories and intense emotions, being part of the fabric of our existence, shaping who we are and how we relate to the world. When these challenges are exposed to the public, we run the risk of them not being seen through the lens of understanding, but through glances of judgment, morbid curiosity, or even sensationalism. Moreover, the exposure of family problems can open the door to unsolicited and intrusive advice, where each opinion can add more confusion to an already complex family dynamic. Every family has its own set of unwritten rules, dynamics, and ways of resolving conflicts, making well-intentioned but often inadequate advice more of a burden than a help. Even more alarming is the potential for exploitation of these vulnerabilities. In a world where privacy is increasingly scarce, intimate details about family problems can become ammunition for those with malicious intentions, manipulating information for their own purposes, or using acquired knowledge to inflict harm. Furthermore, public exposure of family problems can complicate the possibility of resolution and reconciliation within the family circle. Conflicts and challenges, though painful, are often opportunities for growth and collective strength. The solution and healing often come from within, from the family's ability to unite, face their challenges, and grow stronger through them. Therefore, when facing family problems, discretion is a form of respect, maintaining that solid foundation by protecting it from external storms, and you will find not only the resolution of the challenges, but also renewed union and strength. 4. Health issues. Addressing health issues. In conversations may seem like a gesture of trust and a quest for support, but the reality is that the way we share details about our health requires careful consideration. Health issues, whether physical or mental, carry a profound weight, not just in terms of personal impact, but also in how they are perceived and treated by society. The choice to keep this information more reserved is not an act of concealment, but an expression of self-care and preservation of personal dignity. As Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, said, "The health of the soul is the strength of the soul itself." Revealing health conditions, ongoing treatments and diagnoses can open up space for genuine understanding and support. However, this same openness can, unfortunately, invite stigmatization, a phenomenon still so present in our society. Health conditions, especially those poorly understood or wrapped in prejudices, can be distorted by stereotypes and myths, leading to hasty judgments and isolation. Moreover, details about personal health, when shared freely, can be used against the person in social or professional contexts, limiting opportunities or negatively influencing how they are viewed and treated. There's a delicate balance between seeking support and protecting oneself against unnecessary vulnerabilities. Another aspect to consider is privacy. In an increasingly connected world where information flows freely, privacy has become a precious commodity. Choosing to share health details selectively is also a way to maintain control over who has access to such intimate aspects of life. This control is crucial not only for managing one's own health, but also for preserving personal autonomy. Selective sharing also allows the person to control the narrative around their health, focusing on strengths and progress rather than allowing the condition to define who they are in the eyes of others. This narrative control is crucial for emotional well-being and self-esteem, especially when facing health challenges. Lastly, as we navigate health challenges, the decision on how open we are about these issues is deeply personal and must be respected. Opting for a selective approach is not just a strategy to avoid stigmatization, but an affirmation that, although health is a part of our journey, it does not define us completely. Respecting personal privacy in this matter is respecting the complexity and integrity of the human experience. 5. Personal conflicts. Navigating the delicate terrain of personal conflicts and discussions requires not only tact, but also a considerable dose of wisdom. As Stoics like Marcus Aurelius suggested, the best of all things is the ability to discern the good from the bad. Openly revealing disagreements and tensions that arise in our interactions with friends or work colleagues may seem like a necessary outlet, a search for allies, or simply a way to process our feelings. However, this practice carries the risk of not only deteriorating our public image, but also damaging valuable professional relationships. When we choose to share the intimate details of a conflict, whether out of frustration, seeking validation, or the need for support, we inadvertently expose our lives to external interpretations and judgments. This exposure, far from relieving tension, can complicate the situation further, extending the reach of the conflict beyond the originally involved parties. Moreover, by bringing personal disputes to light, we run the risk of being seen as prone to conflicts or indiscretions, which can negatively affect our reputation and credibility in the work environment. Particularly, the wisdom of keeping conflicts under control and resolving them discreetly is crucial. Tensions and disagreements with colleagues, when made public, can quickly turn into office gossip, fueling an atmosphere of distrust and competition. This not only deteriorates the organizational climate, but also questions the leadership and teamwork capabilities of those involved, highly valued aspects in the professional world. Additionally, by keeping these conflicts private, we preserve communication bridges with the other party, allowing for constructive solutions and reconciliations to occur away from the spotlights. This approach not only protects existing relationships, but also promotes an environment where mutual respect and understanding prevail over judgment and division. The decision to keep personal conflicts and discussions away from curious eyes is, therefore, an exercise in prudence and respect, both for ourselves and for others. This strategy not only allows us to resolve disagreements more effectively, but also helps build and maintain a solid public image characterized by maturity and the ability to navigate the complexities of human relationships with dignity and integrity. 6. Acts of generosity. In the fabric of our lives, acts of generosity and charity create a weave of kindness and compassion that illuminates the darkest corners of human existence. However, the true essence of these actions does not reside in the search for applause or recognition, but in the purity and sincerity with which they are carried out. As Epictetus said, true generosity is doing something good without expecting anything in return, not even praise. Ostentatiously revealing our good deeds can, paradoxically, diminish their value, turning altruistic gestures into currency for admiration or social status. Genuine generosity flourishes in discretion. When we choose to keep our acts of charity anonymous, we reinforce the principle that the main goal is to help, not to be seen helping. This approach not only preserves the dignity of those who receive, preventing them from feeling indebted or exposed, but also maintains the authenticity of our intention, ensuring that the action comes from a place of true desire to do good without ulterior motives. Moreover, Discretion in acts of generosity serves as a powerful reminder that the value of a good deed does not diminish by the lack of witnesses. On the contrary, there is a unique beauty in knowing that one contributed to someone's well-being or a greater cause without expecting anything in return, not even recognition. This stance encourages deeper reflection on our motives and reinforces character, manifesting not only in public, but also, and perhaps more importantly, in moments of anonymity. Keeping acts of generosity or charity private also protects us against cynicism and suspicion that such actions are merely performative. In an increasingly skeptical world about the intentions behind good deeds, choosing the path of discretion is an act of rebellion against the idea that generosity needs to be seen to be validated. Therefore, by deciding to keep our acts of charity anonymous, we are not only preserving the purity of these actions, but also inviting deeper reflection on what it truly means to help. We are redefining the concept of generosity, not as a means of personal elevation, but as an authentic commitment to the well-being of others, cultivating a legacy of kindness that, although invisible to the eyes, is immeasurable in its impact. 7. Love life. In the vast ocean of human interactions, love life resembles a coral reef full of vibrant colors and unfathomable mysteries. It is a deeply intimate aspect of existence, a sphere where the purest feelings and deepest connections blossom. However, indiscriminately sharing the details of this part of life not only fades its colors, but also puts its most sacred corners under public scrutiny, diluting the essence of intimacy that makes it so special. Preserving the secrets of love life, keeping personal moments and emotions away from prying eyes, is not an act of concealment, but a celebration of the sacredness of those connections. In a world where constant exposure is often confused with authenticity, choosing what to keep private is an exercise in discernment and respect for the delicate nature of effective bonds. By keeping love life protected from the spotlights, we defend not only our own vulnerability, but also that of our partner. Every public revelation, every share on social media runs the risk of turning genuine feelings into spectacles, subject to interpretations, comments, and sometimes unfair judgments. This unnecessary exposure can pressure the relationship, imposing external expectations on a dynamic that should flow freely, guided only by mutual understanding and complicity. Moreover, privacy in love life allows the couple to explore, grow,